18 years ago, a giant tower appeared and monsters flooded in to tear everything apart. Just when it seemed like humanity was finished, some people discovered powers and became players. Now they are the last hope for everyone, and they have become legends too. In this world, there lives a regular guy who missed his chance to become a player. He swings by the guild office, shows up late as always, drops off some food, and heads out. On his way back, he notices a poster of a young player from Korea who looks powerful and impressive. He can't help but stare, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. Players can cast magic and fight off monsters. It's like they're living in a fantasy. He's so caught up in his thoughts that he doesn't even notice the traffic light has turned green. After a long day, he gets home and checks the mailbox. As usual, it is just bills and notices with no special letters. He sighs, knowing he should not have expected anything else. Once he steps inside, his sister, Yoojung, greets him with a big smile. He asks why she's still up, and she explains she's just finishing some homework. He wonders if their mom is already asleep and suggests she give her a massage. Yoojung grins and pulls out a chocolate cake, surprising him with a happy birthday wish. He asks if she spent the money for clothes, but she just chuckles, saying she has enough and will eat the cake herself if he doesn't want any since it's from a cool bakery. Despite her worn-out clothes, Kim looks too upset to notice. He pats her head and thanks her for the cake. She giggles and reminds him to check the letter before they dig in. As he looks closely, he finds a letter inviting him to the Korean Players Association. He freezes for a moment as it all registers. Yoojung hugged him tightly and said she wanted to surprise him. Filled with excitement, he glances toward his mom's room and feels a strong urge to change their lives for the better. The next day, Kim stands in front of the tall association building, trying to calm his nerves. Once inside, an employee shows him how to access his status window. His name and level 1 pop up, but his unique abilities are just question marks. He looks confused and asks why that is the case. The employee tells him those abilities have not been revealed yet. The thought makes him tremble as he wonders if he has something special inside him. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling out to him. It's Yoo Suk-woo, the super famous player whose face is plastered all over posters. Suk-woo offers to personally guide Kim inside, and he can hardly believe it. The employee looks unsure and mentions it's against the rules, but she eventually gives in since she can't say no. At the entrance to the tower, Suk-woo leads Kim through the portal. Inside, they find a huge crowd of goblins. Kim asks if that's normal, and Suk-woo explains that monsters sometimes gather up like this. Instead of being a hassle, it gives Kim a chance to learn the basics. He explains the goblin test, where a player must take down 100 goblins without skill use. Then, just like that, he jumps into action, slicing through them like they're nothing. He mentions that if someone takes 4 to 5 hours, they're decent. 2 to 3 hours means they're A rank. The real powerhouses can crush it in under an hour, while those with special abilities might finish in just 10 minutes. Kim is totally amazed by what he's witnessing. Suk-woo isn't just talking the talk, he's walking the walk. He moves with ridiculous speed and takes down goblin after goblin. He's wiped them all out in just 47 seconds when the dust settles. Kim is blown away when he finds out that top players usually need an hour to take down a goblin, and uniques only take 10 minutes. But Suk-woo managed to do it in under a minute. Seeing Kim's confusion, Suk-woo explains that unique abilities allow players to learn things in months that would take regular folks years. As they wrap up, Suk-woo asks if Kim's heard of the Angela Guild, famous for its young rankers. He shares his dream of building an even better guild with the best players, especially those with unique abilities. Before he leaves, he unfroze one last goblin and tells Kim it is time for his first real fight. The goblin charges at him, axe raised, while Kim stands ready to carve out his own path with his sword. Flash forward 5 years, and a sword slices through the air as a goblin jumps back in fear. Kim holds his ground, breathing heavily. Not too far away, a curly-haired guy and another in armor are chatting about how the 100 Goblin Challenge is getting popular again. Kim pulls up his status window and slams his fist into the ground in frustration because, despite having unique abilities, it still takes him over an hour to take down just one goblin. He got invited to Kim's association at 18, but his level has been stuck at 1 for 5 years. The scene cuts to a forest with a goblin's body sliced clean in half. Kim props the group for their effort and asks if anyone leveled up. One guy grins and says he did after just a few kills. Kim laughs, saying leveling is fast at the start, and promises they'll hit the second floor tomorrow. Before he takes off, he reminds them to meet at the entrance in the morning. As Kim walks away, someone asks if he's famous. Another person brings up the rumors about his special ability. The leader looks at a glowing stone from a goblin and says, if that were true, Kim wouldn't be stuck on floor 1, ranked last, and working as a guide. The brunette wonders if ranks below 2 even exist. The leader explains that Kim isn't a ranker, but the rumors just keep going. He's known as the guy who can't level up. Kim is hiding out in a spot where a few players hang out. He knows a goblin will spawn nearby, so he gets ready with his sword. He strikes first, but the goblin deflects his hit with a wooden spear. Even weak goblins can be a pain for a level 1 player. After a long struggle, Kim finally takes it down. Kim walks through the guild department at sunset, tallying up his expenses. He's left with nothing after selling the crystal and grabbing some potions. He lets out a sigh in frustration. The office door swings open, and Tayo steps out looking tense. Kim asks if he's done, and Tayo just nods silently. Inside, Kim asks Taysik what's up. Avoiding eye contact, Taysik mentions that Tayo will take over Kim's squad starting tomorrow. When Kim questions it, Taysik explains it's because of the rumors around the team. Before Kim can respond, someone announces that the Angel Guild just hit the 75th floor. The host talks about Angela's goal to conquer the highest floor yet. A big send-off is planned for tomorrow, and the city is excitedly buzzing. Kim notes that people idolize players as if they're something special, even though they're just normal folks. Taysik agrees, saying anyone can become one. Kim stays quiet as the news shifts to a breaking report about an S-rank gate in the United States. The government is looking to Korea for backup with a huge reward on the line. Kim barely reacts. The screen goes black, and Taysik, looking annoyed, asks why it was turned off. He gives Kim his paycheck and compliments him on his work. He mentions that Tayo seems guilty even though he acts tough. Kim reassures him that no apologies are necessary. Then Taysik asks if Kim can come in early for his next shift. Later, Kim meets Sukwoo's cousin Sunpil at the entrance. It catches him off guard and brings back nice memories of Sukwoo. The guide introduces the crew, and Jaewon, Sungwoo, and Hanul greet him warmly. Kim informs everyone that they've got 5 days to clear the training floor and points to the forest path, where they'll learn the basics. By the time sunset rolls around, training wraps up, and the team takes a breather. Kim whips up some meat soup while the others set up camp. Jaewon asks if Kim's level will ever change. Sunpil tries to shut him down, but Kim says they can ask anything. They chat about how easy the fight felt. Kim points out that first-floor goblins are pretty weak and easy to find. The training floor is just a warm-up for the real battles, and if they stay sharp, they'll be fine. He reminds them about the tougher monsters that guard each floor. Those guys can be a real challenge, even for guilds, but they drop cool rewards. Hanul and Sunpil look nervous, but Kim assures them that guardian fights are rare and can be handled with the right plan. As night sets in on the 4th floor, a green orc is seen running wildly among the dead trees. It trips over a stone and crashes down. Another orc comes along and brutally takes it out. This guardian orc then starts munching on its body. On the second training day, the squad battles some big but slow monsters on the 2nd floor, which makes things a bit easier. By the 3rd day, things get hectic with goblins and orcs everywhere. They can't really team up, and chaos ensues when someone whips a rock at an orc. As it turns out, this was all part of Kim's plan. The squad hangs back and watches the mayhem unfold, leveling up without too much risk. Sunpil is starting to see why Sukwoo trusts Kim so much. Later that night, Sunpil catches sight of Hanul writing in her diary. She's thinking about what class she might end up with, and Sunpil tries to answer her while brushing his teeth, which cracks everyone up. They settle in for the night, knowing they only have one more day before they hit the 5th floor. Meanwhile, our hero can't help but think about the challenges waiting for them there. On the 4th floor, they face orcs and goblins that are tougher and faster than the last bunch. Someone suggests they use the same trap as before. They charge forward, attacking and pushing the orcs back. Our hero watches the team closely when a sudden gust of dust begins to blow. He signals everyone to fall back as he suspects a guardian orc is nearby. He grabs his bag and starts running, but Jaewon falls and gets hurt while an orc looms over him. Sunpil jumps in and takes out the orc, but the goblins seize the moment and injure Hanul. Kim knows that real training is serious business, and one careless moment can really put the team in danger. Just then, a massive guardian figure appears through the dust, and the orcs rush into the fray. Kim tells everyone to escape and throws a smoke bomb to cover their retreat. They barely make it out, with Kim leading the way and yelling at them to keep moving. Finally, they find a hidden cave and take a breather. Sunpil asks about that monster, and our hero explains that it's the 4th floor guardian, and they have no idea why it showed up out of the blue. Sunpil is freaking out because Hanul won't wake up. The goblin's poisoned spear has made a nasty wound. Kim starts rummaging through his bag for the antidote, but it's nowhere to be found. It must have dropped out while they were making their escape. He's really bummed about it, but there's no time to dwell on mistakes. The squad's looking at him, waiting for him to devise a plan. Kim gets up and says he's heading outside to find help and will be back soon. They warn him about the risks, but Kim is like Jason Bourne on the tutorial floor, so off he goes to shoot a flare. He ducks behind some rocks as an orc strolls by. The guardian messes with the usual monster patterns, making figuring out how many are around tough. With just one smoke shell left, he can't screw this up. He decides to take a different route, planning to reach the hill in about 3 minutes to signal for help. But before he can move, a massive orc appears and strikes, slamming him into the ground. Blood runs from his mouth as his smoke bomb rolls away, releasing a thick cloud. Kim clenches his jaw, pushes himself up, grabs the signal pistol, and shoots it into the air. Kim makes a break for it, using the smoke to help him push through the pain. He knows this place like the back of his hand. While he's running, he spots the entrance to the 5th floor test. He pauses for a moment. Normally, he'd jump in without thinking, but his family is on his mind. At his level, entering is basically a death sentence. Even level 4s keep their distance from this gate. With the Guardian close behind, he has little choice. He can either stay and get caught or press on into the unknown. He takes a deep breath, clenches his fists, and moves forward. The doors swing open and light floods over him. A voice booms as the background check begins and the conditions are met. Kim wakes up on a vast green field. A system voice announces that the difficulty level has been reduced, and a test of the goat hunt appears. Without much effort, he strikes the goat down. More notifications confirm he passed the test and gained his unidentified ability. Kim is surprised as he was supposed to die here, but the test just ended. Before he can react, black energy surges and freezes him. A voice demands his name, but our boy is shocked by the pitch-black void. The voice curses its luck for getting a noob like Kim. It urges him to choose a name and form a connection with it. The system confirms that he must answer the request from an ego by naming it. Kim's eyes snapped open to see his sister and Taesik standing by his bed, surprised he was awake. Taesik explains he was found unconscious on the 5th floor 2 weeks ago. Guild players saw his signal flare and arrived to find the Guardian fleeing. Kim feels relieved knowing Sunpill and the squad are safe. Later, by the window, he calls his mom and reassures her the insurance covers everything. He promises to call once the doctors confirm his discharge. But deep down, he knows something's changed after passing the 5th floor, yet he's still level 1. A ring appears on his finger, and now our guy is outside the Korean Association building. Whispers spread as Kim returns through the portal. While new players train on the 1st floor, all eyes follow him as he walks the forest path. A player asks why Kim is so well known. His friend says it's because the guide can't level up, but a gloved man says that's no longer the reason. There's something else now. The portal swings open, and a horde of giant orcs emerges. Kim, known as the killer of the tutorial, stands fearless while goblins rush forward with weapons raised. The ring on his finger flares to life, and a demonic sword appears in his grip. It glows with a crimson light as he takes his stance. The monsters hesitate as they sense danger. Kim lunges forward and cuts them down in an instant. His sword leaves streaks of bright energy behind. He jumps high and unleashes a final blow that scatters their bodies. As he fights, he remembers Ego asking for a name. With a smirk, he decides to call it Lu. The status window flickers, and Ego reacts with satisfaction. Kim's unique ability lets him form a bond with Ego. His level stays the same, but Lu increases exponentially with every kill. Kim stares at the bag of purple stones, remembering how scared he was of just 2 orcs. Now, collecting crystals from them feels like a real challenge. He relaxed in a green forest a month ago, casually checking his status window. Now it shows a rare ability to connect with egos. He's glad he rushed to the tower after leaving the hospital, even if his sister would be furious. His info window is finally changing for the first time in 5 years, and he can't afford to sit still. At that moment, he's totally clueless about how to connect with Ego. He starts yelling some sort of spell while flailing his hands around, but nothing happens. Kim feels frustrated and sits down while realizing how ridiculous he must look. Just as he's getting embarrassed about even mentioning Lu, a red flash pops up and a floating sphere appears. Ego's voice chimes in, saying Lu is summoned but doesn't have a form yet. Since Kim doesn't know what he's doing, Lu's look is up for grabs. The sphere starts sucking in nearby stuff, pulling in dark and light energy. Then out of nowhere, it starts sucking up everything around it, including Kim's bag of crystals and his clothes. He barely holds onto his underwear as the wind whips around him. The energy fades and a black demonic sword floats in the air. Kim stares in disbelief, wondering if this is really Lu. The sword opens its red eye, calls him an idiot, and scolds him for asking the same question again. Kim picks up the sword and asks what an ego actually is. He guesses it might be like a soul, but Lu quickly tells him he is way off. Now resting in Kim's hands, Lu grumbles about being treated too casually. Kim asks if it can move by itself, but Lu says no. He then asks if an ego can change owners, and Lu explains it only happens if the owner agrees. Before Kim can ask anything else, Lu warns that if the owner dies, the ego dies too, so betrayal is pointless. Intrigued, Kim asks if Lu can feel pain, and again, the answer is no. Without thinking twice, he picks up a stone. A notification offers to turn on the pain sensation, so he decides to go for it and give Ego a real taste of life. After the latest battle with an orc, Lu gained some experience, leveled up and boosted its stats with every enemy taken down. Once the fight was over, Kim noticed that Lu had been around for a while and got curious. He asked if Lu missed the good old days. Lu admitted that thinking back on those times cranked up its killing intent, which it found embarrassing. This caught Kim off guard, but Lu quickly complimented Kim's vibe and switched topics. With a backpack full of crystals, they finish their hunt. Kim suggests exploring beyond the gate next time, but Taesik warns him not to. 4 American rankers recently died after mistaking a C-rank gate for an F-rank one. Strange gates started appearing for the first time in 23 years, right around when Kim met Lu. He brushes it off and takes a sip of his drink. Taesik warns him again, but Kim just stays quiet. Before leaving, Kim thanks him, and Taesik jokes by calling him a tutorial killer. Kim tells him to drop it. When the elevator opens, Kim checks his phone. Even with the warning, he can't back down since he's barely covering his loan interest. Scrolling through Gate Hunter job listings, he clicks one and makes a call, convinced nothing bad will happen. Later, at a coffee shop, Kim runs into his squad leader, Song-soo. After a quick intro, Song-soo asks if it's Kim's first time going for a gate hunt. Kim nods, and Song-soo hands him a contract that lays out how they'll split the loot and any penalties. They decide on equipment through a lottery system. Once Kim finishes reading it, Song-soo tells him to meet at Guri Station in 2 days, stressing that being late isn't an option. When the day finally comes, a bunch of hunters gather in front of the gate. These ongoing gates offer less loot but are safer, so they're popular with hunters. The crew makes their way through the dungeon. Kim spots 2 new swordsmen leading the way, with a guy and a girl trailing behind, trying to figure out how to team up since they all met online looking for gigs. Out of nowhere, Song-soo holds up a hand for everyone to freeze. There's a sound echoing from deeper in the dungeon. He pulls out his bow and warns that monsters are on the way. Just like that, a horde of Walking Dead comes charging at them. Song-soo yells for the tank, who raises his shield just as a monster slams into him. The swordsmen charge ahead while Song-soo shoots an arrow, hitting a zombie in the forehead. Even with their hits, the undead are tough to take down. In a flash, Kim jumps in and starts slicing through the zombies with a crazy speed. Within moments, all the zombies are on the ground with blood everywhere. The squad just stands there, stunned by what they've seen. Before Song-soo can let another arrow fly, the fight is already over. The group rests by the dungeon wall. The tank says Kim is helping them clear the dungeon way faster, and a swordsman points out that Kim's moves don't match a typical level 7 player. Kim just shrugs and says he's lucky. They laugh, recalling how easily he handled the monsters, and one jokes about joining his crew. Song-soo, focused on his arrows, ignores the chatter. The others admit they owe Kim their lives, but Song-soo quickly reminds them it's time to move. Kim checks on Lu, who complains about the awful taste of zombie blood. Brushing it off, Kim says the boss room is sealed. The group notices him whispering and exchanging glances. In the boss room, they find huge steel bars blocking the path, likely meant to trap the monster. Song-soo begins explaining the plan, but the tank cuts him off, saying they already know the basics. Song-soo scowls and warns the team that even a mistake could ruin everything. The blonde swordsman grumbles in frustration, and the sorceress grits her teeth but stays silent under Song-soo's sharp stare. They melt the bars with a special solution and quietly slip into the boss room. Song-soo climbs to a higher ledge and fires an explosive arrow that blasts lightning straight into the huge monster. The boss, furious and eyes blazing, swings his fists wildly. Byung raises his shield but is sent flying when Taesik smashes through it. The swordsmen charge in and land a few blows, cutting the boss's tough skin. Suddenly, the boss changes tactics. He hunches over and covers his head, causing his defense to skyrocket and making further attacks useless. The squad leader signals Kim, knowing his strength is their best shot. Kim leaps high with his sword raised. As he soars, a voice echoes in his mind, telling him that his fusion with Lu has grown stronger. With a fierce swing, Kim unleashes red lightning that crackles across the air. The swordsman in the tank look amazed. A notification appears saying the Guardian of the Talon Gate has been defeated and they have earned experience points for it. The girl and Song-soo watch in shock. Our hero stands still as he struggles to believe what he is seeing. Another notification shows up saying he has unlocked a new skill called cannibalism, which allows him to regain strength by eating corpses. Boss's body is sprawled out in the middle of the room, and the squad is taking a moment to admire the scene. Byung and the swordsman grab Kim by the shoulders and start asking for his phone number. Song-soo grabs everyone's attention and shows off a paralyzing dagger they looted. As agreed, he reminded the group that they needed to draw lots to split the loot. The tank claps Kim on the shoulder and jokes about whether he wants the dagger. Kim frowned and said that the one who did the work should keep it, and that he and Deo would back him up. The others laugh, teasing Kim for still pretending not to notice them. After 5 years as a guide, Kim can usually read people well, but their behavior feels off. Across the room, Song-soo and a girl sit calmly, clearly hiding something. The squad leader pulls out some bones from his pocket, ready to sort out the loot. The swordsman and tank exchange glances, and suddenly the tank jumps up and swings his blade right at Song-soo's heart. Before the blade even gets close, Song-soo grabs the attacker's arm in midair and flips him over his back. The tank crashes to the ground and grits his teeth. He looks up and asks if this is all some setup. Kim doesn't answer. He already knows. One wrong move and he is ready to kill. Dio freezes when told to act. He stands there shaking, scared of what Kim might do. The tank tries to explain that it was meant to be a joke, but Kim knows he nearly got Song-soo killed. Kim observes the girl with the burning eyes gripping a dagger in her hand. She did not cast any spell. Kim did not even see her draw the weapon. If she is not a mage, then she is something else. Kim remembers how Song-soo did not even flinch when the knife was pointed at him. He only looked at the blade. Kim narrows his eyes and asks them who they really are. Song-soo just smiles and says he was about to ask the same thing. Our boy asks what they're planning to do with him. Dio's freaking out, saying he didn't know Byung was going to hurt Song-soo and just went along for a reward. Kim says that since Song-soo was the target, he had to make a call. The squad leader turns to the girl, calling her harem, and she jumps back like she's in a dark fog. Kim's jaw drops when the sorceress suddenly appears next to Dio. Just like that, the swordsman is gone after her one blow. Kim can't help but think this girl is seriously dangerous. Kim pulls the same move on Byung, making him vanish too. He grabs the dagger off the floor and claims it. When Song-soo questions him, Kim says he deserves it for saving their lives. Song-soo argues, but Kim shrugs, pointing out that the dagger means nothing to them. Song-soo, shaking with anger, asks if Kim knows who he is. Kim glances at the girl, guesses he must be important, but says he doesn't care. He adds that he's skipping over Dio and Byung after bigger prey. Lu's red eye flashes, warning Kim that harem is dangerous. Kim already knows and asks if he should just run. Lu says to focus on other monsters and keep the loot. A notification pops up showing Lu absorbing zombie stamina. Kim, excited to hunt more, asks how it feels. Lu grumbles that zombie blood tastes awful. Kim transforms the sword into a ring and leaves the dungeon since no zombies are left. Meanwhile, Lu boosts his dexterity, strength, and stamina from the monsters. He thinks about heading into the rewards room. The gatekeeper's corpse is sprawled on the floor. They need it to get to the reward. As he's about to touch the body, he gets distracted by a glow on the wall. He asks if that light was there before. When he knocks on the stone where the glow's coming from, he realizes it's hollow. He grabs his sword and suggests smashing the wall, and Ego is on board with that. He swings his sword, but Lu tries to stop him just as he does. It's too late though, and the wall comes crashing down, sending up a cloud of dust. Kim waves his hand through it and asks what Lu senses. Lu replies that it feels like there's another Ego around. Kim's eyes widen in surprise. He wonders what Ego's been doing for 5 years if he keeps appearing in dungeons. Lu almost calls his master an idiot but holds back, suggesting they search for Ego. Kim doubts an old gate like this hides anything, but Lu disagrees. In the middle of the room, a white Excalibur sword is stuck in a stone. Kim wonders if he should just grab it. The moment his hands touch the hilt, a bright flash lights up the room. He hears Ego's voice asking if its owner is finally there, and suddenly he finds himself in a white space with familiar vibes. He looks around and asks if the voice comes from the sword's Ego. The voice says it's been waiting for its owner and wants a response. Floating in the light haze, Kim tells it he's not its master but would like to be. The voice asks for a name, and Kim eagerly declares he'll call it L. Suddenly, a white sword appears in his hands, and while he checks it out, the ceiling of the secret room starts to break. A notification says the demon tied to L has woken up. Stones come crashing down with a roar, and Egos tells Kim he must get out of there quickly. The Egos notice each other and start bickering about wanting to introduce themselves. Kim rushes out, telling them to quiet down. He spots Tellen's body and heads to the reward room, but the floor beneath him starts to give way. Kim touches his dead boss, and suddenly, the system asks if he wants to enter the reward room. Out of nowhere, a wave of energy surrounds him in this light haze. Just as a huge orange eye appears near the gate, he teleports away just in time. The gate disappears, and he scores a bonus reward since he took it down. A crowd gathers where the dungeon entrance is, and a news anchor reports on the strange gate and growing rumors. Kim figures the gate vanished right after he left, which could make him look suspicious. He gets 30 purple crystals and a blue guardian amulet for his reward. The amulet boosts energy and wards off minor illnesses but won't cure his mom. Still, selling the crystals should cover her treatment. Kim decides to climb the tower again. With no monsters on the test floor, a city now stands on the 5th. Surrounded by crowds, he can't help but admire it. He once cleared the 5th floor and was found unconscious on the 6th. He takes down the blue dragons like a pro. The goblins on the 7th floor go down with just a few swings of his sword, and he zaps the dragon mob on the 8th floor with lightning. He's standing on the 9th floor, surrounded by sharp rocks, with 2 shining swords. Not too long ago, he would have never dreamed of having this kind of power. He even pictures Sukwu, reminding him that level isn't everything and that his unique abilities will unlock if he just hangs in there. Kim smiles as the rings on his hand glow, pleased his L level has risen despite the split experience. He notes the fusion boosted his strength. Glancing at L, he wonders if it's tied to the demon sealed inside, but L apologizes, unable to remember. Maybe that giant eye really was a demon. Figuring the stronger his ego gets, the stronger he'll be, Kim checks Lu's info window and decides it's time to hunt more ego. When Lu asks where, Kim grins and says he knows just the place. The scene shifts to an auction building where people bid on an antique vase, which sells for a whopping 170 million won. In the crowd, Kim wonders if Egos feels anything. The rings say they do not, which makes sense because ego is rare. The auction host then reveals the final item, the Bracelet of Wounds, which speeds up recovery. Surprisingly, the rings say it is an ego. Later, as he walks down the street and squints in dissatisfaction, Kim thinks the auction is tiring and overpriced. Lu points out that the bracelet is the main attraction, while L teases him for being broke. Even so, Kim grins because his paralyzing dagger sold for almost 100 million won. After leaving the store, he talks to Taesik on the phone and mentions that finding a team is harder than fighting monsters. Taesik warns him to be careful near the gates. While waiting at a crosswalk, Kim reflects that being stuck at level 1 without gear means he cannot rank up or devise his own strategies. There is not much he can do, so he jokes with Taesik about logging in to celebrate his promotion. Kim looks down and figures he does not mind climbing the tower, although progress is slow because Lu needs to keep feeding on blood. He holds up a package and says he scored some beef. Lu teases him for being stingy even after getting a nice chunk of cash. But when Kim points out how he talks, Lu quickly apologizes. Kim shares that he has always wanted to make enough money so Yoo-jung can feel safer. As he heads up the stairs, something shiny catches his eye. A flash of energy buzzes through the air, and Kim wonders if it might be another gate. Kim knows that if the witnesses of the gate let the association know where it is, things can get messy. The first person to prove the gate's location gets dibs on attacking it and selling the rights. Taesik is watching the gate closely, wondering if it's close to Kim's place. But when he checks on Kim, he suddenly chokes and spills coffee all over himself. Now Kim is geared up to enter the gate and grab those rights, and he's reminded to take the necessary precautions. Taesik compliments him on his progress and says he wants to chat. At a cafe, Taesik asks if Kim feels confident in his skills. Kim admits he's way stronger than he thought and mentions he's on the 11th floor, which Taesik already knows about. Taesik drops a bombshell, telling Kim he has 4 days to get ready before they meet up, and if he's not prepared, he won't be allowed to go anywhere. 4 days later, in the headquarters basement, Kim looks around at the weapons and protective gear on the walls, realizing he might have underestimated the association. Taesik asks if Kim is interested in joining as a member or prefers the non-employee route, but Kim says no to both. He's not ready to commit yet. Remembering Taeyo's face, he comments that once Taesik becomes chief, the guide department will be gone. Taesik responds that Taeo has joined the caravan guild and seems to have changed a lot. As he rolls up his sleeves, Kim asks if he has brought a weapon for training. Taesik laughs, saying Kim must think he's just an office worker if he believes that. He winks and makes a fist. Suddenly, Kim's eyes widened with shock, and he raised his hands to protect himself as sweat beads poured up on his forehead. Taesik, looking confident, says he's still got it, so Kim shouldn't underestimate a top ranker. He raises his hands, a dark aura surrounding him, and tells Kim to come at him. Kim yanks his hand out of his pocket, knowing he can't take down the boss, but he is not about to just stand around. His amber eyes widen as boss's foot comes right at his head in no time. Then boom, an explosion goes off right in front of him. He grits his teeth and slides his foot on the floor. Taesik drops to one knee while Kim jumps back, sword in hand. Taesik gives him this skeptical look and asks if he's really ready. Kim thinks about how top rankers are on a whole different level. Taesik frowns and tells him to get serious because losing focus behind the gate means the game is over. Kim frowns and admits he's been a bit too cocky. He grits his teeth, reminding himself he's not totally unprepared. Flashback 4 days earlier at the game items market in Dongdaemun. Kim's got his phone to his ear, pretending to chat while telling Lu that his gear is way too weak. He glances to the side and says there's no way he can roll around with stuff like that, suggesting they check for ego instead. Elle chimes in that she'll let him know if it shows up. As Kim strolls past a combat gear shop, he notices some metal armor and checks it out. It's just an average piece with a defense rating of 9. Behind the glass, mannequins are decked out in military-style outfits. He glances at the price tag and winces in shock. Suddenly, a bright green screen shows the details of some leather armor, and the price is a staggering 1.3 billion won. He plops down on a bench, grumbling that the cheap stuff is too weak while the good stuff is too pricey. In the background, a kid shouts angrily that his grandpa is a great master. Someone else in the crowd asks what's so special about gear that doesn't even have item info. The boy huffs and walks off, insisting his grandpa is super skilled. A guy responds, saying a shop without real trade isn't worth anything. Kim steps up to the kid, calling out and asking him to take him to his grandpa's store. The kid grins and agrees. They walk down the stairs, which leads to a dark spot. Kim's feeling unsure, but Lou and Elle are all cool with it, saying everything the kid's wearing has some ego in it. This kid has some ego power, even if it's all artificial. Grinning, he swings the door open and tells his grandpa he has a visitor. As Kim walks in, Minsu proudly brags about how great his grandpa is. Out of nowhere, Kim's eyes go wide. He enters the room with all the equipment and realizes it's all just ego in there. Lou and Elle can't believe that regular humans are making them, but then they realize that egos is missing a sense of self, making them feel incomplete. Kim is standing there, staring at the green screens, when a gray-haired guy walks up and tells him to scram because he won't get what they're worth. Wong, an old man who's fed up with people who just don't get it, is taken aback when Kim says he actually wants to buy his stuff. Wong explains he doesn't sell because most folks don't know how to use the equipment. Kim asks if he'd sell it if he could actually use it. Wong tells Kim to check out the place and then leave. But Kim starts naming off the features of the weapons just by looking at them. Wong looks stunned as Ludley asks to see what the sword can do. Kim calmly agrees. Wong then hands him another weapon and asks if his biggest wish is to give it to someone who will truly appreciate it. Kim confidently names the weapon Sharpness. Wong is shocked, and even Minsu freezes wide-eyed. Kim places the weapon back on the stand while Elle jokes that Wong clearly dislikes the name. The blue-tiled room is packed with weapons. Later, during training, Kim and Taesik face off. Kim charges so fast that he leaves 2 bright streaks behind him. Taesik stays calm, easily deflecting the attack, and shouts that Kim's sword wavers and that he needs to strike with real force at the vital points. Realizing he's up against a former top-ranked, Kim sharpens his focus. He swings again, but Taesik dodges effortlessly. Kim tries again for another hit, but Taesik sidesteps like it's nothing. Then, out of nowhere, Taesik suddenly comes behind him. As Taesik goes to attack, Kim swings his sword, creating a red arc in the air. He quickly crouches to dodge another strike. Moving around, Taesik Kim presses on attacking non-stop. He slams both swords into the ground, forcing Taesik to jump back. Their fight keeps going, and neither takes a break as they dash across the training field. Suddenly, Kim frowns and looks away. Taesik clenches his fist and steps toward him. Then, the scene shifts out of nowhere, and Kim finds himself in the blacksmith's room, still confused about why he can't connect with a new ego. Lou points out third-rate items are weirdly picky about who can use them. Kim takes one last shot, touches the equipment, and names it Brunhart. A bright flash goes off as the system confirms he's made a connection with the ego. Kim grins, but the system warns him that he can't communicate with it yet, so he won't have full access to Brunhart's powers. Most abilities are gone, but with decent stats, the ego can soak up all the damage Kim takes. Just then, Taesik is about to nail Kim with a solid punch, and our hero gets knocked back, crashing into the wall. He coughs up blood in pain as he hits the ground. Taesik rolls an orange bottle toward him, telling him to drink the potion for his internal injuries. Kim wonders why something so pricey is stuck in such a cheap bottle. Taesik chimes in, saying he doesn't think our hero can even manage a scratch, so he's not worried about the test. But then Taesik realizes this isn't just a fluke. It's all part of Kim's plan, and he feels he has totally underestimated him. Kim just thanked him for the gear. A bright portal appears, and Taesik warns they must clear it before agents arrive in a week. Kim now has 5 days, or Taesik will drag him out since it is cheaper than hiring the association staff. As they approach the gate, Taesik reminds him not to let his guard down, even against an F rank. Kim smiles, realizing Taesik worries about him like a dad. Kim steps through the glowing gate, hoping this one stays open. Lou asks why he needs a permanent gate, and Kim says he must clear it first to find out. If it is not some tricky tower or dungeon, he could make good money from it. A wolf leaps at him, but Kim cuts it down with one clean strike. More wolves emerge from the shadows with glowing red eyes. Kim smiles, ready to tear through them and level up. As the blue wolf charges in, the system tells Lou to absorb its blood, which will help raise his level along with Elle. When the wolf jumps at Kim and sinks its teeth, he just grins. Brunhart takes the hit and sends the damage back, which causes a small blast near the wolf's mouth and takes it out on the spot. After the fight, Kim drops to the ground to catch his breath and notices that 5 hours have passed. He looks around and thinks the enemies here are a lot like orcs, probably because they are F rank, which makes this place tough to reach solo. But this time, luck is on his side. He also mentions that he needs a higher level and finally gets it, which means your level can be checked without gear. If the ego is close enough, it keeps him stuck at level 1, which blocks him from getting a real rating. Kim is starting to wonder if Taesik is even useful. Elle says that once she levels up her skills, they might be able to talk no matter where they are. Kim likes the idea, but does not know how to improve his abilities. Lou suddenly brings up Ego Leech. Still unsure, Kim checks Lu's status screen and spots a skill called cannibalism. He raises an eyebrow and jokes if that means eating each other. Lu stares at him like he's lost it, but Kim smirks and laughs. Wanting to move on, Kim digs into a bag filled with purple crystals and starts thinking about getting a backpack that can hold more space expansion magic. He sees a few colorful bottles and notices one that boosts strength. Figuring it might help make space, he drinks it and mutters that he just needs a little boost. Out of nowhere, Lu says he feels the strongest aura yet and thinks a boss monster could be nearby. Kim nods and says buffs are exactly what they need. As they walk through the dark cave, he asks how long they've been there because he's already worried the potion might wear off. Elle senses something nearby, so Kim turns to look. Lu says they're almost there. When Kim sees the light ahead, he agrees that Elle was right, but Lu quickly says he was the one who said it first. Kim puts a finger to his lips and tells him to stay quiet. The spirit says no one else can hear them anyway. Elle then tells Lu not to be rude to his owner. After leaving the dungeon, Kim feels the boss has already drained half the gate's power. A tall rock stands ahead, and he realizes this boss isn't like Talon, the one players usually fight. He sees a gray wolf on the ground and wonders if this aura belongs to a monster no one has ever touched. All of a sudden, the wolf opens its red eyes. It rises and grins, and Kim realizes this is the guardian of the gate. Elle and Lu tell him to be careful. Kim can already feel how strong this one is, and it's definitely tougher than Talon. The wolf jumps at Kim, and he crosses his swords. It opens its mouth and takes the bite while Kim raises his weapon to block. He steps back, gritting his teeth and holding tight to the white sword. He swings repeatedly, and his blade hits the wolf, but the cut is too shallow. Kim stiffens as the wolf growls and its eyes light up. It bends down and shakes the sword off its body. Then, it throws Kim into the air. He manages to land and digs his swords to steady himself. He realizes the wolf hits harder than it looks, so he takes the hits and stores the damage. The wolf snarls and shows its teeth. Kim remembers his long fights with tough enemies. He drops his backpack and jumps high just as the wolf leaps too, so he has to dodge mid-air. The wolf keeps coming and attacks again. Kim blocks the bite. Then he drives the black sword into the wolf's eye and barely pulls it off. The wolf goes wild in pain. Kim keeps hitting until the wolf cries loudly and falls for good. The wolf finally goes still, and Kim drops beside it while trying to catch his breath. The boost from the potion had worn off, and without Brunhart, he knows he wouldn't have made it. Thinking back, he realizes Talon was nothing compared to this. Lu walks up and finishes the job. He thanks the wolf for letting him land the final hit. The system confirms the kill and rewards the experience. His black sword absorbs the wolf's blood and begins to glow. A new message appears saying he gained an agility boost along with a skill called cannibalism that helps restore stamina when he's badly hurt. Kim looks at the messages, completely stunned. As Lu starts using most of the dead monster's body, some drops of blood land on Kim. He grips his sword and watches as the wolf's body slowly rips apart. Then the system finally speaks, saying Lu has absorbed the wolf named Changyung and turned it into an ego. Kim sits on the ground, holding the crystal in his hands, wondering what happened. Lu admits he has never heard of a monster becoming an ego. Kim asks Elle, but Elle has no answer. Kim lifts his hand to his face and stares off to the side, deep in thought. He glances at the black sword and asks Lu if he holds the wolf's ego. Lu says no. Kim turns away, still trying to figure it out, and opens his status window to check his info. Kim notices that one of the egos he picked up has the wolf's name. His eyes widened, and for a second, he thought he should yell out the skill name just like last time when he screamed so loud it shook the place. But this time, he decides to save it for later. He gets to his feet and says he tested out how useful the cannibalism skill is, and he's pretty happy with it. On top of that, he also picked up a blue crystal, which was even better than the purple one. Feeling good, he starts walking toward the reward room. But then, out of nowhere, he stops and starts looking around in a panic. The egos are confused and have no idea what's going on. Kim suddenly remembers the enemy he had beheaded earlier and says to get into the reward room, he has to touch the body of the gatekeeper. He yells out that the wolf's body was eaten by Lu, and Lu just stands there feeling all guilty, like being a black sword makes it some kind of universal crime. The sun never sets inside the gate, so Kim decides to search on the second day. Lu thinks it's a waste of time, and Elle suggests they should leave and get help. But Kim isn't on board with that, because he knows people will start to suspect him if weird stuff happens again, like back in Guri City. He figures that the gate will probably break if he leaves, which could cause much trouble for everyone. So he feels he has to figure this out himself, no matter what. Our hero grins when Elle praises his sense of responsibility, but Lu thinks his master is covering his own tracks. Kim snaps at Lu to be quiet and mentions that Taisik will show up in 4 days so they can dodge the worst of it. But it's best to make a decision before Taisik gets here. Now it's the 3rd day, and Kim is searching everywhere but coming up empty. He ends up eating the candy and asks if it's really worth taking out all the other monsters, and the spirits chime in that they're on board with that choice. Our hero cuts through the wolves, takes care of the caves they skipped, and finishes off the last enemies. On the 5th day, Kim lands a solid hit on a wolf and claims it's the final. Our hero wonders what's next since Taisik will be showing up soon. Kim looks around, thinking he might blow up the cave. Suddenly the spirits call out in unison, and his eyes widen as a bright golden light bursts forth. Lu and El excitedly report that all the energy from the gate is starting to gather in one spot. Kim frowns and shouts, asking where they are. The spirits respond that it's the spot where the gatekeeper hangs out. Back at the guild office, Taisik says he would have gone in if Kim had shown up a bit later. He asks why it took so long for Kim to come out when he could clear it in a few days. While he's in the shower, Kim mentions that he took down the gatekeeper on the 1st day, but the wolf's body disappeared, so he couldn't get to the reward room. When Taisik asks why Kim took so long, Kim says he had to take care of the remaining monsters. Taisik recalls Kim with a bag full of crystals and gets why so many are around. Our hero mentions that once he catches the last wolf, all the energy from the gate starts to gather in the boss room. He also remembers Lu telling him to run faster. Kim yells back that he's already at his limit, but as he steps outside, a bright golden light bursts forth so intense that everything goes completely blank. His eyes widened in shock as he felt like pieces of the world were all gathering in one spot. Kim stared at the golden glowing fragments that floated into his hand. The system chimed in, saying he was receiving ego fragments, and asked if he wanted to head to the reward room. Meanwhile, back in the shower, Taisik was trying to wrap his head around it all. He was totally taken aback when Kim threw out the idea that the gate was actually egos. Taisik tells Kim he's getting about 50 million won for the crystals in the gate, and Kim's pretty thankful for it. Once outside, Taisik asks if Kim's heading to the hospital. Kim says he's actually going to visit her family instead. Taisik offers him a lift. Kim thinks about it for a second but ends up saying yes. He glances away awkwardly while Taisik happily drives his bright pink car. At the hospital, Yoo-jung's mom is just glad Kim isn't hurt. After a quick chat, Kim heads out to grab a soda for his sister, leaving Taisik with her mom. She thanks him for looking out for Kim, but Taisik insists it's usually the other way around. Meanwhile, Kim mentions that exams are coming up and tells Yoo-jung not to overdo it. She jokes that he should get her a guardian amulet and tells her to cut it out. A grandma walks by and asks if he's Yoo-jung's older brother. Then she suddenly looks away and squeezes Kim's hand, saying he has good energy. He just says thanks. As grandma is about to leave, she suddenly turns back to talk to Kim. He gives her a puzzled look, and she tells him that a lot of energies are colliding inside him, so he needs to be careful not to lose himself. Before heading out, she wishes him luck dealing with whatever comes his way. Kim glances at his hand, curious if she knows about the rings. The next day, after finally catching up on some much-needed sleep and stretching his sore muscles, a doctor asks if he's Lee Soo-jin's guardian. Kim nods and asks if there's something wrong. The doctor then says they need to talk privately. The scene shifts to the guild office, where several players have gathered near the gate, chatting away. One guy asks his friend if he's in the mood for some soju. As they're talking, they spot the tutorial slayer Kim. A blonde dude mentions he's a huge fan and wants to say hi. But when he looks at Kim, his smile totally drops. Kim looks stressed out, completely zoned out. He's stuck on the doctor's words replaying in his mind. His mom is in pretty bad shape, and her muscles are seriously damaged. They've tried everything, but it's just too late now. Kim steps through the gate without saying a word. A group of massive bull-like monsters waits for him, but his mind is somewhere else. He keeps thinking about what the doctor said. They don't know what is making her sick. All they could do was say sorry. She has anywhere from 3 months to a year left. Anger and guilt push Kim forward. He blames himself. He thinks it is all because of him, if he had not hesitated. If he had not stayed in the background, if only he had been braver earlier. Kim rushes toward the monsters. His speed is unreal. Only a faint glow trails behind him. The monsters do not even get a chance to react before he smashes through them with unstoppable force. He stands on a wet hill in the rain, ready to take down anything in his path. Lu questions if he's lost it, asking if he's trying to end his own life and reminding him to keep it together. El chimes in, saying their master's mom is really sick, and it's obvious he's struggling with that. Meanwhile, on the 90th floor of the tower, in the middle of a crowd, Kim catches everyone's eye as he strolls by with a bunch of backpacks strapped to his back. People start to murmur, speculating whether he's hauling crystals or if he's been collecting them for years. They can't believe he's been on a hunt here for just 2 weeks straight. One guy from the red player group in the Smurf Guild walks up to Kim and eyes his bags. He flashes a sly grin and asks if they're heavy, but it's obvious he's just trying to get his hands on the gemstones inside. Kim doesn't even bother with a reply. He pulls out his sword and holds it up to the guy's neck. The guy freezes but tries to play it cool, saying Kim doesn't know who he's messing with. Kim stares him down with bloodshot eyes and tells him to shut up and fuck off. Then he warns him not to ever touch someone else's stuff again. The guy's legs start to shake under the weight of Kim's killing intent. A guild member walks over and asks what's going on. The Smurf Guild instantly backs off and the bully shouts Kim's name as he runs off, throwing out empty threats he clearly doesn't have the guts to follow through on. Kim turns to the guy who just showed up, and the guy introduces himself as Sung-hoon from the Korean Players Association. He says he works security on the 19th floor and asks Kim what happened. Kim just says those guys were eyeing his stuff. Sung-hoon nods and says that's nothing new, especially with how many crystals Kim's carrying. Then he casually guesses Kim's name, which catches Kim a bit off guard. Later, Kim sits across from Taesik and brings up Sung-hoon. He asks if Taesik really had to drag an innocent guy like that into this mess and make him a wanted man. He remembers Sung-hoon saying he should ask Taesik for a bonus, so he mentions it. Taesik just nods and says sure, no problem. Then Kim asks why Taesik brought him back. Taesik says Kim went into the tower 2 weeks ago and no one heard from him since. Kim asks if that's the only reason. That's when Taesik gets serious. He tells Kim there might be a way to cure his mom with something called an elixir. Kim already knows what that is. It's a super rare magical potion that can heal any illness. Taesik confirms that only 3 of these things have ever been found. The first one popped up when someone cleared the 50th floor early on after the tower first showed up. The other 2 were rewards from gates. Taesik is kind of surprised that Kim already knows all this. He says Kim must also realize what those 2 gates had in common. Kim figures out they were both maze gates. These gates are known for being super tough with random monsters, tough gatekeepers, and all sorts of traps, but anyone with an ID can still go in since they're not ranked. Taesik just told Kim that a 3rd maze gate popped up in the US 2 days ago, and it's their last shot at making things right. Before Kim heads out, Taesik reminds him to take a quick shower so he doesn't freak out his mom. He also mentions he'll cover all the expenses for the stuff Kim brought back from the gate. As Kim leaves, Taesik lets out a sigh, feeling the pressure of helping him out again. Not long after, Kim bumps into Sung-hoon, who's not too thrilled about it, but says he's been told to escort Kim to the gate. Apparently, Taesik wants to see if Kim really deserves that bonus. Sung-hoon adds that Taesik has already sorted out all the paperwork for Kim's stay and grabbed supplies, so they should hit the road now. Kim asks for a second before they head out. The scene switches to the base on the 20th floor, and there's a notification that Kim passed the test, leveling up his synchronization skill to E rank. This upgrade lets him use up to 35% more of his ego's power. Kim thinks it's pretty rare to get ranked skills and feels way more pumped than he did during the test. Sung-hoon mentions that clearing the 20th floor test usually takes a whole day, but Kim knocked it out in under 20 minutes. He's still in shock but shrugs it off and tells Kim they gotta get going. Kim asks when their flight is, and Sung-hoon tells him they're not flying anywhere. Kim's a bit confused until Sung-hoon says they're going to the 5th floor instead. He mentions that the tower is huge and divided into zones, so players from different countries barely run into each other, but everything's still linked up globally. As they hop into a lift, Kim is shocked to see it actually working because the tower barely has any power. Sung-hoon explains that the whole place runs like a massive artifact powered by energy crystals. When the elevator doors slide open on the 5th floor, Kim is totally caught off guard to find the international transfer portal. He never imagined he'd actually use one. He'd just heard whispers about how it's secretly run by some global organizations. Sung-hoon mentions that only a select few can get in, and Taesik made it happen for them. They stand in front of the US portal, and Sung-hoon asks if Kim's ready to take a ride on the fastest transport out there. Kim grins, saying it looks fun even if he's not really sure it counts as transport. A little while later, they land in Los Angeles. Kim glances at a report listing the 3 top rankers set to help with the gate: America's Iron Shield, Europe's Athena, and Korea's Demon King, who's famous for his glowing eyes. Kim starts to wonder if he can keep up with players like that. Just then, they pull up to a military site surrounded by tanks. Sung-hoon tells him this is where everything kicks off in the crazy part of this world. They're standing in front of Haryon's maze. While they're checking out the gate, a group of players spots the newcomers and wonders if they're Korean. Ball with his white hair says he's never seen Kim before and figures he's with the association. He uses his ability to check him out. A purple-haired girl takes a look too and finds out Kim has 0 stats and is only level 1, plus a unique skill that she can't read. She asks Bal if he can see it, but he's just as lost. Both of them get curious, and the girl smirks, saying Kim looks like her type and teaming up with him could be fun. At the stone wall, something suddenly darts out. Kim keeps his cool and swings his sword just as a giant spider leaps at him. He calls for Sung-hoon, who rushes over and lands a solid hit right in the spider's face. The monster disappears and Sung-hoon breathes a sigh of relief. Kim nods in approval and smiles, saying it's time to head out. Sung-hoon agrees since they've already been at it for 15 hours. Kim reaches out to thank him and Sung-hoon jokes that with Kim's crazy growth rate he should treat him to dinner next time. They shake hands and part ways on good terms. A week after Sung-hoon left, Kim has gotten pretty good at taking down those giant spiders. But seeing the same monsters over and over again makes him feel stuck. He figures the tougher ones must be hanging out deeper near the boss room. Then he spots a ball of white threads and remembers Sung-hoon saying it's Arachne's thread. It's like a one-way ticket that zaps him back to the gate's entrance, a safety net from Taesik meant for emergencies only. But Kim already made up his mind not to use it until he gets the elixir. Suddenly he freezes. A scream echoes in the air. The rings on his hand start glowing, and lightning zaps around him as he pulls out his sword. He asks the egos if they heard that scream. Lu chimes in, saying something feels off and advises him not to go. He tenses up, thinking if this could be a trap. He should check it out now before it gets dangerous, and his egos agree. He spots a girl tied up and crying for help, but something just doesn't seem right. He's confused about why she's inside a gate and suspects it could be some kind of trap, like an anglerfish trying to lure in its prey. Kim decides to act like he didn't see the girl, but then he hears her calling out for her mom. She's sobbing, asking for forgiveness for not being able to get money for treatment. He stops dead in his tracks, jaw tight. Lu just rolls his eyes, saying it's obviously a trap and that even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for it. But Kim grips his sword tightly, darts forward, cuts through the vines, and snatches the girl up in a heartbeat. Later, they lean against a wall for a break. Kim asks if Sujung got separated from her team by accident. She explains that it all happened in a flash. Her name's Sujung, and her special ability is enhancement. Kim thinks that even a kid as young as 10 could become a player if their skills kick in, although it's tough for minors to join teams. Since enhancement skills are pretty rare, that's probably why Sujung found herself in such a dangerous spot. He hands her a basic safe zone kit which will only work for a day, but he hopes someone might show up to help her during that time. Suddenly, Sujung stands up with tears in her eyes and begs him to take her with him. He turns her down, saying that players need to learn to survive on their own. There's not much else he can do for her. Sujung grabs onto his sleeve and pleads to stay, saying she can pitch in. She mentions that she's new and just starting out but has some special skills. Kim thinks for a moment as she talks about being promised money for joining in. He turns away and tells her he's not coming back until the gate's cleared. It's going to be risky, and while they'll share the reward, the elixir isn't hers to claim. She seems taken aback and asks if that means he's actually taking her along. Kim says yes, but warns her that if she holds him back, he'll just hand her off to another team since he's not her babysitter. She shouted her thanks, and Kim realized that having an assistant makes hunting way easier. Meanwhile, Lu looked more bummed out than ever. An ant monster popped out from the trees. As it got closer, Sujung quickly raised her hands when Kim told her to buff him. A magical energy swirled around his legs. Without hesitating, Kim charged in and sliced through the monsters with clean, precise strikes. One by one, they dropped like flies. Then another creature lunged at him from the front. Kim slipped under it and struck upward. In a blink, the beast crumpled down lifeless. A notification pops up saying Lu has taken in the blood of a poisonous ant. It's been 2 weeks since Sujung teamed up with Kim, and hunting's gotten way easier. While he hands her some food, she's super excited about leveling up again. He congratulates her, and she beams, saying she'll catch up to him in no time. Kim just grins and doubts she will. Out of nowhere, he gets a weird feeling and stands up. He whispers to Sujung to stay still. As he moves cautiously, he spots a big guild nearby led by Iron Shield, who's the top ranker in America. Kim couldn't shake the thought. If Iron Shield is as tough as people say, then he must have already sensed him nearby. They might think he's trailing them and could decide to attack. He needs to bail and fast. Just then, the wall he was hiding behind gives way. Dust kicks up everywhere. Once it settles, he spots a huge sword planted right in front of him. Iron chucked his sword, and one of his guys asked why he did that. He just shrugged it off and said he thought he felt someone behind the wall, but now the feeling is gone. Meanwhile, Kim and the girl snuck into a cave. She wondered why they were hiding since they hadn't done anything wrong. Kim explained that it would have been cool to meet normally, but since they were spying, which was totally against the rules, they had to keep it low-key. He added that the attack seemed a bit sudden, and figured the group might have mixed them up with enemies. They take a quick break to catch their breath. The girl asks what they should do next. Kim tells her to keep an eye on the Iron Guild's tracks from a safe distance. This way, they'll have a better shot at heading in the right direction without getting caught. As they trail behind the Iron Guild, Kim points out the red circles on the walls, saying they mean the guild has taken out the monsters and disarmed the traps. He insists they need to be the first ones to find the boss room. Out of nowhere, he sees Sujung darting off and wonders where she's headed. He peeks ahead, and suddenly his instincts kick in, telling him to duck for cover as something comes flying his way. Out of nowhere, Iron Shield shows up right behind Kim. He tries to turn around, but the blonde dude grabs him by the head and slams him into the ground so hard that Kim can't believe he's already fading out from just one hit. After a bit, Kim slowly starts to wake up. The first thing he sees is Iron's angry face right in front of him, slapping him hard. Iron grabs him by the hair and yanks his head up. He demands to know who sent him and calls him a damn spy. Kim mutters a curse under his breath. He doesn't fully understand English, but he catches the word spy and figures this guy thinks he's been sneaking around. Iron stares him down and asks how he managed to mess with his senses earlier. He says if Kim gives the right answer, he'll make sure the death is quick and painless. Kim shouts that he's not a spy, just out here trying to find some gear. Iron's taken aback for a second when he realizes Kim doesn't even speak English. Some of his guildmates start to think Kim might be putting on an act. Iron figures it's best to let Rogers take over and steps back. Rogers Han walks up, and Kim recognizes him as a well-known Korean American. He wonders if Rogers knows he's Korean too. Rogers pulls out a bag of potions from Kim's gear, saying he noticed everything's top-notch. He apologizes for the rough welcome and explains that their guildmaster is feeling the heat. Kim is surprised by how friendly Rogers seems and assumes they just want to talk since he is translating. Rogers asks why Kim spied on them and tricked their leader. Kim explains that it is all a misunderstanding and he is just a solo player here to hunt. Rogers laughs and looks away as he says he has no plans to fool anyone. He thinks they already knew and allowed it by default. Then out of nowhere, he pulls out a dagger. Kim stares at it with a confused look. A second later, a sharp pain tears through his body as the dagger is driven into his leg. He screams in pain and Rogers pushes the blade in even deeper. Kim grits his teeth as Rogers yells at him, accusing him of trying to play mind games. While Rogers tortures Kim, a guy behind him talks to Iron and mentions how weird Kim's swords are with no visible stats and too dull to even slice through an orc's hide. Iron just says he'll deal with them in the workshop. The guy agrees and adds that all swords look like junk compared to Iron's weapon, the Kalian. Later, Rogers just starts tossing potions around to tease Kim and keeps messing with his injuries. Kim is in pain with his teeth clenched while Rogers keeps insisting on who he's working for. Finally, Kim admits he lied before about just being out for a hunt. The truth is, he's going solo. Rogers punches him again, clearly more frustrated this time. He says they already checked Kim's stats and the rope is just basic gear. Any real hunter would have escaped by now. Then he pulls out a dagger and warns Kim to stop pretending or deal with the consequences. Rogers keeps shouting, but Iron eventually steps in and tells him to take a break for lunch. On his way out, Rogers kicks Kim in the stomach and tells him to think wisely. Kim lies there frustrated with himself. He had told himself not to get overconfident. He spent too much time with Tisik and forgot where his own limits were. Getting through the maze gate feels like an impossible task now. This isn't just bad luck. It's because he relied too much on borrowed gear instead of trusting his own abilities. Out of nowhere, a girl is watching them from a distance using some kind of spell. She's in charge of a guild and tells her guildmaster that the target is about 2 kilometers away. She mentions that the Iron Guild is probably searching around the base for now. Then she turns to her guildmaster, curious about what they should do next. But the master just stays quiet and keeps observing. Then the worst happened. We found out the Iron Guild cut off Kim's fingers and toes a total of 27 times. His bones were broken 63 times and he was stabbed or pierced 21 times. His swollen face said everything. He looked like he had almost given up. They beat him more than 200 times and left him tied up in the same place for 4 days straight. Now the entire Iron Guild stands around him. The guildmaster looks at Kim and says he might have recruited him if he had shown just a little more talent. He tells Bruce to grab one of Kim's swords. He says he was going to recycle it, but now he wants to honor Kim by using it to kill him and bury him at the gate. Calls it an honorable death, like that makes it better. He picks up Lou, looks at Kim and says he'll give him a clean end. Then he kneels down, presses the sword to Kim's stomach and drives it in. Blood hits Kim's eyes and everything starts to fade. But the second he connects with Lou again, red mana rushes in and heals him. The guildmaster just freezes. Kim snaps the ropes, crashes into the stone, grabs Lou, and holds the blade right to Iron's throat. The guild members pull out their weapons, but Iron remains chill as he casually grabs Lou. He wonders if Kim is hiding some serious power. There's something dark about him, kind of like the vibe of a demon king, and he figures the girl must have picked Kim for a good reason. Iron thinks she's just messing with him for fun. Kim is struggling but quickly realizes that no matter what he does, he can't hurt Iron at all. Iron can't believe Kim managed to slip past detection and says not even demon kings could pull that off. He suggests they have a little chat. Kim realizes he's running out of options and starts to think about making a move from a distance. Just then, the guildmaster of another guild yells to attack. Out of nowhere, an arrow hits Iron's hand. He sees it's one of Artemis's arrows and freaks out, asking if it's Athena. A voice comes back laughing and saying it's been a while. Iron crushes the arrow in his fist, claiming her guild just declared war. Athena replies that their war never really ended. She gets ready for her next shot with this cool technique that pulls in air and compresses it into a super powerful arrow. When she lets it fly, the arrow zips through the air with a loud boom. Iron quickly grabs his sword and slams it into the ground. That sets off a magical barrier strong enough to stop the arrow in its tracks. The impact causes a massive explosion that shakes the ground. Once the smoke clears, Iron tells Rogers to keep an eye on Kim and make sure he stays safe. Then, he turns to face Athena's guild and gives the order for his army to charge. The top guilds clash, wreaking havoc all around. Mountains tumble down and trees get smashed as they plow through everything in their path. Rogers watches the fight and says the sound alone gives him chills. Says the fighters look more like gods than actual people. Then he spots Kim still on his feet but barely holding it together. Rogers just shrugs and says they should kill Kim and say he didn't make it. Before Kim can even move, Rogers disappears and pops up right in front of him. Says he can't let Kim live after seeing what he really is. As the blade gets close to Kim's neck, he narrows his eyes and yells one word, "Reflect." Rogers looks confused for half a second, and then boom, a bright flash explodes from Kim. Brunhart kicks in and blasts back all the damage it had stored in one huge release. The blast is massive. Everything nearby is totally wrecked. Once the smoke settles, you can still feel the tension in the air. Rogers is on the ground, barely hanging on. Kim is still standing but looks completely worn out. Brunhart chimes in saying it's taken way more damage than it can handle and is about to fall apart. Kim's final defensive move comes at a heavy cost. Brunhart's core shatters completely. Even so, he walks toward Rogers and raises his sword. Rogers starts begging for his life, but Kim's eyes are locked with bloodlust. He drives the blade straight into Rogers' chest and lets Lou finish the job. Right after that, Kim stumbles and drops to the ground. Back when Iron stabbed him, Kim pulled through by syncing with Lou and healing himself. But now after using Brunhart, the damage is too much. The bleeding just won't stop. Out of the blue, someone calls his name and he looks up hoping it is his sister Yu Jung. Instead, the girl beside him frowns and says he's got it wrong as her name is Su Jung. He notices a weird smirk on her face as she plops down next to him. She starts talking about how if she saves his life and gets him the elixir he needs, he'll owe her one. Then she hits him with the question, what's he willing to give back? Is he going to risk his life for her, or be her slave for good? Her tone seems all playful, but there's definitely something darker lurking underneath. Kim hesitated at first, but eventually raised his hand and spoke up. He mentioned he needed one more thing, which was help to take down Iron. With a clenched fist, he declared his intent to destroy the Iron Guild. Sujung pointed out that now he was asking for 2 favors, but she still encouraged him to go along with the deal. Just before losing consciousness, Kim tacked on one last request. He wanted his sword back from the guy with the white beard. Then his hand fell and he completely passed out. Sujung shook her head, wondering how many more demands he was going to throw at her. Bal shows up and mentions that Kim is quite the character. Sujung no Diaz and says that while Kim might come off as a nice guy, there's definitely more to him than meets the eye. Someone managed to bring out a darker side of him. She glances at Lou's glowing red light and asks Bal if he noticed how Kim stabbed Rogers. She's sure it wasn't just him losing control. He aimed for the vital spot on purpose. It might have been his first kill, but he did it without any second thoughts. Bal then asks what she plans to do about Rogers, who's still alive but coughing up blood and barely hanging on. Sujung decides to just leave it up to fate. She thinks Kim would prefer to let him live. As she talks, her hair starts to change and purple energy spreads all over her body. She smirks and says revenge always tastes better with time. Bal asks if she's back as the Demon King. She tells him to chill out. That name was just a rumor people came up with. She steps forward, glowing purple, and says she's the one who's going to take down the Demon King. Kim suddenly wakes up and realizes he's alone in this strange glowing grid space. It hits him that he's stuck in his dream, the same one that's haunted him for 5 years. The nightmare had faded after he met Lou, but now it's back. When he touches the eerie surface around him, all those haunting memories start flooding back. He finds himself in a narrow well surrounded by stone walls that completely cut him off from the outside world. The rope he's holding feels like a reminder that he can never climb out on his own. He always needs someone to lift him up. Even his dreams now seem to mock him with that reality. As Kim sinks into despair, Lou shows up looking like a worn-out demon and reminds him that their connection has already fallen apart once. He asks how long Kim plans to hold on to it. When it comes to borrowing power, Lou questions how it's any different from relying on strength that others use. Whether it's earned or just a lucky break, the power Kim once had still belongs to him. Kim stares at the demon and asks who he is. Before Lou can answer, another voice chimes in. He turns to see Elle glowing like an angel, saying her power is his and pleading with him not to give up. Kim's eyes snap open, and he spots Bal hanging out nearby, watching him. He gives the guy a curious look and starts to wonder if Sujung might be somehow linked to the Demon King. Bal tells him that his sword is back and right next to him, just like he wanted. Kim is a bit taken aback to see his egos around, and they're all relieved that their master is finally awake. Bal suggests that Kim take it easy for a bit longer. They've patched him up with potions, but he should probably avoid moving around too much for now. Out of nowhere, the ground shakes like crazy. Kim looks up and sees Sujung floating above the ground. Cracks start forming everywhere. Then suddenly the earth bursts open with this weird flash of light. Kim asks what's happening, and Baal replies calmly that it's a monster command. Then a huge metallic beast bursts out of the ground, its head on fire and mana swirling all around it. Baal casually mentions that it's Herjont, the master of the maze. Kim stands there bloodied and dazed, staring at the figure in front of him. So this must be the guardian of the gate, he mutters. Baal agrees but says it's all a lot messier than it looks. Kim can't help but think that maybe this is what he's been fighting against all along. Meanwhile, Herjont locks eyes with Sujung as flames reach out toward her. She stays totally chill, floating in the air without a care. The monster's eye lights up and a huge portal starts to open behind it, pulling everything in its path. Kim can hardly believe what he's seeing and asks what kind of gate this is. Baal tells him to get out of the way and warns that getting pulled in means definite danger. Kim tightens his fist, and blood starts dripping onto the grass as a red circle rips through the ground. An aura surrounds him and Kim. He wonders if it's some kind of dome. Sukwu quickly agrees, saying he's keen to pick up on that. The aura shields them from the monster. Out of nowhere, turquoise figures pop out of the portal and 5 lizard-like monsters along with a big armored one rush at Sujung. She stands there serious and collected while the monsters charge at her from all directions. A wave of violet energy called ink flame bursts out, and the monsters let out a terrifying screech as a huge sword wrapped in blue-violet flames appears. Sujung lifts a finger. Inside the barrier, Kim is left speechless. The sword gives off this intense vibe, and Kim remembers Rogers mentioning that they call them deities. The armored beast turns to face the blade. Out of nowhere, purple energy crashes down, shaking the ground and sending black lightning all over the place. A huge rift opens up in the earth. Meanwhile, in a chill room with big columns, a small chest holds a glowing purple bottle. Lu can't believe he finally scored the elixir. Elle gives him a high five. Kim shuts the chest, still unable to wrap her head around the fact that it's real. Later on, Sujung, Baal, and Kim are hanging out by a tall wall. Kim is feeling more puzzled than relieved. Sujung tells him she stuck to her promise and still wants revenge, but he shouldn't expect her to hand it to him on a silver platter. Kim just nods. He asks her if Sujung is her real name. With a smile, she says it is, and that she's Korean. She mentions she has an elixir, and so does Baal, and offers Kim hers. He's curious why. She explains it's part of their deal, and this will help him get his revenge. His body's in rough shape, and he'll need the power. They're still after Herjont, and this is a way to invest in that. Kim stares at the glowing elixir and thinks back. There was a time he would have done anything for it, even laid down his life. But now he's decided to stop measuring himself against everyone else. He'll figure things out in his own way. He knows Lu would totally call him out if he let doubt creep in, and she'd be proud of him for not giving in. Kim asks what she wants in return and jokes about being her forever servant. Sujung laughs and tells him it's not like that. She just wants him to be her student. Kim can't believe what just happened. She tells him he's still too weak and needs to come back after he clears the 50th floor. When she touches his cheek, sparks fly from where her fingers brush against him. Confused, Kim asks what that was. She holds up the elixir bottle and says it's a sign they're in this together. Settling down on a rock, she explains that the elixir doesn't have any power yet, but it helps them see things more clearly. She notices his weird swords and offers to show him how to make one even stronger. But first, he has to drink the elixir. It's a bit risky and needs to be done just right. That's the first lesson. Outside, warriors are battling through ash and mud. Kim is a bit frozen, clutching his white sword. Elle and Lu both chime in, reminding him that Sujung isn't someone to trust and is pretty dangerous. Kim starts to shake as he glances at Iron, feeling totally confused. Iron is holding a girl and staring right at Kim. He says it's all just tricks from the Demon King, and mentions that Sujung took out the maze boss while he wasn't paying attention. Sujung just says if you're handling something, then it's yours. She tells Kim to keep moving and follow her lead. Kim starts sweating a bit, wondering if she's actually the Demon King. He calls out to Iron, then suddenly yells at him to turn around. Kim lifts his sword and shouts that he's going to kill him. Iron looks confused for a second, then smirks like he expected this. Kim starts thinking maybe he got played. Then a flash of purple light shows up and Iron charges in with his sword swinging. He tells Kim he's changed and turned into the Demon King himself. Then he lifts his blade, ready to end it once and for all. The scene cuts back to Kim's memory where he's downing the elixir in the castle. It starts glowing with this violet energy. A notification pops up saying he's recovering, and he suddenly feels this intense pressure building up inside him. His eyes go wide and start glowing pink. Baal and Sujung are both watching him, but Kim insists he doesn't feel different, just a little better. Sujung takes a breath and explains that it's totally normal. The elixir just brings out his hidden potential and skills. For now, the physical changes are really minor, but even a tiny boost could make a huge difference in survival during a fight. The first thing he notices is how differently he reacts now. Back in the heat of battle, Iron's sword zooms past Kim's face. He quickly dodges just in time, and the blade slams into the ground, making a huge thud as Kim pushes himself back to keep some distance. Soo-jung had already filled him in on this part. The elixir really sharpens your senses, and now Kim is finally feeling it for himself. Iron's fast moves, which used to look all blurry, are starting to come into focus for him. From a distance, Soo-jung is watching and gives a nod of approval to Kim for getting closer to ranking up. But Kim gets where she's coming from. The elixir hasn't made him strong enough to take down Iron's shield just yet. He knows that as a newbie, he can't expect to overpower a pro. Soo-jung told him that for now, all he could really do was dodge and wait for the right moment to strike. She even said that you don't use a sledgehammer to kill a fly. Kim remembers mentioning how Iron never really lets his guard down. The way he stays calm isn't cocky. It's just the kind of quiet confidence that comes from someone who doesn't feel the need to show off their strength. And just like she thought, Iron starts to pick up on things. After a quick chat, he has enough info to figure out what's going on. Everything is playing out just like Soo-jung said it would. Once he realizes the truth, Iron decides to get serious about the fight. He activates Kalion, his sacred weapon, and a wave of mana starts spreading all around him. He charges straight at Kim and swings his sword in a big wide arc. Kim braces for impact and turns to face the strike, remembering what Soo-jung told him. When Iron does this, he can't hesitate or flinch. He just has to meet it head-on with his own blade. But things go off plan. A spark lights up on Earth, signaling the awakening and starting to soak up Kalion's power. Iron's taken aback. Elle explains that only a small amount can be absorbed because of the user's low level. The whole thing wraps up in no time. Blue notices that Iron looks totally shook, surprised that his invincible attack actually got blocked. As Iron stumbles, realizing he's lost his power source, Kim takes the chance to dash back and create some space. It's time for the final move. He pulls out Arachne's thread balls. When Iron sees Kim retreat, he freaks out and lunges forward, shouting that he won't let him get away. The thread wraps around Kim as he flips Iron the bird. Iron swings his sword, but Kim vanishes right in front of him. He curses, and Soo-jung bursts out laughing. Iron turns to her and suggests she should keep him entertained instead. But Soo-jung just coolly calls up this huge flare behind her. When her demonic energy kicks in, Iron goes totally still. Meanwhile, outside the portal at the military base, Kim is just chilling, waiting for Sung-hoon. When Sung-hoon steps out of the car, they share a friendly smile. Kim tells Tae-sik that Sung-hoon was the one who helped get his mom back home, so he couldn't give her the elixir at the hospital. He gives a big thanks to both Tae-sik and Sung-hoon before heading out. In the room, his mom opens her eyes and realizes her son is back. He asks how she's doing. She says she wants to see him one last time before she goes and starts to cry. Kim tries to keep it together and tells her that everything's going to be okay now. With a shaky voice, she says there's something she's always wanted to tell him, but then she starts coughing and looks even worse. Kim quickly downs the elixir, and a soft purple glow spreads across her face. She finally relaxes, feeling that everything will be all right. Before long, she falls asleep right there on the floor. Elle and Lou remark that it must have been a lot for her to handle in one day. They're still worried about how close she is to them, but there's not much they can do. Later that night, there's a sudden bright flash, and Kim's mom opens her eyes as her body slowly starts to heal. The scene shifts to Yoo-jung dialing her brother's number and gets ignored like always. It's been a whole month with just one measly text from him. She storms out, declaring she's heading home to sort him out. When she kicks the door open, she starts shouting about how careless he is with the family without even looking around the house. Then her mom asks if she's Yoo-jung. Totally caught off guard, Yoo-jung freezes as her lively mom tells her to keep it down since her brother's still sleeping. Yoo-jung starts to cry, not believing her mom is better now. Hearing some noise from the kitchen, the protagonist opens his eyes. He catches a whiff of his mom's soup and tries to keep his emotions in check. As he looks at the door, he thinks that once he steps through, he'll see what he fought so hard for. He figures he should smile and act like everything's normal. He pushes the door open and exclaims in surprise who this lady is. His mom blushes and says she's just made dinner. Yoo-jung admits he's even more shocked. Later, news breaks about the missing elixir. His sister couldn't believe Kim went to the gate, took down the powerful players, and acquired the elixir, which makes their mom look younger. Kim admits he never thinks it would have that effect. Although Yoo-jung cried earlier, she doesn't know how to react and asks Kim to get her an elixir too, but he dismisses her request. Kim's mother apologizes, but he brushes it off by saying it was not that tough and that his son is capable. The next day, Tae-sik visits and says he has something important to discuss, so he will come by later. His mom asks him to join them for dinner next time and thanks him for everything he does. Tae-sik blushes and promises to visit soon. At a cafe, Tae-sik enjoys pork and wine and jokes about how Kim gets his elixir. He admits he finds it hard to resist soju snacks. Picking up on his behavior, Kim asks if he has feelings for his mom and points out that Tae-sik has been looking after her while he was away. He adds that he doesn't think his dad would mind if it was someone like Tae-sik. Tae-sik blushes but quickly shifts the topic to elixir. Kim says they need a soundproof barrier, and Taesik replies that it is in his car. Kim explains it is because the story will be complicated. When Taesik realizes what Kim means, he jumps up in rage and shouts and curses like a protective father, demanding to know where they live so he can kill them all. Kim tries to calm him and thanks him for taking his side but insists he will handle the Iron Guild himself. Taesik continues acting like a parent and says that true revenge must come from deep bitterness and rage. He even hands Kim a piece of burned meat to stir those feelings. But Kim tells him to stop pretending to be his father. Kim then changes the subject and says he still has another debt to settle. He asks about the Guardian on the 4th floor. Taesik answers that there are 37 players in total and 70% of them are C-class. The group is strong enough to defeat the 30th floor Guardian, and they are expected to return with good news. At night, a guy sprints away, saying that the association needs to know the Class C subjugation army has been wiped out. He has his arm severed, and blood gushes out of it. More than that, a terrifying monster lurks behind him and savagely kills him. Sung-hoon reminds Kim that both he and his mother need a checkup after drinking the elixir, but says only Taesik can handle it, not a regular healer. He then mentions the yellow crystal Kim received and explains he already sent half the earnings to Taesik, who reluctantly accepted it to clear his debt. Sung-hoon suggests checking the details, and Kim sees that nearly 20 billion coins remain even after tax. Sung-hoon says he scouted homes along the Bukhan River and picked the best options for Kim to choose from. When Kim asks how he chose the house they would soon call home, Sung-hoon explains that Taesik officially made him Kim's personal assistant. Excited to start, he shows his contact details. The scene shifts outside a large building, where Sung-hoon, carrying their bags, says he has prepared everything and asks Kim what he plans to do with all the money. He tells Kim there are still 8 billion won in cash. Kim replies that he will pay off his debt and buy new equipment. Sung-hoon asks how much Kim owes, and when Kim says 3.5 billion coins, he shouts in disbelief. Kim reflects that the man who let him buy armor on credit must be crazy, but admits he was just as reckless for accepting. In the end, he manages to earn enough to pay it all back. The scene shifts to the armor shop. A small child runs in and excitedly shouts that a customer has arrived. Outside the shop, Kim and Sung-hoon wait near the entrance. Sung-hoon tells Kim he will wait upstairs. Kim thanks him and wonders who the visitor might be. The blacksmith steps out and looks at Kim in surprise. He says Kim has changed so much in a few months that he barely recognizes him. Kim greets him politely and asks how he is. The blacksmith replies that he is well and mentions he received the money Kim sent through the association, although it was not the full amount. Kim immediately apologizes, but the blacksmith tells him not to worry. He explains that Kim's letter showed he had sent all his life savings, and he admits he had already written off the debt, believing Kim would not survive. Kim laughs and says he has come to pay the rest. The blacksmith smiles and agrees to accept it if Kim insists. After a moment, his expression turns serious and he asks if Brunhart is gone. Kim hesitates, then confirms that Brunhart disintegrated after saving him. The blacksmith sighs and says that was always Brunhart's fate, though losing a weapon is always sad. He then asks Kim to share what happened in Brunhart's final moments. The next day, while Kim talks to her mother, Yoo-jung looks at Kim in confusion and asks how he grows taller overnight, wondering what happened. At the office, Sung-hoon stares at Kim in amazement and jokes that he should become a model. Kim tells him to stop talking nonsense. Sung-hoon, still shocked, points out that Kim has grown 3 centimeters overnight and praises the elixir for increasing his muscle mass. Kim's thoughts drift to a memory of his sister yelling at him for an elixir. He remembers she said the same thing before. When he notices that his eyes have turned dark brown, he reflects on his past struggles. No matter how hard he trained, he never saw real results. After awakening, however, his body transforms completely, and even his muscles clearly show the change. Suddenly, a window appears showing that his body is restructuring. Kim mutters in confusion. Loo mocks him for being weak and Kim tells him to shut up. Later, Sung-hoon says he has Kim's test results and starts with the stamina test. He jokes that 25 years ago, Kim would have broken Olympic records. Kim frowns and asks why he's using ancient standards when neither of them has even seen the Olympics. Sung-hoon just smirks and says Kim is around level 10. Kim snaps that he should have just said that from the start. Sung-hoon tells him not to be shocked because Kim's mana and mana control are excellent, and he has SS potential, which is a sign of a top-tier class. When Sung-hoon shouts that Kim should at least act surprised, Kim calmly replies that the Demon King already told him everything, so he is just playing it cool. Taesik walks in and asks if Kim is done. Kim says yes and asks how his mother is doing. Taesik tells him she is perfectly healthy and surprisingly has the muscle strength of a grown man. Even more shocking is that she can now use items, even though she is a normal citizen. Kim, stunned, asks if that is really true. Taesik says he will explain everything later but wants to discuss something else first. He asks if Kim has been hunting lately. Kim says he is taking a break because L is still absorbing Kaleon's power, L quickly apologizes, but Kim tells him not to worry. Taesik then asks when Kim plans to return. Kim says probably after the weekend. Taesik tells him to keep next week open. Kim asks if something is wrong. Taesik explains that they have lost contact with the Class C subjugation army, so now they are preparing a Class B team. When Kim asks about the fourth floor guardian, Taesik confirms it has not been caught yet. Kim is shocked. Taesik adds that the real problem is the monster is now hunting players to get stronger. At that moment, Sung-hoon walks in and says he wants to join the conversation too. Kim finds out that the Class B subjugation army is a big raid team with over 30 members, mostly Class B players. Since Kim doesn't have a class yet, he drinks the elixir and starts getting stronger. Then we're in Taesik's office, where he tells Kim he should take the official class assessment now. He mentions that Kim doesn't need to worry about using items anymore. Taesik thinks Kim's physical ability is about Class D, but believes he could easily reach Class B due to his potential. He explains that to qualify for Class B, a player needs to hit level 100. Kim wonders if the class rankings are a bit vague because the whole idea of potential seems kind of unclear. Taesik clarifies that even though it's called potential, it actually relates to how much mana you can handle and control, which is really linked to how well you can fight. He mentions some players with cool abilities and points out that actual levels don't always matter. What really counts is how stats grow, and now people can't check levels because of privacy rules. Kim figures he'll probably stand out once he gets a class. Taesik agrees, saying people will definitely notice if the tutorial slayer suddenly moves up to Class B. Kim asks him not to call him that, but Taesik says it's impossible to avoid the spotlight. Kim doesn't mind being famous, but hates all the attention, especially with the Iron Guild keeping an eye on him. Taesik gets his caution, but reminds him that he can't just pick a class by himself. Kim thinks Taesik has some plan since he asked him to keep his schedule free. Taesik believes Kim will go for the assessment because getting a class changes how people see you. Kim feels a bit trapped and asks what other options he has. Taesik thinks it'd be a good idea to hop into a guild just for the subjugation raid and offers to arrange a meetup. But Kim's not so sure any guild would take in a stranger, especially if he plans to bail right after. Then Taesik pulls up the list. Kim Dong, the captain of the Child Guild, introduces himself as the guy leading the raid. He mentions they'll be heading out after roll call and is excited to work with everyone. The others say hello while two groups hang out nearby. He appreciates them letting him join, saying it's a huge favor. Sunpil chimes in, saying they owe him their lives, so this is the least they can do. He also mentions their guild is just there for support and not the main players. Kim laughs, saying at least they're not just pack mules. There's probably a battle coming up. Sunpil doubts they'll actually get to fight alongside someone like Dong leading the way. Kim brings up that Dong might move up to Class A, and that's when things really start getting intense. Kim doesn't think getting praise is a big deal compared to titles like Demon King or Iron Shield. Elle argues that the girl is a different case, and Lou jokes that Kim's standards are getting pretty out there. Hanul comments that Kim looks more handsome these days, and Jaewon cracks a joke about plastic surgery. Another guy calls him out for being rude, and Kim wonders if he really looks that different. Lou says Kim's vibe is definitely different now, and he actually looks cool. Kim clarifies he didn't get any surgery. He just picked up some class skills and grew a bit taller. Lou laughs and calls that a weak excuse. Sung-hoon admits he's jealous and wishes he could get a skill like that. Lou keeps teasing, and Kim tells him to knock it off. As the gang gets ready to head out, a Class B soldier shoots them a pointed glance. On the fourth floor of the tower, Dong tells the search party to start tracking the Guardian while the others kick back. Everyone nods in agreement. Later, while the team is chilling, Kim takes a look at them and figures that Sunpil must be the archer. Hanul is the mage, Sungwoo's the swordsman, and Jaewon's the tank. Curious, he asks Sunpil about their guild's name, Morningstar, which cracks everyone up. Sunpil explains that the name comes from the time Kim left the cave to fetch help, and it reminds them of a morning star shining hope. He adds that Kim can relax and talk more casually now since he's not their guide anymore. Sunpil asks if Kim is the same age as Sukwoo and if it's cool to call him bro, to which Kim nods in agreement. The Class B player jokes that this feels more like a picnic than a raid. Sung-hoon points out Nam Yoon-suk, a Class B guy from their brother guild, who's here for the raid. When Kim asks about the guild's name, Sung-hoon mentions it's called Survival of the Fittest, emphasizing that they care a lot about power, tradition, and loyalty. Sunpil jokes that the guild sounds like a bunch of boomers, while Kim silently gripes about these millennials. Yoon-suk then takes a jab at Kim's group, saying they're just slacking off and acting all important just because they're in this raid. He tells them to step up and stop joking around like kids. That really ticks off the group, and Yoon-suk suggests they might as well just bail. Sunpil feels bad for Kim, saying he doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. Kim is fuming but just bows his head in silence. Elle shows up and tells him to chill, while Lou warns him not to blow a fuse and do something reckless. Kim is feeling really frustrated, and is starting to wonder if the effects of past torture are messing with him or if something else is going on. Dong tinkles in, asking if Kim noticed the fuss earlier. He makes it clear he's not interrogating anyone since he's the captain of the subjugation army and doesn't need all the details. Kim admits there was an argument and asks for a duel with Nam Yoon-suk to sort things out before the main fight. Yoon-suk looks puzzled, wondering what's happening, while Kim's team is left wondering if a brawl is really about to kick off. Dong questions the decision, pointing out the clear gap between Class B and Class C. Kim agrees but adds a condition. He reminds everyone that Morningstar from Class C is just backup, while Guild from Class B is the main force. He then proposes switching their positions, apologizes for not bringing it up earlier, and asks for their trust just this once. A Class B member objects, questioning Kim's authority to make that call, while others doubt he will stick to his word. In response, Kim offers 500 million won to anyone who can beat him, leaving Class B stunned and feeling like they just hit the jackpot with no chance of losing. Dong is totally taken aback. What he sensed earlier is the real deal. He decides to confirm it right away and announces that he'll allow it as the captain of the subjugation army. The duel is set on a field where they can't use weapons or go overboard, and it ends only when one side throws in the towel. Sunpil is holding Kim's sword while Kim checks the distance, feeling a bit unsure. Lu chimes in, saying it doesn't really matter since the stronger fighter will have the advantage as their connection grows. El just tells Kim to watch out. The Class B player lets Kim go first because he thinks dragging out the fight will be more entertaining and challenges Kim to show what he's got. Kim's feeling a bit uneasy. His opponent's from Class B, but something just doesn't seem right. The guy looks like he's got a bunch of openings, which makes Kim suspect it might be a trap. Instead of dwelling on it, he decides to trust his speed and goes for it first. He charges in with a flying punch, fueled by anger. His opponent doesn't flinch, making Kim wonder if he's just super confident or ready to counterattack. But it's too late to back out now. When the counter hits, Kim plans to dodge and come back swinging. Kim moves with all his might, landing a rocket punch right in his opponent's gut and sending him crashing to the ground. The guy's knocked out cold. His teammates look worried, while Kim's crew is just stunned at how much stronger he's gotten. Dong is feeling a bit uneasy about what just went down and announces that player Kim is the winner. He thinks it's tough to figure out what to do next. Meanwhile, 3 guys reach out to Captain Dong, letting him know the search party is back. At the guild building, in apartment number 43, the president of the Korean Players Association is having a chat with Taesik. Taesik mentions they sent out a Class B subjugation army and got them moving on Friday morning. As he reads through the player names, the guild president talks about how it started at the association's underground training hall, then moved over to the global transfer portal. Now the player is even using a private hospital, and Sung-hoon is helping him out as his assistant. It's pretty pathetic how he gives so many perks to a player who's not even part of their crew. Locking eyes with Taesik, he tells him he has some serious stuff to explain. Out of nowhere, the scene shifts to the players getting ready to fight, and a huge, terrifying monster with red eyes shows up by the mountain. It looms there, clutching a man in its grip, reminding everyone just how dangerous the situation really is. Kim knows that players often deal with high stakes in these crazy battles, but nobody ever gets used to seeing a friend taken down by a beast like that. Dong doesn't waste any time. He grabs his sword and slashes at the monster with a water jet cutter that sends this awesome blue light gleaming from his blade. His eyes are blazing with anger as he rallies all the soldiers to jump into action while Kim steps up, fueled by determined fury. Kim notices that for a subjugation raid, everything kicks off with the captain's first hit marking the start of the fight. Right after that, the team goes all out with their best skills to hit the guardian hard. As expected, this turns the creature into a wild beast, making it focus all its rage on them. When it starts to wobble, the frontline tankers jump in to take over. The captain uses earth magic to create a stone wall for protection. The tankers bang their shields on the ground, preparing for the monster's charge. The beast strikes with full force, but the players stand firm with synchronized barrier skills. Next, the Class D players and those below throw explosive items over the wall, while archers support them with high-angle shots. The monster suddenly faces a barrage of attacks. An explosion erupts resembling a mini nuclear blast, and the force pushes players backward. Kim notices that the plan is straightforward, but actually works. Even after the chaos settles down, the monster still sounds pretty wild. She tells Sunpil they should hang back and keep an eye on things instead of rushing in without a plan. Sunpil insists they've earned their spot as the main attack team. But before he can finish his thought, a huge hit smashes the stone wall to pieces. The players stand there in shock as the monster goes on a rampage. Kim knows the biggest problem with this plan is that if it fails, everything could fall apart. Just like now, the monster screams like a wild beast finally set free after years of suffering. As the players fight hard, the orcs take control of the battlefield. An orc throws a player aside like a piece of wood. One player yells for Youngwoo to help him. Even though it feels like 30 minutes have passed, they have to use healing potions already. Youngwoo points out that it has only been 5 minutes since the battle started. The player is surprised and looks at Captain Dong, impressed by his amazing skill in fighting the orc. Dong was in a frenzied state, attacking with speed and precision. But when he looked back, he saw something concerning. The orc was healing quickly. Its rune healing ability was almost as strong as a high-class guardian's. Realizing his attacks were not working, Dong yelled for the team to change formations and called the back-end units to the front. Sunil tells Kim they need to get ready. Kim agrees and walks toward the orc. Others warn him it is dangerous as the orc swings its sword to strike, but just before the sword hits him, Kim taps it aside and slams the ground to break it. Kim feels confident because he trusts his instincts. The newer players don't see it yet, but this orc fights like a regular one. Kim easily dodges the orc's attacks. He figured out the pattern. Besides its strong hits and quick healing, it moves just like every orc he has fought before. In the quiet moment, a thought comes to mind. Someone once asked what he would do with his 8 billion won. Back then, he simply said he would pay off his debts and buy better equipment. It felt small at the time, but now it gives him strength. That promise still matters. With this in mind, he changes his approach. No more playing it safe. It's time to see what his new equipment can really do. He charges ahead at insane speed and slips between the orc's legs while cutting them clean off with raw power. His boots shine with mana as Hermes' swiftness activates and boosts his speed for 5 minutes. He will reach full speed in 3. Kim looks back and sees the orc bleeding badly with its legs destroyed. His solo attack leaves everyone on the battlefield in shock, including Dong. Dong tells Kim that light attacks won't work against the orc's strong healing. He suggests that Kim should go deeper and save his energy. However, Kim stays calm as he notices the orc's movement starting to slow down. Then, he sees the crystal on the orc's neck glow, activating wound aggravation. This slows the orc's healing as well as his own mana healing. The orc is on the brink of collapse and leaves itself wide open. Kim rushes in again with insane speed. His teammates watch in disbelief as he shifts his attack style with every hit. After a storm of wild strikes, Kim stops and smiles. Everything is going just as he planned. He jumps behind the orc and goes into a frenzy, cutting off limbs and tearing into its body without slowing down. As he lands on the ground, he attacks again. He strikes the orc's face, making it angry. He delivers a strong blow and lands safely. The orc staggers forward and sways. Kim charges again and makes a powerful horizontal slash. The confused orc tries to hit back with its sword, but Kim quickly avoids the attack. He knows one thing for sure. No matter how strong it is, an orc is still just a beast and he never feared it. Kim starts stabbing through muscle after muscle. Blood sprays in every direction. He smirks, having taken the orc apart piece by piece. Youngwoo and Dong stand frozen, shocked by Kim's sheer power. The orc crashes to the ground, dead at his feet. The onlookers claim that he did it all by himself. His system states that he had defeated Ferrith, a demon of the lowest class. The system then activates cannibalism, so Lu starts to devour the orc. On the opposite side, players are frozen in stress. The system then explains further that Ferrith is being transformed into the ego, and declares that Kim has failed to transform Ferrith into an ego. Kim remains silent as the system transfers the fragments of Ferrith will into Lu. After a brief pause, Dong tells the wounded to focus on recovery and orders the non-combat members to collect the advance party's leftovers. He then pulls Kim aside for a private talk, making Kim worry that he might question him about the missing body, crystal, and items, even if the strange monster makes it hard to pin the blame. Dong gets straight to the point by asking if Kim would consider joining them in the Child Guild, and Kim realizes that he had expected this scouting move. Kim thanks Dong for the offer but says he is not interested in joining any guild yet, explaining that his current guild is just a temporary arrangement for the subjugation raid. Dong nods and says it is a shame, but they still want to stay on good terms. He tells Kim to contact him anytime if he changes his mind. Outside the association building, Kim watches everyone working and finally asks Sunpil why he never joined Sukwoo's Kane Guild, making sure to sound polite. Sunpil says he stayed out of Kane Guild to avoid favoritism and prove himself. He then asks Kim why he never joined, mentioning that Sukwoo had tried to recruit him early on because of his skills. Surprised, Kim just says he does not know. Before he can explain, their friends interrupt and invite him to dinner. Kim apologizes, saying he needs to pack for his move. They say goodbye, and he promises to treat them later. Afterward, Kim remembers he needs to call Sunghoon but notices a message from Taesik instead. Taesik apologizes for the sudden notice and says the association president wants to have dinner with Kim. Caught off guard, Kim wonders if he is ready. As they reach, Kim does not understand why the president wants to meet him. He asks Taesik if this is even his place. As they reach the 10th floor, Taesik explains that the president wanted to cook dinner for Kim himself as a hobby. Kim still wonders why they chose Taesik's place for it. When they enter, Taesik says they are here, and the president acts like he already knew. Taesik casually tells Kim to stop quoting movies, and the president just says he will do as he pleases. Taesik then asks what they have for dinner, while Kim silently wonders what is going on. He starts to suspect that the president and Taesik must be pretty close. The president then looks at Kim and says that he must be the player. He introduces himself as Taegu, the president of the Korean Players Association, while Kim casually introduces himself. Kim suddenly feels intense pressure from Taegu and realizes that not everyone can become the head of the superhumans. Taesik steps in, telling them to take it easy since it is not right to treat someone they just met like that. When Taesik calls Taegu Dad, Kim is stunned. At the dinner table, Taegu mentions that Taesik has told him a lot about Kim and how much he has helped him through his position as director. Kim, surprised, watches as Taesik reminds his father that they should let the kid eat first. Taegu insists he is only saying what he should, then asks if Kim would like to work with the association. Kim says he is not interested in joining any organization, but Taegu clarifies that he is offering a mercenary role instead. Thinking it over, Kim realizes the president only wants to give him a proper status, so he can get support when needed and receive his fair share. Kim figures that even a part-time affiliation could bring perks. He then recalls Supul's words about the Kane Guild and remembers how Sukwu has risen from level 1 to lead one of Korea's top guilds, leaving Kim in his debt. Kim feels he does not want to be burdened forever and longs to stand as an equal to Sukwu. He concludes by saying he will see Sukwu again soon in the tower. The scene shifts to a vast ground where a warrior and mage battle a terrifying monster. The warrior confidently expects the creature to attack from one direction, but it strikes from another. The warrior reacts with a verse, while the mage wonders if they should leave as night falls. The warrior suggests eliminating 2 more foes before leaving and comments on the unexpected chill. The mage explains it's due to the sunset, despite the normally warm 26th floor. As they move on, they reach the bottom of a hill. The mage is shocked to see not just a few, but all the giant monsters frozen, along with the entire area. The scene shifts to a man calling his guildmaster to report that what they are looking for is not there. The man, revealed to be Sukwu, simply gets up and says they will keep searching. Players Weekly announces that Angelia Guild is set to clear the 80th floor of the legendary tower. Guildmaster Lee Sunho, who competes for the global top rank, and Shin Yubin, a rising star since March, stand beside him to showcase South Korea's strength. To celebrate the achievement, the show starts a high-ranking special featuring Asura, a living legend whose nationality, age, and gender are all unknown. Asura rules as the strongest player alive until Lee Sunho rises, and fans still search for the secrets behind this mysterious champion. Kim stares at Taesik in disbelief and asks if Asura is really the Korean Players Association president and his father. Taesik nods and Kim gasps, saying he must have been born with a gold spoon. Taesik warns him to keep it secret and hands him a ring. Kim insists it must be a mistake, but Taesik explains that every mercenary receives this ID. He says the card grants authority equal to a director's and that Sung-hoon will fill him in on the rest. From today, Kim will work as his secretary, enjoy high-ranker perks for tower strategies, and earn rewards for completing missions. He can also refuse any mission if he wants. Kim thinks it sounds freaking awesome. The scene shifts to New York at the Iron Guild headquarters. Iron asks Rogers why he requested a meeting. Rogers bows and begs to be sent to Korea, vowing to devote everything to revenge. Iron agrees, promising to open a Korean branch and appoint Rogers as head manager. He hands him the Holy Sword 9 and urges him to pursue vengeance. Rogers drops to his knees in excitement, thanking his masters. Iron, meanwhile, swears to carve his path to revenge and tear down the Demon King, though he feels a creak in his knee. The scene shifts to Elle's stats, now labeling her the Lord of Holy Swords. Kim notes that Lu has become insanely strong after absorbing Kaleon, but wonders where more power can be found. He asks Elle for ideas, but she apologizes, saying her memories are still incomplete. Kim turns to Lu, who admits he still cannot use the fragment from Changkyung's ego. Kim adds that although Lu absorbed a piece of Ferrith, he feels little change. Sung-hoon compliments Kim's haircut, and Lu suddenly mentions that Sung-hoon might be able to hear their conversation. Kim dismisses it as impossible, then asks Lu about the fragments, but Lu has no clue. Kim turns to Sung-hoon and asks where they are headed. Sung-hoon explains they are going to a unique gate in Yosu, where the readings keep shifting between Class F and C. It is Kim's first mission as a mercenary, and though he feels a little nervous, Sung-hoon reassures him that their goal is just to gather information and promises to go in with him. Suddenly, Kim remembers he forgot to buy braised potatoes. Sung-hoon asks if Kim knows that mercenaries get code names. Kim jokes if they are names like Demon King or Asura. Laughing, Sung-hoon explains that Kim's codename was decided that morning. When Kim asks why he was not told, Sung-hoon reveals it is Morning Star. Kim wonders if his roommates would like it, then asks why Sung-hoon is laughing. They arrive at a shimmering gate where Young In-chul, head manager of the Yosu branch, greets Kim as Morningstar. Kim asks them to use his real name instead. Sung-hoon laughs and an annoyed Kim yells at him. Sung-hoon and Inchul discuss the gate, noting it appeared 4 days ago and was immediately classified as a unique gate, so no one has entered yet. Sung-hoon says their first task is to scout it, just as planned. Inchul adds that they can assemble a Class B subjugation team if needed, and mentions that all supplies are stored in the management office. As Kim moves closer to the gate, the others warn him it's too dangerous to get that close. Kim asks Lu and Elle if they're sure about going in, and both nod without hesitation. When he taps the gate, it suddenly turns red. Someone shouts that it's a gatebreaker and tells them to contact headquarters and call for backup from nearby guilds. Out of the black mist, a notification pops up for Kim, asking him to execute the link. But before he can tap it, all his egos speak at once, warning him that this gate is an ego itself. While the guards at the gate contact headquarters, they learn it will take at least 15 minutes for any high-ranked players to arrive at the red gate. The system keeps asking Kim if he wants to execute the link. That's when he realizes the gate is an ego. He had his suspicions back when he met Changkung. Sang-hoon steps in and pushes Kim back, saying it's too dangerous for him. Their tense stance makes the other guards start whispering and wondering what's happening. Then suddenly the red gate changes back to blue. At the office, Sung-hoon looks at Kim and says he can't believe what he's seeing. He jokes that Kim might start causing gate breaks next. He wonders what will happen next. Maybe monsters from other places? Kim scratches his head. He didn't expect things to go this way either. He remembers how the gate changed back to blue and is still unsure if it was actually a gate break. He mentions that he has a general idea of what it could have been. This is new for him too. He can't explain it in detail, but he feels it is connected to his special ability. Sung-hoon wants to argue but stops himself. He thinks it would be rude to push for more information. Instead, he gives Kim a paper mask with painted cheeks that he made himself. The place is crowded with players, and there are signs of a possible break. Sang-hoon looks out the window and warns that reporters will arrive soon. He reminds Kim to stay composed in front of everyone. Kim likes the mask, but is not a fan of the blush on the cheeks. After a 3-hour meeting, the group decides that Kim will go through the gate alone. Some members disagree, but the association chooses to support him. Sang-hoon asks if Kim can truly handle it by himself. Kim explains that he has special skills and asks Sang-hoon to wait outside just in case. A system window appears asking if Kim wants to connect. He agrees, and then his figure disappears into the gate's rotation. Inside the place feels gloomy like a dark forest. Kim walks on the cold autumn ground. Sang-hoon speaks through the earpiece and checks if Kim is ready. Kim takes off his mask and says it doesn't matter. He just needs to name the gate with Lu and Elle nearby. Lu jokes that Kim is making them sound cheap. Kim admits he isn't sure what to do but thinks he just has to clear the gate. Lu suggests that the best way is to blow everything up. Kim shivers from the cold and says the place feels wrong. He wants to finish it quickly for his own sanity. Elle senses dark magic, but Lu says he actually likes the vibe. Kim keeps walking and looking around until the ground suddenly shakes. From a distance, skeletons in rusty armor start to crawl out. A massive army charges toward him. Kim clenches his fists, ready to fight. Among them, a headless horseman appears galloping fast. Kim looks at the figure and asks if it's Dullahan. The rider holds a head in one hand. Kim has never seen an intermediate boss like this, and wonders if it is fair to face one so early. He gets into a fighting stance. His egos activate swiftness, and he shoots forward, leaving colorful streaks behind. He charges through the horde, breaking skulls and shattering armor with every strike. In moments like this, Kim usually goes straight for the headless horseman. He calls it a tradition to take out the leader first. Lu reminds him that Dullahan already has no head. The horseman drags his axe along the ground and blocks Kim's attack. Later, Kim stands on a long road with a cemetery on both sides. Lu scans the area and says something feels off because there aren't enough skeletons for a place like this. Even the mid-boss Dullahan seemed too weak for the mana coming from the gate. Kim nods in agreement. He thinks the guy is much weaker than what others say. As he looks ahead, he wonders what kind of boss is waiting at the end of the road. Below him is a large stone coffin, and he thinks this is the moment the boss will appear. The lid shifts, and green smoke flows out. Lu warns Kim to be careful. The lid hits the ground, and Lu points out that there must be a reason why Dawn is soaked. Kim protects Lu, who is now covered in red energy. A withered hand full of rings and a skull face rises from the smoke and stares at Kim. Lu says that all the power in the gate is focused on the last boss. Kim believes that the boss appearing here or after the 60th floor is the king of the undead lich. The lich asks Kim if he wants to be his master. Kim looks at him in fear. The lich floats over the coffin and repeats the question. Kim wonders why the gatekeeper's voice sounds like the system's voice. Kim nervously shouts that he came to become the master of the gate and asks if the lich is the gate itself. The lich groans in a surprisingly human voice and says he rules this place. Kim is shocked by how human he sounds. The Lich's undead hand starts to glow green. Kim prepares to attack without hesitation. Just then, a weapon appears in Lich's hand. He tells Kim to prove he is worthy of being the master. The gem on his staff glows as dark energy gathers around him. Kim is in the air when a fireball shoots straight at him. He grits his teeth because he knows he can't dodge it. The whole cemetery lights up as a huge explosion hits the ground. Kim coughs as the smoke clears. Lu, who is stuck in the ground next to him, warns that the Lich will attack again. Kim looks up and sees several glowing arrows flying toward him. The Lich mocks him and says that if this is all Kim can do, he should give up because the real fight has not even started. The arrows hit the ground, but Kim grabs his sword and charges forward at full speed. He activates swiftness and dodges another round of arrows. The Lich keeps smiling as he fires non-stop, and Kim realizes that letting his guard down even once could get him killed. He shouts at Lu and says he is counting on him. Lu sighs and asks what he is supposed to do. Kim tells him not to worry because he used a smoke projectile last time. Lu gets annoyed as he realizes what Kim is about to do. Kim then throws it forward with all his strength. Lu sticks it into the stone. Kim smiles and apologizes as he steps on Lu to gain speed, creating powerful explosions behind him. Kim charges at the Lich and swings the red thread. Their weapons clash with a loud noise. The Lich laughs dryly and says it is funny that Kim thinks he can be his master at that level. Kim strikes the Lich's staff, creating sparks and hitting the Lich. A dark sphere starts to form near the staff, so Kim quickly backs away to stay safe. The Lich coughs, but the wound on his body begins to heal by itself. The Lich notices L and mutters that the weapon is annoying. Then he quickly decides to end the fight. Kim sees a swarm of glowing arrows coming at him as they rain down from above. Lu says they can't avoid it, but Elle jumps in and tells Kim to run with her. She is already ready to go. As the arrows fall, Kim joins her and they slice through the arrows together. Lu complains, asking why Kim isn't using him. Kim replies that Lu's skills aren't a good fit for this, and those cheap demonic daggers are easy for Elle to handle. The Lich's green glow gets stronger. Kim realizes the enemy is becoming more powerful and questions how long he can hold on. Arrows keep falling without stopping. Kim pushes through and quickly asks if Lu can handle it. Lu replies that confidence comes easily. With red lightning behind him, Kim charges forward and deflects the arrows using Lu. The blade glows dark as it absorbs energy from a magical weapon. Then something odd occurs as Lu starts to awaken with the will of the weapon's old master. Kim asks what is happening. The system replies that awakening requires a sacrifice. The stone in Lu glows, and a red sphere explodes over the cemetery. The sky clears and all the arrows disappear. The Lich looks shocked and asks how Kim is doing this. He acknowledges that Kim might be serious about becoming his master, but still says he is not impressed. Then he raises his arms and releases thick green smoke as the dead start to rise from their graves. The Lich laughs and fuses the corpses into one huge twisted mass below him. Kim sees the nightmare and says he has questions, but no time to ask. Lu agrees. The Lich now stands on top of a giant creature made of flesh. Kim looks at it and calls it a flesh golem. The giant glows with green energy and slams its hand into the ground, filling the air with thick smoke. Kim decides that if the enemy is too strong, he has to strike with even greater power. A blue flash cuts through the smoke. Kim orders at full speed. The Lich watches as a blue streak races up the golem's arm. In a few moments, Kim is right in front of him. Kim swings both swords with a grin and asks if he is worthy of the gate. The Lich's eyes lose their fire. He accepts Kim as his master. The system confirms that the gate is now linked to Kim and asks him to choose a name. A shockwave spreads from the cemetery, shaking the land for miles. The Lich's head explodes and smoke pours out. Dark clots reach for Kim as he stands still, unsure what to call this moment. He stares at his glowing sword and asks what happened to Lu. Energy bursts from the stone in the guard, shining from the eye at its center. Lu laughs and says Kim was a fool to think he'd let a sword steal the spotlight. Kim feels anxious and asks what is happening to Lu. The stone keeps sparking until Lu suddenly starts laughing. But just as quickly, the sparks stop. Kim asks if Lu is being rude, and Lu responds by asking what is wrong with Kim. Elle jumps in and says Lu looks confused, but Lu interrupts her and says he has a headache and needs to rest. Kim says he has many questions but will wait to ask them. Lu thanks him for understanding. The system prompts Kim to name the gate. He thinks for a moment and remembers that Brunhart is dead, so he names it Brunhart. In the city, the system issues a warning about a gate rupture, causing people to panic and evacuate. One player notes that it has been a long time since something like this happened and asks about the gate's rank. The other player replies that it just jumped from F to C, meaning it's a special one. Taesik arrives and asks about backup. Sunghoon tells him that all nearby guilds, including the Child Guild, are present. Taesik wants to know if the evacuation is complete. Sunghoon says it's going well and should finish in 30 minutes, but Taesik insists it should be done in 10. Sunghoon notes the main issue: stubborn journalists who refuse to leave. They hide behind freedom of speech. and some are players, which complicates the situation. Taesik coldly smirks and says to let them stay if they want to die. He notices the crowd and thinks that breaking the gate isn't the main problem since there are many strong players here, including himself. What concerns him is that if the gate breaks, it means something has happened to Kim. Later, everyone freezes as the gate begins to crack and red energy spreads around it. Commands are shouted as everyone prepares for battle. Taesik pulls out a weapon and apologizes to Kim. He blames himself for being too weak to save Kim. In a moment of anger, he goes into a rage and jumps in to seek revenge for Kim. Just as he shouts Kim's name, Kim steps out of a portal and asks if Taesik is calling him. The portal disappears and Taesik, still in the air, falls to the ground, rolling and cursing Kim the whole way down. While Taesik lies there, Kim awkwardly scratches his face and says he is sorry, because he didn't even realize what was happening. A bright flash suddenly hits Kim's face as a reporter arrives, shouting for more pictures. The reporter asks him to turn his shiny face to the camera, wanting the world to see who cleared the gates just before they burst open. Kim covers his face from the flashes. The reporters ask him for an interview about his rings and mask. Later, he sits with a guild president. After hearing everything, the president finally understands why Kim became so strong so quickly. Sunghoon asks Taesik if he is sure about discussing this topic here because it involves a special ability. Taesik replies that he trusts Sunghoon, or he wouldn't have made him Kim's secretary. Taesik gets straight to the point and asks if Kim is connected to the gate. Kim is unsure since this is his first experience with it. He explains that the gate appears to be stabilizing and is not responding at the moment. He wonders if something broke when it closed. Taesik then inquires about Kim's ego, Lu. Kim responds that it is still quiet, but he can still use its powers, so it should not be anything serious. The guild president is surprised that Kim owns a gate. He says if this news gets out, people will go wild. For now, the association will keep it quiet so Kim doesn't need to worry about reporters. Kim's phone rings. Thinking it's Yoojung, he answers saying he's in a meeting. But a stranger replies, saying he saw Kim on TV and recognized him by his ring and necklace. He laughs and mocks Kim for trying to hide behind a mask. The others receive calls too. The stranger keeps teasing that he might reveal Kim's identity. Kim looks back, and Taesik tells him they're finished. A blog has already posted about a hero stopping the disaster, suggesting that a new high ranker has emerged. The news even reaches Sujung. When Bale asks why she looks happy, she says she is simply proud of Kim. The players' paparazzi squad is all about the tower, the gates, and what the active players are up to. Taesik admits that it's on him for not being able to deal with things, since a reporter is stirring up trouble. He mentions he used to be a well-known ranker named Hyung-shul and suggests that people should steer clear of him. Kim drops by Wang's shop because he feels lost without Lu and thinks Lu would probably give him a hard time buying egos if he was awakened. Elle chimes in, saying she'll never throw out those nasty words, to which he replies she doesn't have to. The shopkeeper catches Kim muttering and tells him he's getting pretty famous now. He jokingly asks if Kim wants to get paid to promote his stuff. He mentions that he is here to avoid the spotlight, and when the shopkeeper asks if he wants a mask, he says it is not really his style. Instead, he's worried about rings since he can't leave home without them. The shopkeeper suggests checking out some gloves, but warns that the selection is pretty limited. He reflects on how it took him a bunch of tries to connect with Brunhart while linking up with Hermes, and rain was a breeze. He wonders if his ego has gotten stronger, and Elle nods to confirm he has definitely grown, but he tells her she does not need to flatter him. He feels like picking something fancy catches his eye, but then he spots a glove that really grabs his attention and decides to go with it. The shopkeeper gives him props, and he activates the link by calling him Oberon. Blue mana starts to swirl around, and the system warns him about the link, which leaves him amazed but also a bit awkward. The system pulls up Oberon's status, and he starts to wonder if he can use these gloves to call Lu and Elle. He calls them, and when they activate their mana, the shopkeeper looks shocked. He asks if he can make Lu and Elle disappear into ring form, so he uses his accessorize skill, and the gloves spark to make it happen. Curious about the cost, he asks the shopkeeper, who says he does not need to pay. Instead, he just has to promise to reach out if help is ever needed. The next day in the lobby of the association, our boy is curious about the reporters. The secretary mentions they're there to find out about the masked ranker who's been making waves. Kim notes he won't be able to climb the tower and should check out the gates instead. But the secretary tells him they're up on the higher floors because they think he's a ranker, even though he's really chilling on a lower floor. On the first floor of the tower, he takes down some monsters and starts thinking about the shopkeeper's promise. He thinks Wang is super picky about evaluating equipment, so he figures it's not going to be an easy favor to get. Suddenly he hears someone ask if he is their master, and he turns to Elle to see if she caught that too. When he asks, the ego speaks up and tells him to just call out his name. He checks with Elle again, and she suggests it might be Lu, but he quickly brushes that off and says it definitely is not his voice. Then it hits him as he wonders if it could be Brunhart. He looks at a globe that seems familiar. He starts piecing things together and remembers getting naked and shouting that this isn't happening again. He yells at the globe while in the woods, and the system prompts him to figure out Brunhart's form, which leaves him a bit confused. L notices something's off and asks what's wrong, but he just says it's nothing. The system prompts him to choose Brunhart's form, and mentions it is different from Lou's, so he asks L about it. L suggests placing a hand on the marble to pick the form, so he goes ahead and touches it while thinking about what he wants. He realizes that even though Brunhart was with him for a short while, he had his back up until the end. So, he wishes he could be like before. Then the ego reflects some mana, and he is taken aback as he wonders if he is turning Brunhart into some sort of half-human, half-machine. Brunhart is pumped to serve him again and asks if he's the real deal. The system chimes in and he wonders if he's the same Brunhart from before. He's all excited when he gets a yes. Kim points out that it feels different this time since the original was more like a knight. He commands to combine things instead of just adding them, saying that the qualities of the ego show off what he really wants. The system pulls up the status window, and he is stoked to check out his skills, eager to put the activated open skill to the test. The gate swings open and he starts to figure out how to handle the different egos. He gives the open and close skills a shot, but he can't get through. The monsters aren't listening to him at all. Out of nowhere, a knight charges at him, and he takes him down, thinking it is pretty handy since he can open the gate anytime he wants. By shutting it, he hopes to get a grip on this ability to boost his power. He also experiments with the absorption and domination skills because he's trying to learn more about Brunhart's growth from the descriptions. Brunhart thinks about using his skills on the gate but realizes there are some limits, so he puts that on hold for now and focuses on the monster first. The beast called the giant Smilodon guards the 28th floor. As the monster grins at him, he knows it's time to get back into the fight. When the huge paw swipes at him, he activates his force skill and blocks it with his swords, while joking that this is just a warm-up. He counters with a slice to its paw, causing the monster to let out a painful roar. The giant Smilodon goes all out, but he dodges its attack and lands a series of strikes. However, when the monster strikes back, he uses his reflex skill, and with a massive blast, he comes out on top in the battle. He says taking down huge monsters has become easy for him, but this time his reflection skill deserves some credit too. Brunhart excitedly asks if he did a good job, and Kim agrees, letting Lou absorb the Smilodon's blood. But he's not too thrilled about just getting a green crystal. Hoping to make some money, he decides to sell the corpse. Remembering his promise, he opens the gate and tosses the crystal inside. The system notifies him that the monsters inside the gate have gotten stronger, as he's noticed the crystals growing. He closes it and mentions that he's gotten used to his force and swiftness skills. Meanwhile, L is leveling up, and although Lou is still unconscious, he is stable. He considers heading straight to the 30th floor, but decides to check out the 29th first. Meanwhile, the players from Kane Guild shout and warn other guilds not to mess with them. But the others just mock them, claiming they're stronger and can do whatever they want. One guy smirks and challenges them to test his strength. Kim hears weapons clashing and asks if there's a battle going on. Brunhart suggests checking it out, but Kim doesn't want to get involved. The guy attacks a Kane Guild member, who angrily asks how someone like him dares to strike. He just scoffs, saying he's sick of their whining and tells them to bring their master since they're just captives. He's clearly trying to bait Sukwoo. But before he can do more damage, Kim takes him down in a flash and pins him to the ground, demanding him to say that again. Kim's heart starts racing as he takes down one of the guys from the Kane Guild, and that guy realizes he's got some crazy demonic skills. He tries to calm things down, but the rest of the crew notices what's happening and asks why the Smurf Guild is butting in. One of the Smurf Guild members yells for everyone to attack, thinking he's an easy target since he's alone. Meanwhile, Kim is just trying to chill, but when they come at him, he swings his swords fiercely and taps into a ton of mana. It hits him hard that he's just killed someone for the first time without even thinking twice about it. The way the blade cuts through feels way too real, and his heart won't stop pounding. He shows his darker side by taking out a bunch of players, and L tries to calm him down by calling him. He does not really pay attention, but L keeps trying to reach him, and suddenly he starts to realize what is going on. Bong introduces him as a mid-level guy from the Kane Guild and gives him some props, saying he's heard a lot about him. Kim asks if their guild master is Sukwoo, and he nods to confirm that his master wants him to join their guild. Bong is surprised that Sukwoo seems different now. He used to be soft-hearted and worried, but now he swings his sword without hesitation, and seems a lot stronger. Bong asks about the fight they were chasing Sukwoo for, and he says he's not the kind of guy to make enemies. Kim asks if they've gotten any info yet, and Sukwoo mentions they'll find out eventually. Even the association thought about torturing them, but that idea makes him feel uncomfortable. Leaving the guild really got him thinking. He mentioned that when he joined the subjugation mission, he couldn't keep himself in check, which might have been a result of the torture he experienced. He's usually sensitive to these kinds of things, but back then, he just felt nothing. He wonders if it's because the people involved were criminals. He is struggling to understand why he could not stop himself from killing, but deep down, he knows the real issue is that he actually enjoyed it. He apologizes to his ego, saying he doesn't want to stress anyone out. He mentions that he knows who to ask about it and thinks about the Demon King since she's done something to him. Bangu spots him and apologizes for the situation. He asks if he's talked to them and the guy says they're just following their boss's orders. He points out that they're still kids since they aren't very skilled, and the other guy responds that it's because he's stronger. He wants him to meet with the guildmaster, but they have a lot to take care of, so they need to head out. Kim senses something and asks if anyone else heard it. They notice the footsteps of the Smurf Guild approaching and are shocked by their overwhelming numbers. He wonders if the whole guild is here, and if they are always this paranoid, but he is not worried at all. He tells his companion to contact their guild, but he replies that he has already reported it. Kim suggests sending another message since he can handle them. He activates his swiftness skill and feels super excited for the fight. He zips around the players and they cannot keep up, which makes them angry as they yell about how fast he is. The egos show up and Bangu tells everyone to back him up since he's on his own. Kim thinks he won't feel anything while taking him down like a beast and laughs since he's ready to pull his trick. Suddenly there is a huge explosion and everyone looks shocked, but he skillfully dodges it and stays put. He grins and says he didn't see that coming since he got the item by taking out its former owner. Bangu chimes in that this guy is Choi Min-suk, the leader of Smurf Guild, who suggests they join forces because their vibes totally match. While the offer hangs in the air, the story shifts to the dark side of the tower, where evil players roam and kill without hesitation. They are known as red players. It is nearly impossible to track them legally. Associations can only guard the entrances of the tower, blocking escape routes. In the midst of this chaos is Choi Min-suk, who used to lead the Smurf Guild. Now he is a wanted criminal. Our boy cannot understand why someone like Min-suk would risk everything just for the thrill of murder. Min-suk casually asks if Kim wants to take a job since he seems to fit in with them. Kim tells Min-suk to shut up and stop comparing him to trash. But before the tension can even cool down, one of the Smurf Guild members pipes up, demanding to know how Kim has the guts to talk like that. In an instant, flames engulf the guy. Kim is frozen in shock while Min-suk says that's what he gets for running his mouth. The others start murmuring, saying that this guy is the deputy who's now on the ground. Min-suk grumbles that some folks have serious issues. While the others drag the body away, he brings up the deputy seat being open again and offers it to Kim. Kim stays in a fighting stance and questions why they're targeting the Kane Guild. Min-suk looks taken aback, surprised that Kim bothered to ask instead of just jumping in, but he explains that they're fed up with the tower, and the only way out is to take out the leader. Before he can go on, Bangu chimes in, asking if they're thinking about taking hostages too. Min-suk just grins, but Kim is all worked up demanding answers. He can't shake off thoughts of Sukwu, wondering if the second skill gave their secret away. Min-suk is taken aback by how quickly Kim figured it out, but Kim doesn't give him a moment to breathe. He steps closer, pushing for the answer again. With a fiery intensity, Min-suk replies, telling him it's all about his eyes. He pulls out a dagger, flames flickering along the blade, and slashes just a hair's breadth from Kim's neck. Kim dodges, but another weapon catches his arm. It quickly turns into a fierce back and forth of strikes and blocks. They both move like lightning, with Min-suk teasing that this fight will decide who's in charge. The field is on fire. The Smurf Guild is huddled together for protection. Kim slides across the ground and locks eyes with Min-suk. Something feels off. His gut tells him Min-suk isn't just tough. He moves like a trained assassin. Min-suk charges at him again. Kim manages to block the hits, but each one feels heavier. The boost he got from force keeps him on his feet, but he can't accelerate like he used to. Suddenly, L yells for him to watch out, but Min-suk lands a solid kick before he realizes. Kim rolls on the burning ground to break his fall. He slows himself down by driving his sword into the dirt. His opponent might be quicker, but L lets him know that Min-suk's speed hasn't actually changed. Min-suk grins and breaks down the trick. The longer the fight goes on, the more damage builds up. Eventually, it becomes pretty clear who's going to lose. Kim suddenly gets a bright idea and charges in with some serious speed. Min-suk looks shocked for the first time as he realizes Kim had been holding back. So Min-suk decides to go all out. Flames shoot up into the sky like a massive pillar before racing toward Kim. It's way too hot, but he pushes through. Min-suk swings his knife, but Kim stands his ground. He remembers the damage build-up trick and activates reflection. The system lets him know that Brunhart will now reflect the damage just like he asked. Min-suk glows sickly green as the pain hits him hard, his teeth grinding together while the guild watches in horror. Something flies out of the firestorm and crashes to the ground. It turns out to be Min-suk, barely alive, and his eyes slowly darken as the last of the flames fade away. Kim walks out of the smoke, his body burned and covered in soot. He holds Lu tightly, his eyes locking onto Min-suk with pure hate. He calls him a second-rate villain before thrusting Lu into him without hesitation. The system reacts and announces that cannibalism has been activated, and Minsuk has officially become ego. Kim is staring in disbelief as he realizes the players can transform too. His legs are shaking as the reality of the fight sinks in. But there's no time to back down, so he forces himself to stay strong. Showing any sign of weakness now could get him killed. All around him he feels the cold stares of the Smurfs. Their leader and second-in-command are gone, but none of them seem upset about it. Instead, they look pretty pleased. One of them steps up with a grin, asking if the guy who took out their leader is now the new boss. Kim isn't falling for their trickery and shifts into a fighting stance, ready to face them down. An angry crowd stands before him, blood in their eyes, and Brunhart yells at him to run. But Kim stays right where he is, staring the mob down without flinching. Kim knows that reflection damage never keeps him safe because he still has to take the hit before sending anything back. Just like what happened in the maze of Haryond. The harder they hit, the worse it feels. He knows his body is already beyond repair, but the red players stop in their tracks. Their eyes slowly fill with fear as Kim frowns, a cold, sharp look cutting right through them. One of the Smurfs is keeping an eye on our guy, noticing the dark energy swirling around him. He's trying to figure out who Kim really is. A smirk creeps onto his face as he thinks about whether the numbers even matter here. Feeling confident, he charges in, sure that a few solid hits will wrap things up. The guild is right behind him, swords ready, but everyone knows Kim is pretty much running on empty. Gritting his teeth, he prepares for the hit, but then a crooked smile appears as he throws in a comment about someone being late. Frost suddenly spreads across the field, freezing the Smurf soldiers. Sukwu lands on a boulder and says it's been a while. Bong laughs brightly as he greets Sukwu, while his rival trembles in fear. Sukwu turns away, telling Kim there's no time to chat because he has important business to handle. He unleashes a blizzard, sending freezing winds across the field. As he looks around, he counts the Smurfs and sees more than he expected. He waves his ice knife and tells our hero to give him 3 minutes, then dashes into the fight, disappearing in an instant. He moves through the enemies as ice spears strike one after another, and blood hangs in the cold air. Kim yawns while watching Sukwu, thinking he's gotten stronger. But now it feels like he's finally getting close. He takes out a flask, drinks a fancy potion, and jumps into the fight. Kim doesn't hold back, cutting through the Smurfs with ease. Sukwu notices and is surprised to see Kim keeping up. He grins, and without saying a word, they start competing. Kim says he only needs 1 minute. After the battle, Sukwu approaches Kim and asks about the change in his eyes. Kim explains that his eye is turning purple, which he doesn't like. He thinks about Sujung and connects the change to her but dismisses it as something related to his skills. Sukwu sits down next to Kim, expressing his doubts. He shares that it's not just Kim's appearance that seems different. Everything about him feels changed. Sukwu mentions he heard from Sunpill, but he struggles to believe that a masked ranker could be a hero. When Kim asks how Sunpill knew, Sukwu reveals that his cousin recognized Kim from a photo. Kim laughs and sighs about the trouble, saying the mask helps a little. He asks Sukwu how he handles being famous, and Sukwu just laughs, saying it depends on your personality. Kim then inquires if reporters are still outside the association. Sukwu replies they have moved on, surprising Kim. Sukwu raises his hand and asks how many days Kim has been stuck inside. He suggests checking the news, explaining that this is the first time the chairman of Kim's association has made a public appearance. Kim smiles to himself, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Sukwu stretches and says he is glad they met. He would like to grab a drink, but work won't allow it. Kim thinks Sukwu is already busy. Suddenly, something glimmers on Sukwu's ring. Jokingly, Sukwu suggests they should at least have coffee and hints there's more to discuss as he shows the mercenary ring. Kim looks at the ring and realizes the mercenary world is bigger than he thought. He wonders if others have figured out the masked ranker's identity from the ring. Sukwu uses magic to hide it and warns that not all mercenaries are friendly. Most use skills or items to conceal their rings. Kim says he is trying to be careful. Seeing Kim hesitate, Sukwu waits. Kim asks what his codename is. After a quick pause, Sukwu says it's a rock. Kim laughs and says that's way better than his name, then adds that he's Morning Star. Clearing his throat, Kim stands up and brings up the Smurfs chasing Sukwu. He asks how Sukwu keeps getting away. Sukwu frowns but doesn't say anything, thinking about his cool skill of creating portals. Sukwu's ability to generate power both inside and outside the tower is pretty wild. It's the kind of skill that could really change things up. Kim figures Sukwu must have gone to great lengths to keep it a secret. When Kim asks how the Smurf Guild found out, Sukwu just shrugs it off and says they're not a problem anymore. Kim points out that as the guild master, Sukwu should probably handle the aftermath. Sukwu waves it off, saying that talking to the key players is just part of the job, and the members are doing fine with the cleanup on their own. Kim smirks and picks a cafe, but somehow they end up in Tasek's office instead. Tasek gives them a hard time about calling it a cafe, and Kim chuckles, saying it's the only spot nearby with a free soundproof barrier. Taesik jokes that he should start charging crystals for the place. Then he notices Kim's mismatched eyes and asks about them. Kim explains it's just a side effect of his skill and wonders quietly if they'll ever go back to normal. Sukwu talks about how a few months back he had to show off his portal skill in front of some executives. One of them got caught by the Smurfs, who tortured him until he spilled the beans. Kim clicks his tongue, saying that's rough luck. He asks what happened to the exec, and Sukwu figures the guy probably isn't alive anymore since none of the captured Smurfs seem to have any info. Kim then asks if Team A is getting ready to move. Taesik replies that they're just waiting for a prisoner to spill the location of the Smurf Guild's main base. Once they have that, the Kane Guild will swoop in and take them out for good. Sukwu is way more worried about leaks than anything else. Without saying a word, he heads out of the room. Taesik watches him go and calls him a rascal. Even though he looks calm, Taesik knows Sukwu is hurting inside. He treats his guild members like family, so losing one really hits hard. Taesik checks if Kim is truly okay. Kim says he's fine, at least physically. But when Taesik digs into how he feels, Kim admits this isn't his first kill, and he doesn't feel guilty because they had it coming. The bigger problem? Killing didn't make him feel bad at all. It actually entertained him. Taesik takes a moment to look at Kim before giving him a friendly pat on the head. He tells Kim that the real struggle isn't about fighting the darkness, but learning how to handle it. Kim wonders if he's really capable of that. Still, for once, he thinks Taesik's awkward words actually sound pretty cool. The scene shifts to a forest on the 29th floor of the tower. Kim walks over the frost-covered ground, still replaying yesterday's fight in his mind. He can't help but ponder just how strong Sukwu really is, considering he took out a dozen people without breaking a sweat. Kim feels more unsettled by his lack of emotions than by the violence he caused. Standing where he injured Minsuk, he wonders if he has truly changed. Perhaps his mismatched eyes show who he really is. He tells himself that the important thing is to control the darkness within him. After that, he decides to move on to the 30th floor. At the gates, he whispers that he has survived deadly challenges 3 times. First, he faced a goat, then he survived from the 5th to the 10th floors, and again on the 20th. He also fought an orc and a minotaur in earlier tests. Back then, the system gave him easier tasks and hinted that the difficulty was lower. Maybe everything so far was just practice. As he reaches for the door, his hands begin to shake. His instincts are alert. He wonders why. The system reminds him that he should trust his gut feelings. He thinks about Lu and wishes he could say something right now. Ever since drinking the elixir, Kim's senses have sharpened almost too much. He takes a deep breath and steps forward without hesitation. He knows death is waiting for him, but he hopes to find something different instead. As he throws open the door, he enters his final test. The system then announces that he has entered the 4th destined side. He is officially qualified and his special test is about to start. He walks into a sandy and rocky wasteland, guessing that the castle in the distance is his destination. The air feels different, like a challenge is ahead. Elle warns him of danger, and Kim nods just as the ground starts to shake. Suddenly, giant scorpions burst from the sand around him. He quickly gets into a fighting stance as the first scorpion charges at him. Kim targets its weak spots using swiftness, but the loose sand makes him lose his balance. The scorpion takes advantage of this and slams into him. Kim manages to block most of the impact with his twin swords, standing firm under the heavy pressure. Kim pushes off the sand and jumps up, cutting the scorpion in half with a quick slash. He soon realizes that moving fast is not helpful on this rough ground. After he gets rid of the dangerous creatures, he focuses on the castle. Suddenly he hears Lu's voice in his head. Lu tells him he can sense something. Kim stops and feels shocked. He asks how long Lu has been awake. Lu replies that he has been awake since Kim entered the gate. But that is not the main point. Lu tells him he needs to get to the castle. Kim asks why, and Lu answers simply, his body is there. It belongs to the man with half a face and half a skull. Elle feels relieved to see Lu awake. Kim asks what it means that Lu's body is still in the castle, but the dark sword does not answer. A scorpion jumps at Kim, but he dodges and rides on his flying blade. Lu asks about it, but Kim jokes that he is now a footstool over crawling scorpions. Ignoring the danger, he flies straight toward the castle while Lu asks for help. Kim apologizes to Brunhart for skipping the crystal collection, and Ego tells him it's fine. When Lu asks who spoke, Kim explains that it is Ego Gate, who holds Brunhart's memories. Lu seems unhappy, but Brunhart reminds him that Ego is older and deserves respect. Kim smiles, thinking they will get along eventually. Kim lands in front of the castle as scorpions close in. Lu urges him to hurry. The castle gates open slowly, and Kim steps into the dark room inside. 2 knight statues stand tall, making it look like a boss room. Torches light up by themselves as Lu tells Kim that his body is beyond the guarded door. Kim senses something behind it. Suddenly, stones rise into the air, surprising him. One statue raises its weapon and the other follows. Their strikes smash the floor, filling the room with dust. Kim quickly dodges and realizes he is facing golems. He smiles at the challenge and bounces off the wall, landing between them. However, his swords cannot cut through the stone. Reaching the far wall, he admits these golems are stronger than he thought. Though he is tempted to sneak into the throne room, he knows he can't leave enemies behind. He jumps up and aims for a headshot, but his blades only leave a small mark. Gritting his teeth, he braces himself as the golem's next attack hits the floor and sends him flying. His body trembles, but he forces himself to stand, knowing that brute force won't help. The golems are too heavy, even with his wounds boosted. Brunhart yells at him to move, but Kim doesn't budge. He watches as the next strike comes. Lu tells him to use the enemy's strength instead. Kim powers up and prepares. The statues swing and Kim blocks at the perfect moment, making their axes clash. He jumps back, and one knight's head breaks while the other is sliced in half. Kim drops down beside his swords as the two broken statues fall. Lu praises his master for handling the situation well. Kim agrees the technique worked, but jokes about all the rolling he had to do. As he stands and picks up his swords, he asks Lu what he meant about his body being behind the door. Lu explains that his old body is waiting there and warns it was powerful when he was alive. Kim just shrugs and says it's not a big deal. Lu clarifies that his real soul is here, so the body inside is just an empty shell that moves on instinct. It is only a broken version of who Lu used to be. Kim steps inside as the doors open. He feels fully healed and powered up but freezes in place. A voice echoes through the hall, asking if Kim is the one who woke him. At the end of the hall, a man sits on a throne with burning eyes fixed on Kim. He stands up and his strong presence fills the room. Kim grits his teeth and tries to understand what he is seeing. He wonders if this could really be Lu. The man laughs at the thought and slowly walks down the stairs. The space between them grows smaller. He says he is the true master of all demonic objects and swords. Kim stares in shock when he sees the man's right arm is nothing but bone while the left appears normal. The man spreads his arms wide and half of his face is a bare skull. With a calm voice, he says he is the Demon King. Kim remembers the giant eye from when they first met El and now realizes it belonged to a demon. He finds it hard to believe that Lu is actually the Demon King. A drop of sweat rolls down his cheek as something strange keeps him from hearing the man's name clearly. Kim says a lot of secrets have come out during this fight and wonders if destroying the body will be enough. Lu calmly says it's just a shell and admits he doesn't know who did this, but tells him to destroy it so no one can mock it. Kim tightens his grip and warns Ego not to regret this. He speeds up and charges forward, his glowing eyes focused as his swords fly at the Demon King. The shell grins and easily dodges. Kim slows down and meets his gaze, determined. The shell shows his teeth and attacks at lightning speed. Every strike misses, and the shell smiles, warning Kim to be careful as he summons waves of energy. Blades rush toward Kim. He jumps back just in time, and the force kicks up a thick cloud of dust. Kim frowns and realizes the enemy is much stronger. The enemy creates its own blades, filling the air around them. The Demon King appreciates their efforts, but says they do not have enough power to hurt him. Kim mocks Lu, asking if he always talks like that. Kim looks around the room and sees a wall of floating swords, which makes it impossible to get close. The shell asks if that's all, then casually snaps his fingers. Dozens of swords appear, all aimed straight at Kim. He braces himself as the storm of blades crashes down with a blast, driving deep into the floor. The Demon King lets out a low laugh. Kim tries to sneak up from behind, but the Demon King unleashes another wave of blades and asks if Kim has lost his mind getting that close. Blood sprays through the air as Kim screams and jumps back. His swords hit the floor as he lowered his head. El and Brunhart ask if he's okay, while Lu reminds him to focus on the next wave of spears. Kim raises his blades just in time to block another attack. More blades come at him, each wave faster than the last. The constant attack feels like fighting an army of swordsmen. He remembers Lu's shell claimed to be the master of demonic weapons. Kim frowns and asks if all these swords are demonic. Lu confirms they are, explaining that they are low level and not using their full power. Kim wonders if Ego could absorb them, but Lu says that is impossible. The storm of blades keeps coming. Lu admits he has no more ideas and notes that this place is controlled by the flesh, not a soul. Kim feels a tightness in his stomach, realizing they are in serious trouble. As more blades rush toward him, Lu says he can share some power because of this place's special nature. Kim stands firm, planting his feet as Lu asks for more time. He wonders if it can really be this easy. He activates his speed boost and races down the hall, moving too quickly for the blades to catch him. The attack stops and the Demon King squints, calling him funny. Kim grits his teeth and charges forward again, but the blades quickly adjust to his speed. Explosions shake the room as he keeps dodging. Kim asks Lu how much longer it will take. Lu assures him it won't be long. Kim shouts at him to hurry. The Demon King smiles and points his sword, sending another wave of blades flying. Kim uses reflection, causing a loud blast that shakes the throne room. The Demon King's face changes as he sees Kim hanging from a sword stuck in the wall, wondering if their plan worked. But the moment is short. More blades appear, ready to strike again. Kim, nearly out of strength, asks how much longer the preparation will take. Lu praises his effort, but the blades close in quickly. The system alerts him that his magic sensitivity has increased and his assimilation has reached C rank. Kim encourages him to improve next time since he is almost dead. The Demon King notices a change and looks up as a calm voice suggests using ego more effectively. Suddenly, a red blast shakes the entire wall, leaving the Demon King in shock. The voice tells Lu that he is teaching his master about death. Smoke surrounds Kim as the system announces that he can now control death. The Demon King looks up and sees red energy gathering near the ceiling as swords fall around them. A dark crimson mist spreads out, filling the space. He watches carefully and mutters that no human should have such power. Kim drops to the floor, landing right in front of him, with his burning eyes fixed on the Demon King. The Demon King's body, now covered in blades, lets out a scream and claims the power as his own. Dozens of blades shoot upward, spinning rapidly until they form a massive whirlwind. Kim stands frozen at the center while the man spreads his arms and declares that he will tear his enemy to pieces. The blades rush forward, but the sword's eye flashes and a burst of red energy erupts in the middle of the hall. It pulls the blades toward it as a dark haze spreads through the air. Kim stands frozen in shock while Brunhart asks if their master has won. A shadowy figure appears through the haze with blood dripping from his mouth. The Demon King gathers energy into his bony hand and declares that no one can stand against him. A long sword forms in his grip, glowing with dark power as he screams and calls Kim a mere mortal. The attack hits the ground, creating a deep mark as Kim jumps back, avoiding the wave just before it damages the castle wall. Kim grits his teeth, realizing that the new power destroyed many demonic swords, but the Demon King still stands. Lu warns that the shell still has some strength. Kim steps aside and tells Lu to stop bragging and try again. The two face each other, swords drawn. Lu warns that using the power one more time will be the last, but Kim replies that once is enough. He lifts off the ground with a burst of acceleration and dashes from side to side. The Demon King scoffs and says Kim still hasn't learned anything. He swings his sword with both hands and slams it into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Kim stops and blocks with Lu, the impact making him grit his teeth. The Demon King laughs and calls him a flea, asking what he plans to do now and if he really intends to challenge him. But the smile quickly fades. The sword pushes against the shell, but the second weapon is gone. Lu's sword appears behind the Demon King, and he looks around in shock as the spear strikes him. Kim smiles and throws the enemy's sword aside while a dark haze wraps around the Demon King. He screams as the energy begins to consume him. The sword breaks into particles, and Kim watches the red energy devour him. The Demon King lets out one final scream, calling himself the Lord of Demons before he disappears. As the haze clears, Kim lowers his head and sways. El calls out to him as he falls. Brunhart rushes in, saying Kim can't die. Kim weakly replies that he is just tired. Lu reminds him that using his power takes a lot out of him. Kim drinks a potion as notifications appear, announcing a special exam and a reward. He gets up and laughs at the message about a cleanup bonus, then closes his eyes, seeing a bright light behind his eyelids. In the reward room, a stone block holds 2 boxes. The system announces that the synthesis and endowment skills have now been unlocked. Also, his synchronization has leveled up. He checks the info window and sees many changes, including a new ability to link. He is surprised by all the new features and realizes he can now synthesize and endow. Kim thinks about combining Lu and El into either Lu or Elu. Lu calls him crazy while El protests, saying he can't stay silent. Kim brushes off the comment as a joke but makes a mental note to try the skill later. He opens the gold and diamond boxes. Lu asks if he's happy, and Kim nods. He points out that the diamond box looks just like the one that held the elixir. A glow appears from the gold box, showing 3 golden spheres. The system identifies them as ego fragments. A beam of light shoots from the box as Kim looks up, trying to remember what it means. He recalls the Blue Wolf Gate and wonders why such a reward is inside the tower. He sets the box on the table because he thinks the fragments might be useful later. Then he turns to the diamond box. Brunhart gets excited as he hopes to find an elixir, but his expression changes when he sees what's inside. The box holds bone fragments. Lu's ring begins to glow, and Kim quickly asks what is happening. Lu mutters that these people have gone too far. Kim keeps staring at the ring until Lu finally says the bones belong to his real body. Kim is left speechless. At the base of the 30th floor, people walk by the Association Cafe, which has a sign saying it is fully soundproof. Kim sits at a table staring at the sword in front of him and getting ready to listen. Kim wants to ask a question but hesitates. He finally asks Lu about his true identity. Kim says it's time to get real and asks Lu who he really is. Lu replies that he is the Demon King, just like his body suggests, and explains that even though the Guardian's body is pretty low-ranked, judging the demon's true strength is tough. Kim says why the Demon King ended up as a sword. Lu asks our hero if he knows that something with its own identity has to exist forever. Kim thinks nothing of a smartphone, but Lu counters that it's oblivion, and that he had to forget everything in the past to stick around for so long. If not, he would fade away. The traitors incarcerated the Demon King, leaving him to suffer for eternity, so he chose to forget everything to keep himself safe. But when he woke up with mastery over dark magic, those memories flooded back and left him completely confused. He couldn't figure out what to do and made a decision to forget everything again. Kim barely gets info since Lu has decided to zone out and can't really answer his questions. He doesn't want to see Lu in pain, so he avoids asking about the missing pieces of his body. Our boy mentions that Lu was the first to give him hope, and all they needed to do was create new memories together. After that, he heads home to rest because he's got a lot on his plate. In the director's office, Sung-ho walks in, and Tae-sik appreciates his effort by letting him head home. Sung-ho suggests that he should call it a day, considering how much he has put into the Smurf Guild case, but Tae-sik is set on wrapping things up tonight. Sung-ho asks if he really needs to use mana for office stuff. He mentions that he's meeting with Soo-jin at Kim's housewarming party, which is coming up. Kim brings the players to his place, and Brunhart jumps in to introduce himself, but Elle mentions that only Kim can hear them. The players are taken aback and ask if this is his house, since even the basement looks pretty nice. Sungwoo points out that their guild house is a total dump compared to this, leaving Sunpil pretty shocked. Once inside, Kim's family greets them, and Sunpil hands a gift to a woman who says she's Kim's mom. Sunpil is surprised because she looks so young and thanks him for the gift. Yoojung starts asking about Sukwu, but he teases her, asking if she really misses him. She quickly responds that she just wants his autograph for a friend. Kim says he's super busy with a ton on his plate, but he can still give his autograph. She mentions he could get famous if he takes off his mask, and she'd even sell his autograph, but Kim cuts her off and goes for a quick hello instead. Tae-sik and Sang-ho show up, apologizing for being late and not bringing a gift. Kim tells them they've already done much in finding the house and the furniture. They agree the furniture is in great shape, and Kim nods. Then he asks Tae-sik if he's thinking about living here in the future, and Tae-sik says he's not really sure about it. Tae-sik gives a gift to his mom, but not to Kim, that surprised everyone, and Mom really appreciates his gesture. They enjoy the meal together and express their gratitude. Sungwoo offers to lend a hand, but he turns him down while Jaewon chats with the secretary. Tae-sik pulls him aside for a quick chat, so he agrees and tells his mom he'll handle things later. Kim wants to know what's happening, and Tae-sik tells him that the Iron Guild plans to open a branch in Korea. The association isn't happy about it, but the Angela Guild is stepping in, and they can't just brush it off since they're the top guild in the country. That's why the president has come forward, and Tae-sik suggests Kim shouldn't give off a threatening vibe in front of the family. The egos are worried about their master's situation. The scene shifts to the USA. A guy says he'll be in Korea in 3 months and stabs his picture. He's itching to see what Kim's got since he's given him the holy sword, and he warns Kim to watch out for his revenge. The scene shifts where guests thank him for dinner and say their goodbyes. He remembers that the Iron Guild will open in Korea in 3 months and with Rogers in charge, so his chance for revenge is approaching. Brunhart comments on the emptiness of the house, and Kim explains he plans to use the basement for personal training. Lu points out the awkward outside entrance, but Kim is working on gate opening skills to keep monsters out. He didn't expect to find such a great house and realizes the branch would be close in power to the Kane Guild, motivating him to strengthen his skills of synthesis and endowment over the next 3 months. He tries out the synthesis skill and gets a notification asking him to choose the main ego. Knowing the main ego will be the foundation of the synthesis, he picks Lu. Once he confirms, the system announces that it's combining Lu with sub-ego Changkyung, and the ring sparkles with red mana with the appearance of a huge ghostly wolf. The three-eyed wolf roars, and the system calls the synthesized ego as Fenrilu that annoys Lu. Kim laughs and says he's just joking, but Lu wants to know why he always picks on him. He realizes he still doesn't fully understand what this ability can do, so he's not about to use it carelessly. It's risky to combine the main ego since they have their own minds, and he can't mess with ego items as they're crucial for his fighting style. He can only work with Changkyung's ego. Brunhart offers himself up because he wants to get stronger like Lu and Elle. Kim asks if he's really sure since this could change him completely and he might lose his own identity. Brunhart admits he's worried, but he feels like he can handle it since he's somehow dodged death before. Kim thanks him and goes ahead with the synthesis, picking Brunhart as the main ego and using ego fragments as the support. He starts to feel some strange energy in his body and wonders if it's an ego fragment. As the yellow mana spreads, Brunhart calls him Master, making Kim uneasy. He tries to stop the synthesis but finds it linked to the gate and he just vanishes from the room. As they step through, Elle and Lu mention that they remember this place. The system announces that the synthesis worked, but now the Brunhart Gate is affected by it. Kim's curious about how it's changed, and Lu suggests the answer might be right in front of them. Spotting Lich's coffin, he approaches it and touches it. The system then asks him to pick an administrator for this gate. When several undead monsters appear in the reflection, he aims for a high-ranking one and selects Lich. The system confirms the choice with the spread of mana and says all ego fragments have been used up. Lich shows up, kneeling to Kim and saying it's an honor to serve him as master. It's a bit awkward for Kim since Lich was an enemy before, and now he's in charge of the gate. He asks if Lich can control all the monsters there, but Lich explains that it's not a guarantee and shows him the gate domination rate, which is pretty low. He mentions that they can boost it by taking out the monsters around, making it easier to summon them later. Kim sees the monsters and decides to take them on since they're pretty much like Lu. He claims he's dealt with them before, so it should be a piece of cake, but Lu warns him not to underestimate them since they've gotten tougher after absorbing some crystals. Kim brushes it off, saying he's stronger and goes in for the attack. Back at home, Kim's mom is telling Taesik that Kim hasn't been around for 3 days and hasn't checked in at all. Taesik reassures her that Kim will be fine, but Sangho asks Yoonjung if she's checked out the basement. She says Kim's completely avoided it, so they decide to go check it out. Taesik mentions that there's nothing in the basement, and it looks like a gate shows up whenever someone disappears. A gate suddenly appears and they are all stunned as they question if it's real. Taesik senses strong mana and warns that it is extremely dangerous inside, just as Kim steps out and says he is done with it. He glances at them and asks what they're doing there while they're still in shock. Kim asks Taesik and Sungho what they're doing there. Throwing many questions at him about his absence and the gate, Taesik grabs Sangho by the neck for butting in. Kim says it's perfect timing because he was just about to call them for a favor. Taesik yanks him by the ear, demanding an explanation before he agrees to anything. Kim casually mentions that all he remembers is the link with the gate and that he can control it now. They're totally taken aback. Taesik wonders if he can also mess with the monsters and trigger gate breaks whenever he wants, since it sounds like he has the power to control natural disasters. When Taesik asks if he spilt the beans to anyone else, Kim says this is the first time he's even used it, and he'd rather keep it under wraps until he figures it all out. Taesik is on board with keeping it a secret and wants to know what favor Kim needs. Kim says he just wants Taesik to hang out and help him test his new skills since he needs a tough opponent. Taesik jokes about being treated like a lab rat, but Kim promises he'll invite him over for dinner with his mom as thanks. Taesik blushes and figures he has no reason to turn him down. Sangho reminds Kim to go see his family since they've been worried about him being MIA for 3 days. Kim remembers it took him 3 days to max out the domination rate because the gate was reinforced with crystals, but the idea of power didn't leave him feeling drained. He wanted to call it burn, but his ego suggested it should be heart. Today he's grateful to Taesik for the help, but remembers his promise to assist him. Taesik asks him to show his mana first, and to do that, he needs to unleash it completely. Since mana expands as you level up, when a powerful player reveals theirs, it all rushes out like a tidal wave. Taesik feels something was off yesterday, so he knows he can't go into a fight unprepared. He grabs his weapon and tells Kim he's ready for a serious match. The staff in the building feel a quake, and one asks what's going on, while another speculates it might be because Taesik is on his way to the training hall. Taesik and Kim start using their mana and go all out against each other. One girl points out that the training hall has so many barriers that any mana released won't escape. A guy agrees, saying only Taesik could manage that and he's sure Taesik wouldn't even consider it. Kim lifts his hands to attack Taesik, who blocks with his spear. Kim scowls and comes at him again, but Taesik dodges and hits back, slamming him into the ground. With all his energy, Taesik goes for a big attack, but Kim skillfully uses Brunhart's reflection to avoid it. Outside, Yuban asks Grandma if she feels the shaking. Grandma says these tremors aren't normal since they're from intense mana clashing. The players wonder if there's been a fight, but it's not too far off, and Grandma figures it's a battle among high rankers. They keep going at it, with Kim barely holding it together. Elle and Brunhart are telling him not to push himself too hard, but Lu thinks it's all part of getting stronger. Kim insists he's fine, but is kind of amazed at his own strength. He realizes Taesik's punches are pretty intense, even after taking a hit with his reflected skill, but Taesik's still not budging. Taesik then asks Kim if he's done yet. Lu gives Taesik a compliment, saying he'd be a goner if he were just some regular guy. Now, Kim decides to unleash everything he's got since he knows Taesik isn't going down. He mentions that Taesik can see when he's about to use swiftness. Lu praises his moves, saying they're so slow you could read them like a book. Kim acknowledges that the director really lives up to his rank, and it makes sense that he has a nickname like Behemoth, thanks to his legendary weapon called Behemoth's Thorn. Kim tells Lu to use his mana, but Lu says he's not planning to take him out since Taesik isn't as tough as on the 30th floor, as he's still no pushover. When their manas clash, it causes a huge explosion and cracks appear all over the building. Sangho pops open the door, and the director asks if it's really him. Kim is feeling wiped out from the fight. They're all in need of some potions to heal up. Taesik splashes some elixir on his wound and complains about his skin being cursed, while Kim chimes in about having a problem called wound aggravation. Sangho sees the mess in the training hall and is curious about what went down, joking that it looks like a nuclear bomb went off. Our guy takes a potion and wonders if that makes him stronger, but he quickly realizes he's still got a long way to go if he wants to take on a serious opponent. He figures he should get the hang of it and stop his opponent from using their strategy, plus keep practicing his moves. Lu mentions he gets awkward when using dual swords and Kim totally agrees. Taesik has an epiphany about not having the right techniques, which is why he can't tap into even half of his power. Still, he's managed to put a dent in a legendary weapon, so he knows he needs to get control of it. He says he should sign up for something, but our hero looks confused and asks what he means. Taesik snaps back that he said to sign up because he should have a ranker title by now. Kim reassures him that people will notice him once he gets that title, but Taesik brushes it off, mentioning he's a mercenary and that the association keeps personal info under wraps. He thinks he'll be fine even with the Iron Guild watching out for him. But it does make everyone wonder why he's feeling so shy about it. He questions if the ranker title is really worth it since he's already got some perks from being a mercenary. Taesik mentions that the secretary will fill him in on the details since he has a lot going on, but they suggest he get some rest first. Sungho chimes in, saying being a ranker gives you more power and access to info from associations, plus it allows him to handle things himself. Our hero recalls being told that a mercenary has rank-level authority, but the secretary clears things up by saying it's different for admin stuff. The key takeaway is that rankers get their titles from the International Association, while mercenaries have real influence in their country, moving from street level to national competitions. Kim isn't really into it since the whole thing feels more complicated now, but the secretary insists he'll have a big role down the line, and Egos backs him up on that. He's pretty fired up about it and says it won't be a bad deal at all, which totally shocks Sungho. Sungho responds that it's easy for them to say, but he feels stuck because it doesn't involve him. He points out that there's no downside, but he still has to join a ranking match since that's how rankers earn their titles. Since he's doing this off the books, the other rankers won't acknowledge it, so he's got to fight a ranker in a match where people are watching. Our hero asks if the opponent is a high-ranked one, and the secretary explains that it's usually just a rookie rank. On the 45th floor of the tower, players face off against a giant monster. The girl points out that its skin is super tough, so it needs to climb onto its head and stab its eyes. Blood drips from its eyes as the monster grins, and she quickly tells them that if they are short on time, slashing its knees will make it easier to take down. She then delivers the final blow and defeats it. Shin Yubin, the guildmaster of Mistflower Guild, snaps at the players and asks if they're even listening. But instead of responding, they're all too busy being amazed by her skills and showering her with praise. In the locker room, Grandma asks if she wants to hand off some guild responsibilities to someone else, but Yubin refuses because she genuinely enjoys supporting rookie players, just as her late father encouraged her to. Then, she gets an official ranking match notification and asks Grandma about it. Grandma explains that it's just a formality since the association already picked the ranker. Yubin scoffs and says that instead of working hard, the guy's just climbing ranks through connections. Determined not to make it easy for him, she hopes he has at least half the talent her father once talked about. The judges for the ranking match are the association's president, director, and Yu Sukwo. Our hero asks them to keep things fair, but the secretary says it's just a formality, and that they stay professional and don't let emotions influence their decisions. In fact, they're more worried about his opponent. Kim finds out his opponent is Yubin from the Mistflower Guild, known as Mist Sword. He feels like he might know her from somewhere, but the secretary jokes that nobody uses that line anymore. Maybe it's because she's a ranker and is on TV a lot. In Training Room 2, the players are lined up and the secretary explains the rules that no excessive attacks, and the match ends when someone surrenders. The judges are cheering for Kim, but he asks if they can take the match seriously. She hints that he's only gotten this far due to his connections, and she'll file a complaint if he doesn't hold his own. When the match kicks off, Yubin makes the first move and he dodges it easily. She goes for a hit, but he deflects her strike. She tries to lunge at him, but he sidesteps it. Lu advises him to use his own techniques, since she's really good, while Yubin throws a series of punches that he reflects back without much fuss. The judges are disappointed and say it looks like they're just practicing, though they admit both are impressive. Realizing he's stronger than she thought and that he hasn't just coasted in on connections, Yubin decides to pull out one of her skills and nail him with an illusion blow. Kim is caught off guard and the pressure builds up as he knows he can't hold back anymore. He smirks and gets ready to finish this, then uses his swiftness skill, which catches her off guard as he swings his sword at her in a way she cannot dodge. The judges can't believe what just happened, and Yubin accepts her loss as they announce Kim as the winner and promote him to ranker. She feels pretty embarrassed for underestimating him and can't look up after losing. But then Kim comes up to her and says it's been a while. She's shocked and asks if he really knows her. Kim replies that her dad, Shin Jung-chul, told him about her and mentions that he saw her at the funeral. The judges are surprised by his connections, and he mentions he recognized her later because she's grown taller. Yubin remembers when her dad talked about Kim and how much she disliked him, even though she would vent about it. Blushing, she shyly shakes his hand. The judges congratulate him on being a ranker and head out while Sang-ho asks them to sign something. Yubin feels shy and asks Kim for his number, and he agrees. Kim notices the secretary giving him a weird look and asks about it, but the secretary brushes it off as nothing. Egos comments that he's feeling awkward. Kim then decides to talk to the director and knocks on the door, but wonders if it's already open. He calls out to see if the director is in, but is totally stunned to find Taesik in a messed up state. Kim runs up to Taesik, trying to figure out what's going on. He remembers they barely scratched each other during their last fight. So who did this? He asks if he got poisoned, or if someone attacked him, and the director chimes in that it was the association president. Kim tries to call him, but the director says the old guy really laid into him, so he offers some potion to help. The director furiously mentions he's going to sue the guy because that old man really went to town on him. Lou and Brunhart joke about how an old man could take down someone who can even handle the reflection skill. Kim asks why the old guy would do that, and the director shouts that he wants to set him up with a girl, but he quickly tells him he's already into someone. Kim goes on about how it's tough being born with a silver spoon and that he wants him to have an arranged marriage. The director explains that the old man is worried about his son being single and doesn't want him to waste time on a one-sided crush. Kim wonders if the director has a lot on his plate, to which he agrees. However, as soon as Kim mentions wanting someone who cares for his family and looks after his mom, the director snaps and says he's not actually busy since the association runs fine, even if he has to deal with the old guy. Kim helps him chill out and brings up the fact that they need to chat about the Iron Guild. She asks if there's any more info. The director mentioned they'll have official details soon since all the paperwork is wrapped up. Then Kim wants to know if the International Association is going to respond. He explains that the association only gets involved if there's a real conflict because they don't meddle in every country's issues. The only trap is Angela Guild, which backs the Iron Guild since they'll stop getting in the way once the branch is up and running. The real question is how they managed to strike a deal when they were at odds. The director mentions that Iron Shield and Lee Sun-ho have some kind of deal. Kim describes it as a negotiation, but he cuts in, saying it's his chance for revenge. He admits it's a great opportunity but comes with many risks. Our hero then explains that they're opening a branch in Korea with Rogers as the manager, meaning he'll be their target. So, a conflict is inevitable and he has 3 months to eliminate any risks. The scene shifts to the USA, where Iron Shield is holding a press conference and people are buzzing about the opening of a new branch. The term guild gives off a friendly vibe, but it's actually an armed group, leading to mixed opinions as some people are all for it, while others are totally against it. Out of nowhere, Sang-ho walks in and asks what's got him so absorbed. Kim replies that he's just reading the news. Kim then asks Sang-ho if he's meeting someone at this odd spot. Lou thinks it's a good idea, but Brunhart isn't convinced. The city's messed up from a recent crisis, so why pick this location? The secretary confirms he's late and Kim shrugs, saying it doesn't matter since they're all dealing with their issues. They sense someone's presence, and Kim decides to take the first step for revenge. The guy approaching is a public figure and a representative for Mr. Ko Hyung-chil. Kim recalls that Taesik usually keeps his distance from Hyung, but now he's got to play the info game. He expresses his desire to talk to Hyung directly, claiming the project is super important. The guy insists that all business goes through him, but Kim pushes back, wanting a direct chat. The secretary leans in and whispers, if their plan leaks out, but Kim makes an offer of 5 billion won if his plan works, and 10 billion extra if he gets the info he needs. The guy is curious about what info Kim wants, and Kim reveals he's looking for details about the deal between Iron Guild and Angela Guild. The dude looks shocked, telling Kim he's out of his mind and can't accept that deal since it's a life-or-death situation. He tries to fly away, but Kim grabs him, saying there's no way he's letting him go after spilling his plan. Kim gets aggressive, demanding he come back down and stop pretending. The guy plays dumb, asking what Kim means. Kim brings him down to the ground, letting him know he's got a bone to pick because of him. He insists they need to settle this verbally, addressing him as Mr. Ko. Our hero tries to reason with Hyung, urging him to resolve their issues verbally before they escalate. But Hyung storms off, agitated and clutching a piece of cloth. Hyung questions why our protagonist is acting this way and claims he won't tolerate it any longer. Kim presses him, asking if this means Hyung is a ranker, but Hyung denies it. Kim is confident in his abilities and tells him to stop pretending. A notification had popped up the day before announcing Lu as the ruler of dark magic, which confused Kim as he had almost forgotten about it due to his busy schedule. Kim curiously checked in with Lu about any changes, and Lu mentioned that his demonic eye was slowly revealing itself, connecting him to the dark world. Kim learns that the demonic eye is the left one, and he's annoyed that Lu is just now mentioning it. When asked why the Demon King girl possesses significant power for this transformation, Lu explains that the demonic eye enables him to see the true nature of everything, including people's names. Kim realizes the potential usefulness of this power. He looks at Lu's status window and finds that he can channel demonic magic into his ego, allowing him to use abilities from other egos. Lu agrees to try this with gloves. Taking action, Kim employs a binding skill and traps Hyung with dark magic. The secretary is taken aback and warns him to stop pretending, labeling it a final warning. Hyung reacts with surprise, recognizing he's facing a demon king due to the demonic eye, and compels him to comply. Kim comments on how much better Hyung looks now, and Hyung attempts to reconsider their deal. But Kim refuses, stating that he understands the value of his life and wants to part ways with some information. Hyung is unimpressed, so Kim asks what he truly seeks. Hyung reveals his interest in the demonic eye and its ties to the Demon King, while he questions if that's his sole intention. Despite admitting he isn't sure about the information's worth, Kim claims he's been training under her and can easily detect the truth with his demonic eye. Doubting Kim's honesty, Hyung decides to continue his current mission since he's already been compensated, then vanishes into thin air. Ego raises a concern about Kim's master, questioning whether she genuinely possesses those skills or if he has a skill for detecting lies. The secretary notes that their meeting was peculiar. Kim insists they should move on to gather more information. In the president's office, he discusses revenge with the director, but feels restrained and labels it a preemptive strike rather than mere revenge. He requests assistance in controlling information flow and evacuating civilians near the Iron Guild branch to prevent other guilds. The president asks surprisingly if they actually intend to eliminate the whole branch in Seoul, which stands as strong as Korea's top guilds. He expresses doubt about managing the information unless unforeseen events transpire. Kim thinks about the feasibility of such an action, suspecting he might have unwittingly triggered it. The president conveys frustration over previous attempts to weaponize gates without success, noting that one individual cannot wield that kind of power. But Kim insists he can replicate something similar, causing the president to joke about stealing that ability if it were possible. With just 3 months to accomplish a lot, the president whispers about meeting with Hyung and himself for assistance. Lu asks if Kim will uncover the death log, but he brushes that notion aside and focuses on other matters. He can manage a gate, though he believes it's not particularly useful in combat. Brunhart questions if this means he's ineffective, but Kim clarifies that it's not true. The gate could deliver a significant blow when combined with a crystal and isn't his only asset. Despite his confidence, he worries about facing a strong enemy and doubts if he can really win since no matter how powerful he becomes. Upon entering a room, it strikes him that the association won't be adequate in a fight that leads him to conclude that he must establish a military force to confront them. He asks him why he's alone while Sukwu apologizes for bringing him into this predicament. Kim points out that everyone knows he's incredibly busy, and Sukwu inquires what's on his mind. Our hero begins to think seriously about forming an allied force to support him in his attempts. Sukwu mentions it's his first time hearing the details, and our hero says he doesn't want to spread any bad news. He asks about his plans and agrees to help out since his guild owes him big time. Kim points out there are a bunch of risks, so he wants to make a deal, asking what kind of deal he has in mind. He says that a bunch of privileges will be up for grabs and most of them will be handed over to the Kane Guild once they take out the branch office. He throws in another condition. If Kane Guild ever needs help, he'll step in. Lu jokes about how his master is getting all cocky and suggests he should be part of the deal too. Sukwu teases that it feels like just yesterday he was scared stiff seeing goblins. He asks if he wants to duke it out with his guild members, alongside the Iron Guild. The reply is a simple yes. He can't make the call alone, so he shakes his hand and says they'll think about Morningstar's offer. They all laugh it off and agree to avoid such cringe statements in the future. Next it jumps to the 53rd day of the branch being set up. The secretary says someone is late, so the guy asks who it is, and he calls out Kim as Morningstar. He shrugs it off, saying it's only been an hour since he left because it's a B-rank gate, but he's taken aback when our hero walks out. Lu and Elle cheer him on for leveling up his skills, but Brunhart mentions the monster's blood is super sticky. The guy is stunned, asking if it usually takes days for a guild to clear that gate, but here he's done it solo. Sango says it's his first time seeing a mercenary in action. The protagonist asks if he came to pick him up, but he's not selling his crystals this time either. He's actually thinking about buying more. Kim asks what's next, and he says there are no more gates since he's cleared all of them for the association. He claims there isn't a single one left in the Korean peninsula he can't handle. Brunhart warns he won't stock up on more crystals, while Lu tells him to chill with his greed. Kim decides it's time to head home for a shower and casually asks if he wants to grab a beer later. By the Han River in Seoul, Sang-ho asks what he's planning for the next 2 months. Our hero says he doesn't want to buy crystals anymore, but is determined to get them from the tower since he still hasn't mastered all his skills and powers. Sang-ho appreciates that and remembers they are supposed to meet up today. Kim wonders if Hyung is going to pop up again like he usually does and points out that he's still doing it. Hyung mentions he's noticed Kim sneaking around because he always catches him off guard. Kim teases him about having a weird accent, but Hyung tells him not to cut him off. Kim reminds him that he was way more chill when they first met and that they're the same age. Hyung insists that his mana activity is serious business since high rankers can't even sense him. Lu chimes in that it's all thanks to him and Kim agrees. Kim asks for the latest information and Hyung tells him that the Iron Shield guy is out of commission. He's looking for details on the 2 top guilds that are easy targets. He adds this will be the last time he shares intel, to which Kim responds that it better be worth it. Hyung then brings up some gossip about Lee, and Kim replies that he heard it was about an injury from clearing the tower. Hyung confirms the rumors are true but isn't sure how serious the injury is since all he knows is that Lee needs an elixir. Down in the basement, Kim wonders if the whole situation with him and the Demon King will be kept under wraps. He suspects the Iron Guild found an elixir in Haryeon's maze, and that he's been using a fake one to mess with Lee. But Lee isn't the type to fall for that, especially since all elixirs are used up. This makes him think the Demon King is definitely involved. Elle suggests that if Lee's vessel is messed up, an elixir would fix it, so maybe they should talk to the Demon King. Brunhart jumps in, saying he can't take any more crystals. Lu reminds him he shouldn't be greedy. Kim suggests they put aside the unresolved stuff and finish up the other tasks. He checks Rain's status window and uses his synthesis skill, picking Rain as the base ego. Blue mana fills the room and then the scene cuts to Incheon International Airport, where they're all set to launch the Iron Guild branch. The day finally arrives with the launch of the Iron Guild branch. At Incheon International Airport, one of the knights asks if it's Lee's hometown. The red-headed guy shrugs it off, saying who cares because he just wants to start fighting. The rest of the guild members stay quiet. Reporters want to know what kind of policies they're going to follow and where Iron Shield is located. Roger smirks, thinking they see him as one of them, but he's on a whole different level. A little girl walks up with a welcome wreath and asks him to protect Korea, but he shoots her a nasty look. Out of nowhere, someone grabs the girl and says, "Here she goes." The president of the Korean Players Association pipes up, saying Rogers really needs to lighten up, and it's not a big deal to take flowers from a little kid. Since he's the president, he should show some respect. Rogers asks if the Korean Association is totally unprofessional for letting civilians crash an official event. The president brushes it off and says he's not one to judge anyone's skills, especially a little girl who isn't causing any trouble. Rogers snatches the flowers and says he'll accept them out of gratitude. The president reminds him to thank the girl and to show up at the association's welcoming ceremony. Rogers tears up the flowers while grumbling about them and tells his driver to head to the branch instead. The driver suggests stopping by the Korean Association, but Rogers brushes it off and says they don't need to listen to them since the branch is a top priority. He figures it's not surprising that Kim's info is off limits since he's tight with Demon King. Still, he thinks gathering info on Kim's family will be easy, and he's eager to see how he'll feel when he finally sees his family's corpse. As the car rolls up to the building, Rogers wonders why it's so quiet since it's right near downtown. Suddenly, an announcement comes through that there's been a gate break and everyone needs to clear out as soon as possible, which is definitely not a drill. The secretary tells him they've already evacuated everyone so he can get started soon. It might be his last chance since he's about to turn on the jamming field. Our hero hangs up and assures them there's no need to worry about witnesses. He opens his gate and summons an army of knights, a headless horseman, and Hart. They greet him and he tells them he trusts them since they already know the plan. He instructs them to support their allies wearing a red band, while anyone without it is an enemy, and orders them to eliminate them. They bow and respond to his wish as their command. Kim wants everyone to stick to the plan, but Sukwoo's crew is busy gossiping about how he was the one who caused a break. The skeletons are pretty tough, and the others are giving off major ranker vibes. One guy mentions that he's always getting surprised by him, and the other asks if they're gearing up to face the Iron Guild since he's not sure if Sunpill's in for the fight. A month back, some members from the Child Guild and Morning Star Guild told Kim they wanted to team up with him. When Kim asked what they meant by that, they explained that they'd been collaborating since the Guardian raid, but Sunpill said they really got close talking about Kim. So Kim wondered why they wanted to form an alliance, and one of the Child Guild members explained that their guild master had stepped down. He stepped up as vice guild master, and during a chat with Sunpill, it just came up naturally that they should all meet as it could benefit everyone. Kim appreciated their concern but let them know he's not actually a guild member. The guy mentioned seeing him on the news during the gate break while wearing a mask, and Kim realized he's kind of recognized now. He said he's interested in building good connections with them because he believes they'll do great things ahead. He asked if they could help him out by gathering their forces in a specific spot since they were going to face a huge enemy. He couldn't spill the details just yet, for security reasons, but promised that if they showed up that day, he'd form an alliance with them. The Child Guildmaster casually warns that one wrong move could lead to disaster, especially after seeing how well he handles the gate. It's made him even more sure that this guy will be a big help for them down the line. He calls over Lou, Elle, and Rain, and they all say they're pumped and ready to get some revenge. Rain is coming down hard, soaking both guys on the rooftop. The president is intrigued about what's going down. Below them, Dullahan leads a whole army of skeletons all marching in sync. The president is pretty impressed. He turns to Tasik and asks if he's feeling confident. Tasik's a bit confused and asks what he means. The president wants to know if Tasik thinks he can keep Kim from turning into a monster. Tasik isn't so sure, but all he really wants is for Kim to be happy. The president warns him that if our boy does end up becoming a monster and messes with their plans, he'll step in himself. Just then, one of their crew comes up and says everything's ready to go. Tasik tells him to make sure nobody gets in here, whether they're players or just regular people. He says to do it all for the glory of Girgori. Sukwu is leading his guild players when he suddenly senses a strange energy coming from up ahead. He realizes it's Girgori behind the mystery of how they managed to block off this area. The players linked to the association work strictly for the president, and no one really knows where they came from or their background, but their job is to keep Korea safe. One of Sukwu's guildmates calls him over and points ahead. A group of folks from the Iron Guild is hanging out in their path. Sukwu recognizes them but decides to play it cool and ambush them instead of jumping right into a fight since he's not sure what they're planning. He lands right in front of them and strolls up to introduce himself while letting them know they are there to help with the gate break. But suddenly, a cocky Iron Guild player swings his sword at Sukwu. He barely dodges, but the attack leaves a cut on his cheek. He quickly counters by trapping the other player in an ice wall. The red-haired player is surprised that Sukwu managed to dodge and thinks Korean players aren't bad. He swings his sword, slicing through the ice with ease. He says he doesn't care about the gate break because Rogers told him to kill anyone who gets in their way. He declares he would rather fight since it's more entertaining. Sukwu realizes he is the second team executive of the Iron Guild's Korean branch, Rodos the Loony. Our boy is chilling on the rooftop, keeping an eye on everything. He shouts out to Brunhart, who's looking super cool after munching on some crystals. Kim's really digging Brunhart's vibe, and it seems like he's having a blast too. Elle points out that the battle's officially kicked off. The Iron Guild crew has some important players. First up, there's Rogers the branch manager and team leader. Then there's Charlemont, the first team executive. Rodos is the second team executive, and Carlin rounds it out as the third. Kim's mission is to split up their teams so they can't team up. He unleashes elemental water, turning his body into water. Riding on the rain, he takes a leap from the building and bounces from one rooftop to another. When it comes to military strength, our boy is definitely in the lead, but he knows he can't let his guard down. If the Iron Guild members team up, things could turn bad for him. Sunpill takes aim and shoots an arrow at Executive Charlemont. It explodes on impact, but Charlemont doesn't even flinch. He's left wondering if this is some kind of odd Korean welcome. The players are freaking out, questioning why Charlemont had to come into the mix. Meanwhile, Morningstar and the Child Guild are going head-to-head with the Iron Guild. Donghae is on edge, realizing they're in over their heads and he's just waiting for Kim to show up. Charlemont goes all out, attacking everyone like he's on a rampage. They try to put up an earth shield for protection, but it doesn't even slow him down. He smashes right through it like it's made of paper. Obviously annoyed, Charlemont scoffs at these weaklings trying to sneak up on him and says they need a ranker to take him down. Our boy appears, calling out that his ranker is arrived asshole. Charlemont sees him coming, but before he can react, Kim plunges both swords into his back. He slices through him, finishing him off. Cannibalism activates, but instead of turning Charlemont into an ego, his fragments are absorbed. Our boy is surprised that the transformation didn't work out. He feels like it's too bad he only got fragments of it. Then Elle calls out to him, and he suddenly remembers something important. He walks over to the guild members who were fighting and checks in with Jaewon, asking if he's okay. Jaewon wants to know what took him so long. Kim says sorry and opens a small portal to pull out some potions to help him get back on his feet. Meanwhile, the other battling guild players are shocked that Charlemont was defeated with a single strike. One of the Iron Guild players is also surprised by the sudden darkness, but he doesn't realize he is about to be a happy meal for our rain. The screaming Iron Guild player is devoured by the rain instantly. Donghae is totally taken aback when he sees that monster. He's not sure if it's there to help or harm. He glances at Kim, who gives him a wink to show it's cool and on their side. Donghae quickly realizes this and tells everyone not to attack the wolf since it's their ally. Meanwhile, Rain goes all out, ready to take down the Iron Guild players. They're freaked out and bracing themselves for a fight. Rain shows off some wild moves, turning into water and suddenly popping up right behind the Iron Guild players. Then it goes after them like a snack. One player suggests to Donghae that they should jump in and attack since the enemy is caught off guard, but Donghae shoots that down. He gets that they might end up in trouble too if they go for it. He notices that Charlemont's corpse has disappeared, as if something devoured it. He remembers that it's just like what happened during the Guardian subjugation raid. He watches as Kim ruthlessly kills the Iron Guild players while Rain devours them completely. The wild fight scenes are so intense they leave him speechless, but he quickly shrugs it off like he didn't see a thing. Meanwhile, the skeleton army runs into Rogers and he can't believe they just got here and are already pulling off moves like this. He's always thought this country was a joke. Up above, Hart watches and decides he needs to keep these people around, just like his boss said. Hart knows Rogers has some serious strength and that his sword is the worst thing they could go up against. He raises his staff and summons a barrage of arrows to rain down on the Iron Guild, aiming straight at Rogers and going all out. But Rogers isn't worried. He thinks the whole attack is pointless. With a quick flick of his sword, he forms a magic barrier that stops all the arrows in their tracks. The barrier radiates such a heavy aura that even Hart feels it from way up high. Rogers warns him not to overlook the Nine's strength. Then he tells Carlin to join the others, insisting he can handle this side by himself. Carlin isn't convinced it's necessary. Rogers shares that he's picked up on something. Their movements don't feel like those of regular monsters. He's got a gut feeling that something's off. Meanwhile, Kim and the rest of the guild have taken care of the Iron Guild players. They notice a green glow and wonder if it's coming from them. Donghae comments that fights between rankers are on a whole different level. Kim asks Elle and Lu if they're thinking the same thing, and they confirm it's a holy sword, but something about it feels different. Bernhard says the skeletons are all gone, and it happened way quicker than Kim thought. He shouts for Rain to get moving. Then he tells the other players he's going to help out the rest of the crew, and asks them to catch up once they've patched themselves up. After that, he takes off to lend a hand. The scene switches to a guy who's super angry. He thinks the association messed with them on purpose. He calls it a violent move that they got chased down in Yexum, especially since their base is right there. He's the guild master of the Hephaestus Guild, and is really letting the association have it for what they did. Another guild master, Cheng Yang from the Blue Dragon Guild, finds it kinda weird. It's the first time the association has made a move on its own like this. He notices that Guildmaster Sukwu is missing from the meeting. Another Guildmaster Dohyung is really curious about what the leader of the Alliance of the 10 Great Guilds has to say. The leader of the Alliance is none other than Guildmaster Lee Sunho. Meanwhile, our boy rushes over to Hart and Dullahan and asks Bernhard how they're doing. Bernhard lets him know they're holding their own, which is a relief because it means the Iron Guild split up to take on the monsters. But he knows Hart and Dullahan can't handle the whole Iron Guild by themselves. He figures the Cain Guild is probably also dealing with a team. He's set on wrapping this up within 2 hours. Before their mission at the director's office, Tasik tells our boy that they'll be barricading Yaxum, but he warns it won't hold up for long. The big worry is that other guilds will get involved, so the barrier will only stick around for 3 hours. Tasik stresses to our boy that they have to get everything done in that time. Now, during the mission, the president of the association suddenly reduces that time to 1 hour. Tasik doesn't understand what he means. The president says they will remove the barrier after 1 hour. Tasik tries to disagree, saying this isn't what they agreed on. His father tells him this is the best they can do. He tries to convince him that if the Angela Guild protests, he can step in. The president tells him that Lee Sunho is coming. Then he orders them to call Grigori and announces that it's time for battle. Meanwhile, the Cain Guild players are also tackling the Iron Guild players. Bongu plunges at them, trying to take them down with his sword. But one Iron Guild player is also fast. He blocks the sword attack with his bare hands and prepares to counterattack. Bongu is about to get punched like a punching bag, but someone appears and takes down the Iron Guild player. He chops off his head with an axe. It is the Vice Master of the Cain Guild. He asks Bongu if he is all right. Then he notices they are struggling and sees that the Iron Guild reinforcements have arrived. Bongu tells him the Guildmaster is in an even worse situation. Sukwu is really trying to manage the drama between Rhodos and Carlin. Rhodos tells Carlin to back off, claiming that Sukwu is his. Carlin can't help but point out how many missions Rhodos has messed up with his reckless behavior. Furious, Rhodos charges at Sukwu. Sukwu can't wrap his head around how these two can argue so smoothly while still working together. In response to their aggression, he slams his foot down and sends huge ice crystals toward them. The cold spreads around, but Carlin dodges the attack just in time. Sukwu initially thinks Carlin isn't that strong, but her speed and quick reflexes turn out to be tough to handle. He realizes he can't really use the surroundings to get an edge because she can see his moves coming. Still, he feels pretty sure he can take her in a fistfight. What worries him most is Rhodos. Rhodos has fallen for Sukwu's attack, and it's getting on his nerves. He calls out to Carlin for help. She quickly dashes toward him and slices through his legs and arms stuck in the ice. Carlin is actually chopping off his limbs, but Rhodos quickly regenerates them. He mentions that nothing is going to work on him because his unique ability is regeneration. Sukwoo is kicking himself for not using a big attack earlier. He's running low on stamina, and Rhodos is taking hits just to help Carlin push her limits. Sukwoo realizes he needs to break them apart, even if it's just for a moment. All of a sudden, the sound of fighting gets louder. Carlin picks up on something weird and warns Rhodos that something's coming in fast. Behind Sukwoo, a mysterious figure zooms in. They smash right through Sukwoo's ice wall like it's nothing and strolls right past both Rhodos and Carlin. Carlin can't figure out what just went down. Our hero just showed up, thanks to his cool Hermes shoes that give him insane speed. He got this new skill through Lu's dark magic, but the downside is that it really takes a toll on him. Carlin is speechless. She couldn't even follow his movements. She doesn't know who this monster player in Korea is. Meanwhile, Rhodos realizes his body is covered in cuts. He can't believe what just happened. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood starts spilling from his wounds. He gets super angry and starts laughing like a maniac. He thinks our boy is pretty funny and tells him those scratches don't mean anything. But then our boy calls him by name and brings up his crazy regeneration ability. He's not sure if he said it right since he's still picking up English. After that, he says to Rhodos that his regeneration is done for. And then there's Rain, his buddy, who has amazing skills. Rain has insane stats and just revealed his new skill, Wound Aggravation, which makes it harder for an opponent to recover. Blood drips from Rhodos's feet as all three of them stand in the heavy rain. Sukwoo asks Kim what took him so long. Carlin is at a loss for words as he realizes our boy has stopped Rhodos from regenerating. Something impossible with an ordinary skill. She thinks this is only possible with one thing. Rhodos also understands that our boy is another unique ability player. It's been a while since he's taken this much heat, and he admits he's not just at a disadvantage, but Kim's unique ability has completely outmatched his. He asks our boy if he really thinks he wouldn't have any tricks up his sleeve for his weaknesses. It hits our boy that he's about to go up against a berserker. Suddenly, Rhodos's muscles bulge, and before he knows it, he grows super huge. He looks like the Hulk, but more like a budget version from some discount store. Elle and Lu shout out to their master, warning him to watch out. Rhodos rushes at him with crazy force, leaving a big dent on the ground. In a split second, he's right in front of him, ready to fight back. He says they're even now. Rhodos raises his sword to strike, and our boy gets caught off guard. As Rhodos swings, a huge cloud of dust kicks up around them. Other fighters pause, confused by the sudden dust cloud despite the pouring rain. Carlin thinks our boy is done for. Berserker is Rhodos's move that gives him a temporary boost in his fighting skills, but it drains his ability to heal. He doesn't pull it out often because the aftermath can really knock him down once it wears off. Out of nowhere, Sukwoo jumps in and asks Carlin what she's staring at. He tells her she hasn't beaten him yet and warns her not to let her guard down. Then without a second thought, he fires ice crystals at her like bullets. She somehow manages to dodge them. Carlin shrugs it off, saying he hasn't learned anything and that his attacks can't touch her. She's pretty sure she can take him on without Rhodos. As she goes to hit Sukwoo from behind, he smirks like he's been waiting for this. She totally underestimates him. He activates his power, Absolute Zero, and suddenly she feels herself starting to freeze as she gets closer to him. Sukwoo reveals that he was holding back to save energy, but now that Kim is here, he's ready to unleash. Kim can't believe it and points out that her comrade looks totally demolished. But Sukwoo tells her not to jump to conclusions. As the dust clears, we see that he actually stabbed Rhodos with both swords. Carlin is in disbelief, struggling to wrap her head around how he managed to overpower Rhodos in his strongest form. It just doesn't add up to her. Sukwoo then turns to Carlin and challenges her to see if she can block his next move. He activates an ice wall that rushes toward her. Carlin's caught off guard and realizes it's too late to escape. Suddenly, a huge mountain of ice towers over the buildings around them. The Kane Guild players are taken aback by what they see. Carlin is totally stuck inside an ice wall. Sukwoo thinks he might have gone too far this time, but honestly Carlin had pushed his buttons one too many times. He shifts his focus to our boy, curious if Kim's fight has wrapped up yet. Meanwhile, Lu yells to his master to ask what is going on. Our boy struggles to pull his swords out of Rhodos since his muscles are too tense. Rhodos grins smugly and stands there unfazed. Suddenly, he stabs himself with his own sword to attack Kim, who is behind him, but our boy skillfully dodges the surprise strike. Rhodos finds this entertaining. He effortlessly pulls his sword out of his own body and admits that he previously thought Korea had nothing to be proud of besides the Demon King and Lee Sun-ho. However, now he recognizes that there are two more players at their level. He declares that the real fight is about to begin. Suddenly, someone calls out to our boy. It is Sung-hoon. He urges them to finish quickly and explains that Lee Sun-ho is on his way. Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ho arrives at the barricades. He asks the president if it's time to share what's happening and demands to know what on earth is going on inside. Rhodos is fuming, wondering why Lee Sun-ho had to cut in on their fun. He was really enjoying himself and is ready to lash out. Charging at the associate, he yells for him to scram. Sung-hoon is stunned to see Rodos coming at him like that. But our hero jumps in to save Sung-hoon by activating his bindings, grabbing Rodos before he can make a move. He urgently tells Sung-hoon to get out of there. The association decides to hold back from joining the fight unless they really have to. So Sung-hoon decides to have the Cane Guilds back since things have changed. Stuck in Kim's grip, Rodos totally underestimates the skill being used on him. In a flash, he breaks free from the bindings with sheer brute force and leaves our boy in shock. Rodos charges at our boy, shouting that the intruder's gone. He's ready to swing his sword, declaring that the fight's officially on. He swings hard and kicks up a ton of dust, but his blows only leave scars on the ground. Rodos assumes our boy has disappeared. Then out of nowhere, Kim appears behind him and says he knows he's pumped, but time is running out. He needs to finish this quickly and activate his skill Elemental Darkness. Meanwhile, over at the barricades, Lee Sun-ho asks the president what is happening inside. He's curious if it's Grigori that the president's using to guard the area so intimidatingly, and if there's a plan to face them head-on. The president clarifies that there has been a misunderstanding. The association requested their cooperation, and they agreed. However, Lee Sun-ho thinks about this so-called cooperation and struggles to accept it since the guildmaster of Hephaestus, whose base is here, has received an eviction notice. Lee Sun-ho asserts that they only wish to help prevent the break. There's really no good reason for the association to turn down their help. With a serious look, he wonders if there's something going on within the association that they're trying to hide from them. The president tells Lee Sun-ho to chill out and not jump to conclusions. They're just keeping the barrier up to avoid more damage and don't want to put anyone's life at risk with extra reinforcements. Annoyed, Lee Sun-ho questions the president if he thinks he's just some pointless backup. The president is caught off guard for a second. Then Lee Sun-ho throws down the gauntlet, asking if the president would take him on if he decided to force his way in. The president drops a bombshell that he will, leaving everyone stunned. Lee Sun-ho's fans start shouting, confused about what the president means. In response, Taesik summons his staff, which sends chills down the spines of the furious Hephaestus players, who express their disbelief and call the association Behemoth. The guildmaster of Hephaestus prepares for action, but Lee Sun-ho intervenes. He offers to go in alone, without any companions. He then stealthily communicates with the president, assuring him not to worry. Lee Sun-ho promises he won't spill any secrets about what he finds inside and swears to have the president's back. Back to our boy, his skill. Elemental Darkness transforms his entire body into darkness. He stands on a traffic signal and stares at Rodos like the Grim Reaper himself. Then he activates his bindings again, but this time they appear much darker. Feeling a bit scared, Rodos sees the bindings approaching and laughs like a maniac, believing he cannot be caught. But this time he just can't break free. It might look like Kim just changed his appearance with Elemental Darkness, but the real deal is its extra effect. The skill boosts dark magic, which shares the same attributes. Rodos is terrified as he is dragged toward our boy. He starts screaming for his life. Our boy prepares to strike. Then he points his sword at Rodos's face and stabs him brutally in the head. Rodos is done for. With that, cannibalism activates and tries to turn Rodos into an ego. This time our hero succeeds. He chills out and drops his Elemental Darkness form, letting out a huge sigh of relief. He was really hoping to steer clear of that ability, since it takes a serious toll on his body. Lou jumps in, teasing him about being weak. He shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal and that he just needs to crash because he's worn out. Kim tells him to quit the whining. Then, he glances over at his teammates and sees they're pretty much done with their part too. Finally, he calls out to Rain and suggests it is time to move on. Using his elemental water powers, our hero leaps from building to building and races toward Dullahan and Hart, who stand their ground. In no time, he appears right in front of them, just as they are about to face Rogers. Kim, looking intense, calls out to Rogers and says it has been a while. As soon as Rogers spots him, he instantly recognizes him as Kim. Right before our boy is about to show up, Dullahan swings his axe and starts going toe-to-toe with Rogers. Rogers is hit with a wave of fear as he faces off against both Hart and Dullahan in their most intense forms. He's totally confused. He thought they were just a Dullahan and a Lich. With his holy sword in hand, he figures beating them should be a piece of cake since he just sees them as tough opponents. He prepares his holy sword, expressing that they are worthless scumbags. Stating not to underestimate him, he swings his powerful sword and unleashes an amazing powerful attack at Hart. Hart becomes terrified and tries to defend himself from the attack. Rogers' attack is powerful and creates a massive explosion, but Hart remains standing and endures it. Rogers believes that these monsters are anything but ordinary. Unlike typical monsters at their level that would charge through an opening after a major attack, Dullahan waits for the Lich to recover instead. This leads him to suspect that their aim is not to defeat him but to stall for time. Rogers starts to put things together and senses something is wrong as the timing feels off. This does not seem like a regular break. By the time he realizes what is happening, it is already too late. Out of nowhere, our hero appears and says, "It has been a while." Rogers, caught off guard and not recognizing him, asks who he is. Our boy tells him he is Kim Kigyu. Dashing toward Rogers from above, he prepares to strike. Rogers recognizes him and realizes he is Kim. He prepares his holy sword to unleash a powerful attack to counter him. Dullahan couldn't believe Rogers hadn't gone all out until now. Our hero, energized, leaps at Rogers, ready to strike with both swords. But just before he attacks, Rogers suddenly remembers the tip about Kim's swords. The Iron Guild Master had warned him that Kim can absorb the power of the holy sword. So instead of trying to block the hit, Rogers dodges to the side. Our hero quickly catches on that Rogers must have figured out his game plan, probably because of the Iron Guild's warning. He feels grateful to Hart and Dullahan for hanging in there, and they show their respect for being able to follow his orders. Then, our boy tells them to chill and get some rest. They quickly pop back to him in his rain pendant. Rogers is totally thrown off by what just went down. He can't wrap his head around that display of power and wonders if our boy caused the break. Still, he shakes off the thought since it's not the biggest thing on his mind right now. He's just amazed at how strong our boy has gotten in such a short time. Meanwhile, Kim is hyped up and ready to play tag while Rogers fumes over everything happening. The duel begins with clashes echoing all around. Before long, Sukwu and Sunghoon show up. Sakwu can't believe how much stronger Kim has gotten since they last faced off. Our boy, having a blast in the duel, turns to Rogers and asks what's up and what's going on with him. While skillfully swinging his sword, our boy quickly stabs Rogers in the leg and questions why he is so soft. It's the same thing Rogers once asked Kim while he was torturing him. Elle tells him to stop playing around and to just finish him off. Determined to finish, our boy dashes forward to deal a serious blow. Rogers becomes very terrified as he sees the attack coming. He can't believe all this, as Kim was weaker than a maggot just a few months back. It's too late for Rogers to dodge, so he decides to block it instead. Meanwhile, the Iron Guild Master is in his office and figures Rogers has probably made it to Korea by now. His associate asks if he's really sure about this move, seeing as he sent Rogers off with a holy sword to face someone who can absorb its power. But the Guildmaster is completely confident in him, as he had already warned Rogers about the risks. Still, that doesn't matter much, since this sword isn't just any holy sword. By the time Rogers realizes what is truly happening, it will be too late. In the heat of the moment, he blocks the attack, leaving everyone, including himself, shocked and confused. Rogers can't shake off the feeling that something was absorbed, but it didn't seem like what happened with Kallion. Elle explains that he suspected something was off for a while, as that thing isn't a holy sword. Lu explains that it could be called a corrupted holy sword. It might be a stretch to call it that. Instead, it is closer to a demonic sword. Rogers tells our boy that he is nothing great after all. He is now determined to kill our boy in the most excruciating way possible. Our boy asks Lu if he can't do something since it is a demonic sword, but it doesn't work that way. Lu just explains it better for him to understand. Rogers asks why he is mumbling to himself and tells him that now isn't the time to get distracted. Then Rogers charges forward, determined to cut our boy to pieces. Meanwhile, the Iron Guild associate realizes it is not a regular holy sword and admits surprise that the Guildmaster thinks so highly of Rogers. But the Guildmaster says he supposes his associate could say that. In another scene, Kim is nimbly dodging Rogers' attacks but gets a bit mixed up when he spots something off. Sunghoon is worried about Kim and yells for him to watch out, but Sukwu tells him to wait because he senses something is not right. Out of nowhere, our boy kicks Rogers hard and sends him crashing face first to the ground. Rogers hits the pavement like a fragile twig. Kim is puzzled because it looks like Rogers is actually getting weaker. Elle jumps in to explain that it's because of the sword. She tells him it's a corrupted holy sword that initially gives power to whoever wields it. Rogers is also trying to figure out what's happening to him. What he doesn't realize is that the sword eventually drains all of its wielder's power, leaving them totally spent. Meanwhile, the Iron Guild associate catches on that it steals power and gives it back to its true owner. He wonders if this will make it harder to secure a spot in Korea, and knows that if Rogers becomes weak, it will be a major setback. But the Guildmaster tells him not to worry about that, as Nine is very meticulous and thorough. That sword takes its time, and it will swallow Rogers whole before he even suspects anything amiss. That is how Rogers will serve as a stepping stone for the Iron Guild Master's revenge, which is expected to unfold over the next 6 months. The Guildmaster believes that Nine's power will be depleted in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, despite his injuries and trembling, Rogers refuses to give up. He charges forward to attack and demands to know what our boy has done to him. However, Kim simply swings his sword at the charging Rogers and instantly slashes his arm. The corrupted sword flies away as Rogers screams in pain, crawling back to retrieve his weapon. Our boy steps toward him and reveals that he has been planning his revenge for 2 months only for it to end up feeling anticlimactic. Lu urges him to get it over with. Bernhard voices his disdain for the old man, and Elle agrees, believing he deserves a fitting punishment. At that moment, our boy calls out to Rogers. He pulls out some potions and instructs Rogers to give him his hand. Then, he begins pouring the potion over Rogers' hands, leaving Rogers confused by this unexpected gesture. Rogers bursts into laughter, saying that messing with the Iron Guild is pointless, and that he's lucky to still be alive. Kim challenges him, asking if he even realizes the mess he's in, and tells him to check his status window. Lou joins in, pointing out how Rogers is acting like everything is fine when the potion isn't even attached to his hand. When Rogers checks his status, he's shocked to find he's dropped to level 1. He can't believe it. Kim presses him and asks if he understands what that means, but Rogers is too lost in self-hate, calling himself worthless for being at such a low level. Out of nowhere, Kim punches Rogers and tells him to stop putting himself down, while asking if he really wants to get wrecked like that. Bernhard is confused, trying to figure out why Kim is so upset. Kim reminds Rogers that he's also at level 1. He asks what's so terrible about being at level 1, reminding him that even top players start there, and wondering if Rogers thought he'd have a ton of levels right from the beginning. Then, they notice the barrier starting to fade away. Sung-hoon calls out, warning everyone that the barrier just opened and Lee Sun-ho is coming their way. Kim tells Rogers to count himself lucky. He opens a portal and shoves Rogers into it, telling Hart to make sure he stays safe. He also asks Hart to handle the Holy Sword, and Hart agrees. Lou and Elle call out warnings, and our boy senses a massive amount of mana approaching from a distance. In a flash of lightning, Lee Sun-ho shows up and comments on how weird this whole situation is. He can't wrap his head around it being just a simple break. He's curious if Kim Kigyu is really who he thinks he is. Our boy asks how Lee knows him, but it's clear that Lee Sun-ho's Angela Guild has a solid info network. Even he can't figure out what's really happening, so he wants to hear it straight from our boy. Sung-hoon jumps in to introduce himself, saying he works for the association. He explains that they're almost done suppressing the break, but there have been some losses among Iron Guild players. Lee Sun-ho finds this hilarious, pointing out that it's pretty obvious they were the ones who took down the Iron Guild. He brings up some deal they have with the Iron Guild. They have promised to let Lee Sun-ho meet someone who has something he wants, which is elixir. Currently, only one person has that in their possession. Lee Sun-ho tells our boy to show the Demon King, or else he doesn't want to see his successor ripped to shreds. Everyone's standing around, totally taken aback. Lee Sun-ho asks if someone who calls himself an anointed apostle should really be playing dirty, and suddenly a portal starts to open up. Then the Demon King shows up, saying that he just messed up a dramatic reunion with her apprentice. Our boy is pretty shocked to see her. She glances his way and says it's been a while. Sung-hoon is in shock that she's the Demon King, and Suk-woo can't find the words either. She notices how stunned his friends look and comments on it. He can't believe she was so close to him without him noticing at all, but he's glad she's not an enemy. Lou is pretty impressed with her stealth skills, saying they're way more advanced than Hyungchul's. Soo-jung expected a more excited reaction to the big reveal but shrugs it off and says they can talk about it later. Then she turns to Lee Sun-ho, mentioning she heard he needs an elixir. He confirms that he does need one. She's not surprised, noting that his vessel is really contaminated. She asks if they're close enough for her to just hand him an elixir for free. Lee Sun-ho suggests making a deal, but the Demon King isn't interested. She explains that even with an elixir, it will not stop his vessel from deteriorating and will only delay the inevitable. She points out that using an elixir for that purpose would be a bit of a waste, considering its worth. Hearing this, Lee Sun-ho prepares for battle and calls for his sword, saying she has left him no choice. Sung-hoon and Suk-woo are shocked by the sudden change, but the Demon King remains calm. Kim is speechless. Now Lee Sun-ho holds 2 pure white swords, and our boy wonders if they are what he thinks. Lou confirms they are holy swords, even stronger than Elle. The Demon King asks Lee Sun-ho if he is sure about this, and warns him that no matter how strong he is, he will face a tough battle against both Baal and her. Plus, this place is about to turn into a sea of fire. She reminds him that he hates killing. He replies that necessity knows no law, and she agrees that beggars cannot be choosers. Then she steps away from Lee Sun-ho and moves next to Baal as she asks him to pass her an elixir without a second thought. Suk-woo and Sung-hoon can't believe their eyes when they stumble upon an elixir. The Demon King asks what she'll get in return for making a deal. Lee Sun-ho steps forward and says he will spare everyone there, including her apprentice. She shoots back that it sounds more like a threat than an actual deal, telling him he's no better than a street thug. As she tosses the elixir to him, she insists he promises not to harm her apprentice for a whole year. He takes the elixir and agrees to her terms, giving her his word. Just as he is about to leave, the Demon King stops him and demands that he swear it on his god's name. He mutters something under his breath and leaves Kim completely confused as he watches everything unfold. Then Lee Sun-ho suddenly disappears from the scene. Sung-hoon feels overwhelmed by the pressure, as if he might suffocate. The Demon King looks at Kim's friends and questions whether they are his allies. She then wonders if she can trust them to handle the situation, as she and her apprentice need to be somewhere else. Kim feels confused and starts to question her, but before he can say anything, they disappear in an instant. Sukwoo and Sunghoon are left in shock as they try to process everything that just happened. As our boy starts to come to, the Sujung and Bal are chatting about how he managed to use the demonic eye. Lu calls out for his master to wake up, and Sujung notices he's finally awake. When he sits up and looks around, he realizes he's in the basement of his own house. He's confused about how she suddenly showed up and seems to know where he lives. He can't shake the feeling that she's been keeping an eye on him, especially since she mentioned the demonic eye as a way for them to talk. Then she drops the bombshell that she can see everything he sees through it, which freaks him out about his privacy being totally invaded. Sujung thinks his reaction is cute and playfully asks if he's embarrassed. She reassures him that it's not like that at all. Then Kim asks why she's at his house, but Sujung skillfully flips the question back at him, wondering if a master can't visit her apprentice. She also mentions that she missed his housewarming party. He can't argue with her logic, especially since he kind of owes her for using 3 of her valuable elixirs to help him out. He is ready to question her about what she really is because she has the demonic eye, but Sujung cuts him off. She gets that he's got a ton of questions and promises she'll fill him in later. But then she drops a bombshell, saying there's something way more important she wants to talk about. Now he is extremely curious about what could be more important than the elixirs, the demonic eye, and Lee Sunho. Then she casually puts her coffee down and asks if she can stay at his place for a while. He stands there completely frozen and speechless. In his house, Sujung meets his mother and is impressed by her flawless skin and comments that she looks like she is still in college. Kim's mother is equally impressed by how kind Sujung is. Sujung compliments Yujung's beauty and asks if it is a result of her taking care of their mother. Yujung then questions where her brother met such a beautiful lady, expressing surprise because she always thought he had a preference for men. Our boy listens to the conversation, wondering how things got so awkward. His sister keeps pushing him about where he met someone as cute as Sujung, and he's scrambling for a way out of this uncomfortable situation. No matter what story he thinks up, he knows it will not please both his mom and sister, whose imaginations are in overdrive because of all the TV they watch. He's sweating, trying to figure out what to say. Just looking into his sister's eyes, he realizes that if he gives a vague answer, then she'll just keep digging. He thinks there has to be a way out of this, hoping for a miracle. Then, it hits him. He jumps up and starts thinking about a puppy, which totally throws off his sister. This is his secret move to change the subject. He blurts out that he adopted a puppy. Curious, everyone starts asking where he's rushing off to. He calls out to Rain, asking it to shrink down into a smaller form. Rain goes along with it and within moments, turns into a super cute little puppy. Yujung lights up when she spots the adorable pup. She scoops it up, fascinated by its breed and wonders if its fur is dyed. She asks what the puppy's name is and if she can name it herself. Our boy with the puppy clears things up, saying he hasn't dyed it and that he named it Rain already. This makes Yujung really happy, and she says that for the first time, he actually seems cool. He thinks back to the years he was the one bringing home the bacon, and wonders what's changed. Sojung jumps in, saying finally someone's thinking straight, but our boy just brushes her off. Sojung plans to relax today, but since our boy made an effort, she decides to talk with his apprentice. Bal already booked a spot for them. Outside a cafe, our boy is on the phone with Sunghoon. He apologizes for taking off so suddenly, and tells Sunghoon to handle things since he's leaving it all up to him. As he walks into the restaurant, he feels bad about making everyone clean up the mess he left behind. Sujung picks up on Kim's expression and asks what's going on in his head. He wonders if she can read minds, but she laughs it off, claiming his feelings are pretty obvious. She reassures him that the pros are taking care of everything, so he shouldn't stress. Still, he can't shake off the guilt. He asks if it's cool to chat in a cafe since the tower's cafes have soundproof barriers. Sujung says that Bal's barrier is much better than the budget ones, and no one will hear them or notice them at all. Now Sujung wants to know what our boy wants to ask first. There's a bunch on his mind, but the whole thing with Bal and Sujung earlier felt a bit out of this world. He realizes he didn't notice it back then due to all the chaos. Thinking about the clash between the Demon King and Lee Sunho, he hesitantly asks Bal if he's a player. Then he rephrases, asking if Bal is even human. Sujung praises his instincts if that's where he started. She jokes about why he doesn't just ask his sword instead. Lu speaks up and says he has not mentioned it before because he was unsure, but that entity Bal is a demon. In fact, he is one of the archdemons and a manifestation of ancient evil. Bal kneels down and greets Lu as the Almighty, the supreme ruler of demons. Kim is stunned to see Bal act like that. Even Lu seems surprised. Lu just responds with a scoff. Kim mentions that even his sword gives off a scoff in response. Sujung bursts into laughter, tears rolling down her cheeks. She finds the whole situation hilarious and asks Lu if he's really called Lu now, and he confirms it. Our boy is taken aback and asks if Sujung can hear the sword's voice. She says she can, plus she hears the holy sword named El, and the little kid stuck in his chest. Lu mentions it makes sense since they share a vision. Our boy stands there trying to wrap his head around all of this. Sujung assures him that it's exactly how it works. Suddenly Kim shouts that he knew it and says she can read minds, but Sujung immediately clarifies that she cannot. She can only get what he's thinking when he actually tries to communicate with her. If he's not trying, she's clueless. Lu backs her up on that. Our boy scratches his head, feeling overwhelmed. He decides to take this one step at a time. Sujung remarks that his apprentice seems a bit slow, which Lu agrees with. But Elle and Brunhart aren't thrilled about that comment. Sujung explains that the person Baal respected was not just Lu but actually our boy himself. He is shocked to hear that. Lu gets mad, saying that Baal is one of those who betrayed him in the past. Sojung elaborates that Baal was part of the traitors who sparked the rebellion when the Demon King was locked up. For Baal to show respect to someone like that as his subordinate means a lot. Lu, filled with anger, calls him a goddamn bastard. Sujung decides it's time to move on from the past and brings them back to the main topic. She suggests they chat about the demonic eye first, which grabs Kim's attention. Sujung is sure he has loads of questions, especially since he just recently unlocked the demonic eye. Even Lu doesn't know much about it. This time Sujung asks our boy a question of her own. She asks him to explain exactly how he awakened the demonic eye, since it's regarded as the symbol of demons. Our boy is totally confused about the demonic eye and asks if it's the power he got from Lu. Lu sets him straight, saying that this power can't be passed on. Our boy can't wrap his head around it and wonders if he's had this power all along. Elle jumps in to explain that while Sujung might have helped trigger it, he's the one who actually made it happen. Sujung backs this up and is surprised he managed to manifest the demonic eye at all. Lu asks if one of his ancestors is a demon, but our boy is doubtful since his mom is just a regular human. Lu then asks about his dad. Our boy thinks for a moment but isn't sure. Sujung finds this really interesting and points out that the demonic eye isn't some rare thing. All high-ranking demons have one, but there are special demonic eyes, and his purple one is among the unique ones. Curious, our boy asks what she means by special. Sujung explains that a demon's eye color indicates their rank. Green is the lowest, red is mid-level, and purple, which he has, signifies royalty. Those with purple eyes stand at the top of the demon hierarchy, and nothing outranks them. Sujung adds that she can use all types of demonic eyes. Lu disagrees and says that is impossible even for him. She explains that because he is a full demon, he can only have one type of demonic eye, unlike her. This makes our boy wonder if she's human since the demonic eye represents demons. Sujung clarifies that she's a special case, hinting he might be one too. Suddenly she lifts her top slightly to tease him and he freaks out. He quickly shuts his eyes, feeling embarrassed and wondering what is going on. Lu just watches and tells him to quit freaking out and take a look. After a moment of hesitation, our boy opens his eyes and sees that Sujung has only lifted her shirt partway, revealing just enough, but not too much. Instead of anything scandalous, she shows a cat-shaped jewel. She explains that it came from a demon transplant, and is actually Baal's other face, which makes her half human and half demon. Just like Lu, Baal has a predator power, but it comes with limits and side effects. Baal can consume demons and absorb their powers. Sujung never expected our boy to awaken the demonic eye, but she had a feeling he was special. Now she knows he has the potential to help her achieve her dream. When he asks about her dream, she reveals the truth. It is the reason people believe she is the Demon King, and she wants to take him out. On the day the Iron Guild opened its Korea branch, every single member ended up getting wiped out. The association dealt with the aftermath, but the press and public went off. Lee Sunho's testimony helped calm things down, showing that the top players were legit. The Iron Guild took the tragedy in stride. They might have been suspicious, but they just offered condolences to the families. Their chill response wrapped everything up, even though folks still had questions. Later, our boy goes to visit the fallen members from their mission. Even though there weren't a ton of casualties, it still weighs heavy on him. Elle tries to comfort him, saying it's not his fault. Lu speaks up and says he gave them a choice, and it was up to them to take it. When he gets home, our boy announces his return. Sujung greets him, and he asks if she is really making herself comfortable. She explains she didn't have anywhere else to crash. He teases her for talking with her mouth full, and she insists she had no choice. He wonders where she's been staying before this. In the end, our boy is unable to extract more details from her. He feels he isn't qualified yet, as he still needs to pass the 50th floor. He then inquires about the whereabouts of his mother and sister. Sujung informs him that they are having dinner along with Rain. As he is about to take off his shirt in front of the mirror, he suddenly remembers something important. He rushes back and asks Sujung if she can see everything through his demonic eye. She confirms that she can, and at the same time catches a glimpse of his well-defined abs. He requests her to do something about it since he can't even go to the bathroom like this. She assures him she won't look in those situations. She explains that she is not doing it because she wants to. She is only assessing the situation while avoiding direct contact. Our boy insists she does something about it and asks if she doesn't need it anymore. She asks if he is sure and if he won't regret it. He says he won't. She explains that to deactivate the shared vision, she has to extract the energy she imbued in him. Since he has awakened the demonic eye, she must take back her influence. She steps forward, lifts her heel, and leans in, creating the most romantic moment before passionately kissing him. All the egos become embarrassed. Our boy steps back in shock and asks why she did that. Seeing his reaction, Sujung guesses it was his first kiss. Kim is completely speechless and embarrassed. She turns off the shared vision. Our boy won't lose his demonic eye, but it'll go back to normal. It just got a power boost from her. She will not be able to hear his egos anymore, which she thought was fun, but Ellen Brunhart did not. Then she says sorry, not realizing it was his first kiss. He's fuming, almost ready to smack her on the head. Sujung asks if they should continue, and when he asks where, she says the basement. Bal has prepared something interesting down there. When our boy looks around, he is surprised and wonders if this is really his basement. Elle is also amazed by the space expansion barrier. Lu admits that Bal is quite skilled at these things. Sujung jumps in and says there's also something called impact nullification, so if she and our boy decide to go all out, it won't be an issue. Kim looks puzzled and asks why they'd even want to go all out. Sujung shoots back, asking if a master needs a reason to spar with their apprentice. She gears up and tells our boy to come at her because she's ready to level him up. Lu cracks a joke about his level, but our boy cuts him off since he already saw that coming. Sujung says there's little left to teach him now, but things might be different if he'd passed the 50th floor test. That floor is huge for players with unique abilities, as it helps them level up their skills or even unlock a new unique ability, like Sukwu. Our boy wonders if Sujung's been eavesdropping on their chat. Still, Sujung insists she's got some tips to share. She tells him to make the first move because she doesn't want to just talk about it. So our boy charges at her with a burst of speed and she's ready to go. He swings both swords at her, but she dodges like it's nothing. After slipping past his attack, she catches him by surprise. She playfully asks if he really thought he had her, and he suddenly realizes how fast she actually is. Lu speaks up and says her speed matches his perception, as she is simply staying in sync with his abilities. Elle points out that Sujung seems quick because she got him right in his blind spot, and her insane combat skills are seriously getting on Elle's nerves. Sujung asks if our boy can feel her powers as she gets ready to unleash her full combat skills on him. Out of nowhere, she zooms in to attack. Just as he's bracing himself to counter, she appears right beside him. She asks where he's looking, reminding him that she's right there. She swings her sword and explains that she and Lee Sunho are rivals and cannot coexist without a serious fight. If they fought with full force, neither would escape unharmed, which is why they maintain balance during their matches. With Kim stepping up and Iron Shield messing things up, the balance has definitely been thrown off. Our boy is left wondering why she's bringing this up now. Sujung cuts to the chase. He needs to get a lot stronger. Lee Sunho has given them a year, and if he doesn't match Iron Shield's level of power by then, he's a goner. Sujung unleashed her special ability Ink Flames and charged at him. He was ready, activating his own power of death to counterattack. Bal just stood back, watching the whole thing unfold. The basement walls started cracking under the pressure of their fight. Once it calmed down, our boy looked a bit worn out. Sujung commented on how his attacks were way more intense in person, probably because of Lu's influence. Then she remembers something important and mentions they're the same age, so he could totally drop the formalities. He couldn't help but question if she really needed to mention that right then. Meanwhile, in our boy's gate of Brunhart, Rogers struggles to lift a large stone. Then, Hart approaches him and calls out. He tosses a piece of bread toward Rogers, saying it is his meal. As Rogers sees the bread, he quickly rushes to grab it and starts munching on it like he has been hungry for a long time. Hart tells Rogers that even dying would be too merciful for a scum like him. This is all due to his great master's benevolence. He was the one kind enough to reattach Rogers' hands. Hart takes out a whip striker and brutally strikes Rogers, telling him to get back to work. Rogers falls to the ground, totally exhausted and beaten up. He swears he will kill Iron Shield. Hart also understands that Rogers has shifted his anger toward a new target. He realizes that our boy is using that bastard as a pawn for his next revenge and becomes impressed by his wisdom. He pulls out a construction map that looks like a pyramid and wonders why his master wants Rogers to build something like this. Lu asks what the deal is with the task. Kim explains that it's just to make Rogers suffer a bit more. He calls to Mr. Ball, who tells him to just call him Ball since Kim has proven himself worthy. After that, Kim addresses him as Baal and asks how the project is going. After seeing a magic spell from Baal, Kim feels a bit confused. Earlier in the basement, Baal asked if he could enter Kim's gate, saying there was a lot to research. Sujung explains that Baal knows a lot about dark energy and will definitely be helpful somehow. Kim can't shake the weird feeling about Baal. Lu adds that even if Baal's a traitor, he has serious skills. Baal calls out to Kim, saying everything is finished. Kim is puzzled and asks what he means by that. Bal explains that his gate uses a ton of power, like an electronic device that tends to overheat. So he's gathered all the excess mana in one spot to make crystals. When Kim hears about the crystals, he is curious but still a bit confused. He asks if this process will only bring back the crystals Brunhart ate, since he doesn't need money right now and selling them wouldn't help. Bale answers that if the goal is only to recover crystals, it would only slightly improve efficiency, but it seems he is aiming for something more special, a kind of transparent crystal. Crystals are used for making all sorts of magic tools, and their worth depends on how much mana they hold. Our boy checks out the transparent crystal, noting that it's pretty unique. El can hardly feel any magic from it, and Brunhart agrees it feels empty. Bal chimes in, saying that if the crystals are legit, there'll be buyers lining up, which leads our boy to think there's no harm in making some extra cash. But Bal reveals a shocking truth that once they discover its true value, even billions of one will not be enough. Curious, our boy asks what their true value is, but Bal says he doesn't need to know yet and will figure it out when the time comes. Bal calls our boy Great Master but acts more like a buddy of a buddy, sharing info only when he feels like it. Kim isn't sure if it's because his crystal extraction went well, but Bal seems to be in a good mood lately. That's how he learns that the gate is actually a territory. Bal clarifies that it's an abandoned territory. Our boy asks if that means it's ruled by someone or if demons can take over. Bal says it could be, but demons aren't the only ones who can claim territories. Our boy wonders who else Bal means and why they abandoned these territories to end up on Earth. Bal starts to wrap things up, saying he's probably shared too much already. He explains that the abandoned territories weren't left behind on purpose, it just happened that way. Some are still occupied, and if our boy wants to know more, he should climb the tower. Once he earns new qualifications after clearing the 50th floor, Bal will reveal everything. Down in the basement, our boy is having another wild practice fight with the Demon King. They're both going all out in this hilarious duel. So-jung points out how a stunning girl like her is making the effort to come to him, yet he keeps running away. He points out that she's approaching him differently, and wonders how he can't run from the Demon King. Hearing this, So-jung looks a bit hurt. Then, she charges at him for a serious attack. He sees it coming and manages to defend himself. So-jung can't believe he shut her down. He suggests they get back to the lesson, as he's really looking forward to it. So-jung replies that death might be strong, but it's not the ultimate move, asking what he'll do if one hit isn't enough. Lu realizes it's just his basic skill. So-jung then rushes at him with massive power. They both unleash their strikes, creating a huge wave of energy. But her hit is way more powerful and sends our boy flying. She warns him that just leaning on his enhanced powers is going to make his moves predictable, asking if he really thinks that'll work on iron. The mention of iron gets him fired up. He leaps at So-jung for a serious attack this time. He's really putting everything into this one, hitting her with a powerful strike. Lu activates his enhanced synchronization ability, tapping into 70% of Ego's skills. Seeing the strong attack coming, So-jung is seriously impressed. Kim looks confused as Lu explains that as the synchronization increases, his control over death also improves. Our boy feels completely baffled by the strange vibe but is more than satisfied, as if he is finally understanding it. So-jung thinks it is all nonsense. She steps forward, grabs him by his shirt, and swings him hard, sending him flying across the basement. He crashes down to the floor with a massive impact, trying to process what just happened. So-jung asks if he's finally got his act together and wonders if she should think he's amazing or not. Our boy is just confused about what happened, and she explains that her apprentice almost lost it. She asks him how it felt since he almost got swallowed by the darkness. He's puzzled about this darkness thing and wonders why she's looking all emo. She figures he must feel pretty good about his work, seeing all of humanity as beneath him. That's how dark magic works, and it's one reason demons are so into it. Then she tells him to find a player with 100 swords. He's confused about who that is because he's the one who wields swords with crazy powers and handed the holy sword Kallian to Iron and Nine to the Rogers. So-jung insists he needs to get himself a holy sword and strengthen it because his dark magic is throwing everything out of balance. She reminds him that moderation is key and he can't lean too far in one direction. She ties his veil around his neck and points out they're the same age, wondering why he's still being so formal. He's shocked to find out they're really the same age, and she confirms that, at least by Earth standards. When he asks what she means by Earth's age, she brushes it off and tells him to grab some food because she's starving after that workout. So-jung wonders if Yoo-jung and her mom are back yet. Our boy opens the storage gate, and Brunhart interjects that he's not storage. He pulls out his smartphone, guessing his mom and sister must have gone shopping. He suddenly gets a call from Hwang Ji-chul and thinks the timing is perfect because Hwang has never called before. He wonders why and answers with a hello but hears nothing. He tells Hwang he can't hear him. Hwang tries to say something but falls quiet. Kim figures it's weird as it might be the barrier messing with things, but he doubts it since Bao set things up for radio waves to get through. Meanwhile, Huang's phone is just covered in blood. He finally tells our boy to come to the workshop immediately and says there is not much time. Just as he is about to mention Minsu, the call cuts off completely. Our boy is left shocked and scared out of his mind. The scene switches to the main building, and in the cafeteria, Sung-hoo gets a call from Kim. He points out that it's illegal for players to rush through the streets, but he has to go somewhere, so he needs a mercenary's help. Sung-hoo says he can handle it but asks for a ride, only to realize he's already ditched that option. Kim simply vanishes into thin air and zips through the city using blue mana until he reaches his destination. Now, he's in front of the shop, asking the egos if they can feel anyone around while heading down the stairs. Brunhart is stressing out about his dad, and Lou playfully teases him by asking if he's talking about his mom since he's got the egos with him. Then he jokingly suggests Brunhart might want to experience some pain. Focused, our hero uses his skills to see through the wall. He steps inside and checks if everything's cool. Wang is slumped over, and he rushes to him, noticing his crushed hands and that all his gear is gone. He tries to wake him up, and when Wang opens his eyes, Kim offers him a portion, but he refuses, saying it's the end for him. Egos is totally on board, saying it's not enough since he's bleeding badly. He reminds Wang about his promise and asks for help, to which he agrees. Wang says he's an innovator, and that surprises him. He mentions that even goblins were tough when he first started playing. Still, they're fighting for humanity, but he stops climbing because he doesn't want to become stronger. Kim chimes in, but he waves him off, saying something's stuck in his throat. Back in the day, he didn't have any real ties to metals, but once he became a player, his blacksmithing skills kicked in and he crafted some cool weapons, though they were nothing compared to what he can make now. That all happens after a special event. When asked about this incident, he explains he was on the 50th floor, looking to level up his skills, but then he gets this random thought about why they're just climbing the tower. Kim is shocked and digs deeper, asking why the tower goes up and if it even exists below. He keeps wandering around the first floor over and over, checking out every nook and cranny that people usually overlook, trying to find underground floors. He's basically become an expert on the first floor now. Then, one day, Kim mentions he found a door leading down to the underground, which totally blew our guy's mind. Suddenly, a memory flashes back, and he realizes he is entering a new world after going through that door. His head begins to hurt, and the system notifies him that he does not qualify and will face a penalty. Wang asks if he is all right, but Kim just smiles and can't contain it. The egos are getting anxious, and Lou tells him to get it together. The Demon King thinks she'll spill everything once he gets to the 50th floor, and the guy echoes the same idea. He realizes it's a kind of punishment, but the ego and Wang check in to see if he's all right. Even so, Kim is keen to hear more because it feels like someone's digging through his thoughts, and he knows he won't get another chance like this. Wang thinks we shouldn't stress too much. He explains that the underground area used to be livable, even with all the burning hot and barren deserts. Lou wants to chip in but decides to keep quiet and just listen to him. He wanders around but doesn't find anything since it felt like an endless loop, so he figures it was time to head back. Then, he spots this huge monster out of nowhere and just freezes in shock. The monster is way tougher than the monsters around the tower, and he can't handle it. When it looks like he is done for, a girl appears out of nowhere. It's his wife, someone he'll never forget. Kim asks if she's a player, but she shakes her head. Then the old man collapses, and he rushes over to him. Wang tells him to check his pocket, and he pulls out a small hammer and a piece of paper. The old man explains it's a rough map to the underground level where Minsu is also. He falls but whispers not to leave Minsu behind. Kim holds him tight, and Brunhart says he can turn people into egos to bring him back. Elle chimes in and says it's not a sure thing, but Lou backs Brunhart up. Our guy thinks he can't explain what's happening, but insists he can save him. To do that, though, he's got to take his life. The chances of coming back aren't great, but Wang is on board because he trusts him and calls him over for this exact reason. Kim stays quiet for a moment, then pulls out his sword, saying he's got to endure some pain. Without hesitation, he stabs himself, and Wang thanks him. He just wants to save Minsu so he can become a better blacksmith. Kim then activates his cannibalism skill, red mana swirling around him. In an instant, the old man disappears and only the blood remains. The system tells him that the transfer into the ego has failed, but some fragments got absorbed. The egos say they don't have to worry about it as they will figure it out. Kim goes along with it and asks Lou if he knows anything about what's happening. Lou mentions he might get in trouble and has never felt such intense pain. He adds that it was enough to almost take him out, even though the old guy didn't see it coming. But he's willing to share some info about other worlds. The pain still bothers him, and Lou says there's no need to rush. On the tower's first floor, a monster says that a door will open by the end of everything. The deities will curse the world, and a messenger will become king. The monster seems to be hyping someone up, and a guy shows up. One of them asks if something has gone wrong. The king looks over at a kid who has passed out and questions whether they know what will happen when they lift the passage. He touches a coffin and tells them to start the ritual. Out of nowhere, there's this huge blast of mana that stuns him. Kim suddenly takes on a demonic look and aggressively demands to know where Minsu is. He jumps from one building to the next, thinking about the map that leads underground. Lu asks if he's really sure about it, and he nods because he knows that place well, and it's stuck in his memory. He used to go there almost every day before getting mixed up with egos. He reaches the tower and remembers that remote spot he used as a secret hideout after exploring everywhere. The same monster shows up every day. He steps into the forest and brushes against a barrier. At the same time, Lu mentions that it also messes with his awareness, but thanks to his demonic eye, he can still see. Then, a notification pops up asking if he wants to feel pain or not. Kim asks Egos what to do since smashing it won't work, and Lu suggests they need a key to deactivate it. He remembers the hammer and map, so he touches it to the barrier, and suddenly, it opens. The boss warns the knights that they have no idea what will happen when the blockage is removed. They try to start the ritual, but then our hero drops in with a huge bang. Everyone's shocked, and he asks where Minsu is. Some knights collapse, and he spots a coffin, sensing Minsu is in there, realizing that these caravan guild members want to sacrifice him to clear the blockage. He mentions that the caravan has a lot of semi-rankers like Donghae, but the real threat is the one with the same Sahim energy level as him. He knows that guy will come after him while he's busy dealing with the others. He powers up the Bernhardt Gate, and the knights are stunned to see his warriors. One of them wonders if he could be a messenger, but he brushes it off, calling it just a trick to block the ritual. He attacks him with full force and stabs with a sharp spear, but our hero dodges it with ease. The knight smirks and mocks him, saying he moves like a mere messenger. He keeps dodging every attack, which only makes the knight taunt him more as he claims he is just afraid to strike back. Hearing this, our hero finally makes his move and stabs him before slicing deep. Blood pours as the knight drops to his knees and looks up while asking if he is really a messenger of God. Someone calls the knight Andres, which catches Lu off guard, and Kim asks how he knows him. Lu brings up their run-in on the 30th floor and says he will tell him in later. Meanwhile, Kim is focused on their enemies, keeping quiet as they size each other up. He's trying to figure out why the guy isn't showing any interest and thinks he ought to make the first move. But then Elle chimes in, saying she doesn't feel any danger from him. Kim asks him what he's doing there and what his purpose is. He responds that he just doesn't want to see his son getting son's advantage of. Kim is taken aback and asks if he's really Minsu's dad. Kim is trying to figure out if this guy is really Minsu's dad and the son of Wang. The guy says he's feeling totally drained, knowing his father probably sent him here. He admits to going after Wang and even kidnapping his own kid, and he knows that's not a good excuse. Lu notes that the guy looks pretty worn out, and Kim agrees. Lu mentions it's been 23 years since the tower showed up, which surprises Kim because that timeline doesn't really add up. He points out that Wang met his wife after the tower appeared, so they should be around the same age. But with Minsu's dad being involved, things just get really complicated. The guy asks if he knows about a different world where time travel works differently. Kim finally gets what the Demon King is talking about. The dude mentions that, unlike his dad and son, he's grown up in another world. Being from a different place is a major disadvantage for him, so he's stuck trying to figure out whether he should return. He looks pretty upset, and our boy asks Lu if he noticed it too. He tries to brush it off, saying his dad has cut him off from his own world, and Kim points out that Wang has totally disconnected from his son by sealing the door. The guy talks about dealing with all of this for his kid, but Andres tells him to live freely and even become the king. Kim realizes his supporters have heard that name before, and the guy claims to be the leader. Suddenly, the guy's whole demeanor shifts as his voice turns terrifying while he announces that his soldiers are attacking. Kim is caught off guard by the sudden change, but Lu quickly explains that it is because of Andres' brainwashing, which makes it impossible for him to resist. The guy declares that he will be king, and in the blink of an eye, his body starts to crack apart as it transforms into fire. He calls out to his father and Minsu as some sort of offering. Then, a massive explosion erupts, and the group starts panicking and yelling for everyone to run from the descended king. But the king orders them not to flee as he insists that they must open the barrier. Flames engulf the forest, and rain roars as a massive fire monster appears before Kim. The creature unleashes a fire attack, and although Kim recognizes it, he is too late to react. A huge explosion follows, but Kim manages to withstand it by activating his rain skill. He silently thanks his water element while his ego comments on the sheer intensity of the monster's firepower. The fiery beast blazes even stronger and lunges at Kim while attempting to crush him underfoot. Kim barely dodges in time and lets out a tired sigh as his elemental skill is draining him. But Lu reassures him and points out how much stronger he has become. Kim wonders if Rain can fight in his monster form since the fire is not affecting him as much. But Lu quickly shuts it down and says Rain is not strong enough to handle the damage caused by the fire monster. The fire monster shoots a blazing fireball at Kim. He is about to run, but then he sees Minsu's coffin getting hit by the flames. He is shocked and stops immediately as he yells for Minsu. Lu calms him down and reassures him that he can sense the guy's high-level skills. Kim notices a barrier surrounding the coffin, which surprises him. He feels relieved and tells Lu to inform him about important things like this sooner. Lu replies that Kim never asked, which makes Kim cut him off and say he needs to focus on his fight without distractions. Lu asks what he plans to do next. Kim steps forward without hesitation and activates his elemental fire skill. A flash of mana surrounds him as he transforms into a demonic monster. He smirks with confidence and challenges his opponent as he prepares to prove who is really the strongest. Kim fires up his elemental fire skill with a ton of mana and dares the monster to show his willpower. He picks up his speed and goes in for a cross attack with his swords, but it's super hot. Lu chimes in saying it's useful, and our hero pulls out L's binding skill. He really tries to crush the monster with all the mana he can muster and launches an attack, creating a huge blast. But it barely does anything to the monster, and Lu points out it's just a weak move since the monster's way stronger. Kim insists he's minus his dad, but L jumps in, saying he's been taken over by evil. Kim's feeling pretty fired up, so he starts swinging his swords at the monster. But then, the monster fights back, and Kim barely dodges it. He realizes he can't take much more damage and gets his demon powers back, which he lost because of the Demon King. With his weird eye, he can tell the giant used to be a guy, but that's not true anymore, and it's messing with his head. Kim chimes in, saying he can't fully get it but thinks he can guess what the giant will do next. He can't shake the idea that the Demon King's death isn't going away anytime soon and could be useful later. So, he thinks about stopping the giant but still wants to save Minus's dad. After Kim's massive explosion and attack on the giant, that monster is finished for good. The blast is so huge that it sets everything on fire. The guys watching are totally taken aback, and the dude ends up on the ground, completely burned. Kim checks if he's back to normal, and the guy responds that his name is Huang Chael, a descendant of Paimon. Lu claims he knew all along but dodges the question when Kim asks, insisting instead on getting the scoop on Andres. Chael suggests they track down the Caravan Guild. He starts talking about Andres but can't give any details. Then, he raises his hand and asks for help with his son. Kim falls silent for a moment before telling Lu to handle things. Lu stabs him and activates the cannibalism skill, which turns Kim into an ego, and the system immediately notifies him. Kim feels guilty about the killing, but Lu reassures him that it is not his fault and says they should focus on the kid instead. Kim considers using a hammer to break the barrier like before, but Lu advises against it because Bal has likely tampered with it. Meanwhile, Kim's army bows and praises their success. Kim orders them to clean up and return to the gate. They obey, and some of them carry a coffin inside the gate. Kim spots a monster that looks oddly familiar. Then it clicks for him that it's the same one he sees every day on the first floor. The monster flashes a grin but bolts away just as quickly, leaving Kim puzzled. Lu suggests that maybe the monster realizes it can't take Kim down, making him feel all proud. He picks up a pebble, aims it at the monster, and knocks it down. Kim thinks it's pretty satisfying, but then he feels something off. The egos also feel it, and Rains points out that it's an ego's aura. While our boy is roaming around the first floor, he stumbles upon a cave and starts to think this place might be the entrance to the tower's underground. However, he is not feeling any vibe from it. Earlier though, he definitely sensed an ego's aura. He feels pretty confident he wasn't wrong about it. Lu thinks searching a small cave like this is not going to lead to anything. So, our boy decides to sit down for a moment before heading back. He tells Lu they should chat while he chugs potions to restore his elemental skills. He prompts Lu to share what he knows, but Lu starts to wonder if he did something wrong since he keeps asking him about it. Our boy notices Lu's holding back info, despite claiming to have oblivion and remember everything. Lu says he only recalls things when triggered, but our boy feels like he's hiding something important. Then Kim brings up Andras and the descendants of Paimon. Lu reveals that Andras and Paimon are demons with seats among the 72 thrones of power. When asked, Lu explains the thrones are archdemons ranked below the real Demon King, not the fake one, Sujung. He also mentions that these thrones are ranked from 1 to 72, with Baal occupying the top throne. Even though Andras is in a lower-ranking throne, he's known as the worst demon because of his creepy vibe. Kim wonders if all demons are just generally creepy. Paimon holds a higher-ranking throne and is one of Hell's 2 gatekeepers. Plus, he's a great blacksmith. Our boy recalls Chael saying he's a Paimon descendant, which explains Mr. Huang's special weapons and gear. He nudges Lu to keep going, but Lu's confused about what else to say. Our boy encourages him to continue, but Lu thinks he's already said enough. He asks if that's it and if there's anything more, but Lu claims he doesn't remember. Our boy thinks he's being pretty useless, but Lu catches that too. At home, Sujung calls out our boy for having some nerve by rejecting her date offer. She can't believe he turned her down, calling him cheeky. Kim thinks she just wanted to grab a bite, but Soo-jung says his lack of dating experience is obvious. Our boy mentions he told her something urgent came up before heading out. When she asks what happened, he just brushes it off but then decides to share. He launches into a long story about what went down. Soo-jung asks if it's really true and he nods. She asks about Minsu, and he explains that the coffin is with Baal, who's busy lifting the barrier inside the gate. That leads Soo-jung to invite him to meet someone with her. At the Tower of Association, both Soo-jung and Kim are sitting together, looking at the president of the association with Taesik beside him. Our boy is confused about what's with this combo. Soo-jung notices and asks why he's staring at them like that, implying it shouldn't be a surprise. The president assures them they're on decent terms with the Demon King, but he's unsure if she feels the same. Soo-jung then reveals she's a mercenary and shows him the ring, asking if he has one too. She thinks he probably does and says the president is desperate to strengthen his forces, which is why they're helping each other, kind of like our boy's relationship with the association. Kim feels it's a bit rude how she points at someone older, but then he suddenly has a thought. If time flows differently in other worlds, Soo-jung could be as old as the president, but she freaks out, insisting he's misunderstanding her. She goes off saying it's not because she's super old, she's just a rude brat. Then, she snaps, asking why he's making her say that. Lu can't believe how weak our boy is, and Soo-jung decides it's enough chit-chat. She mentions the Caravan Guild is making moves, catching Taesik off guard. Soo-jung realizes Taesik wasn't clued in, and figures he should have known since they're both pioneers. Brunhart thinks pioneers aren't really ancient, just from 20 years ago. Apparently, our boy's dad was one too. The president notes Taesik doesn't know much about the other world, but he's exploring it. Taesik mentions can't work in an office forever, especially as Kim gets stronger every day and can't stay at the bottom. He recalls hearing about the Caravan Guild before, and our boy agrees it sounds familiar. Suddenly, it clicks for both of them and they realize it's the guild Taeo joined. Both the president and Soo-jung are trying to put the pieces together. Lu asks who Taeo is, though he hasn't met him. Our boy remembers Taeo as a former close colleague who once apologized for a situation that happened. Taesik advised him that Taeo might seem a bit shy but not to take it personally. Our boy starts to wonder if Taeo was one of the guild members he dealt with earlier, but he checked their faces. Soo-jung asks if he knows anyone from the Caravan Guild, and he asks her and the president what they know about it. The president isn't sure where to start. He asks our boy if he knows about the tower, which leaves our boy a bit puzzled. The president begins to explain that there are countless worlds out there, and the tower acts as a bridge that connects them. It's also kind of like a chain linking these worlds together while slowly draining them. The gates popped up at the same time as the tower. Out of nowhere, our boy gets hit with a penalty for finding out some info he wasn't supposed to have. The pain from that penalty hits him hard, making the president and Taesik start to freak out about what's going on. Soo-jung remembers that it's the penalty our boy totally overlooked. The president asks if he hasn't cleared the 50th floor yet, thinking that our boy would have already met the qualifications. Our boy wonders everyone sees him as a loser for not reaching the 50th floor yet. The president says his progress is insane, so he assumed he'd already hit that milestone, and our boy gets it. Soo-jung moves closer to him, and then does this magic thing on his head, activating some sort of stigma ability that temporarily makes Kim subordinate to her. When our boy hears about this whole subordination thing, he's really thrown off. He's mad and trying to figure out what it all means. But she tells him not to jump to conclusions because this is her second unique ability. It's called subordination, where she shares his penalty, but can't control him since he's too strong for a stigma. Lu says it's just a contract with a condition that puts her at a disadvantage and won't hurt him at all. Meanwhile, the president asks Taesik if he knew our boy hadn't cleared the 50th floor. Taesik forgot and feels bad. Soo-jung tells Kim not to worry, as she'll remove the stigma once they're done talking. When our boy hears she's going to remove this ability, he can't help but think about that kiss with Soo-jung when she'd taken away their shared vision. It leaves him feeling super frustrated, and even Taesik notices something's off with him. The president says the rulers stay on the top floors. They're the real monsters who built the tower and once ran other worlds. They can't unleash all their power on Earth yet since it hasn't been fully taken over. But inside the tower, they can go all. Our boy also figures out why it was tough to conquer the upper floors at first. Soo-jung gets it too, though she's been dealing with a killer headache. Kim knows the tower and gates are risky but valuable for things like crystals. He never saw them as a threat to humanity. Soo-jung calms him, saying most gates are sealed and there's still plenty of time before Earth is fully taken over. Moreover, Lee Sun-ho in the upper levels of the tower might be weaker, but on Earth, he will be a big deal. Our boy is trying to wrap his head around all this info. He starts to wonder just how strong Lee Sun-ho really is. Soo-jung jumps in saying he's not as strong now because his vessels are messed up. But back in the day, they could barely take him on even if everyone here teamed up against him. When our boy hears this, he's pretty shocked and can't believe it. He thought he'd gotten pretty strong, but it seems like he still has a long way to go. The strong players he's met so far are amazing, but he realizes there are a ton of challenges ahead. Lu brings up a certain woman, and Kim's curious about who that is. Lu tells him it's Ha-Rim. Our boy tries to remember but can't place her. Lu reminds him that she was the girl in his first gate to Talon's underground prison, the one leading the party. He thinks she definitely seems strong and wonders if she's still way stronger than him. Lu isn't sure, but he thinks Ha-Rim is probably at the same level as that self-proclaimed demon king. While Kim's lost in thought about her, Soo-jung asks why he's staring at her and if she's really that pretty. He tells her it's just him chatting with his egos. The president finds it all pretty funny and thinks it must be nice to be young. The president says the real big deal is Andras, and he can't believe Andras is running the Caravan Guild. Kim's kind of shocked that the president even knows Andras. The president goes on to explain that Andras is also called the Marquess of Discord. He's basically the worst guy ever, trying to destroy the towers and cause the world to fall apart. As they wrap up the conversation, the scene shifts outside the tower. Soo-jung tells our boy to head home first since she still has some stuff to go over with the president. Kim drives off towards his place, leaving Soo-jung and the president alone. Our boy apologizes to Sung-hoon for calling him out this late, but Sung-hoon's cool about it, saying he gets paid for overtime anyway. Our boy thinks it's a bit of a mixed bag for Sung-hoon. Kim feels wiped out from everything going on and all the info he's had to process. Elle insists he should relax, but our boy feels like he can't yet, because he still has things to sort out at home. When he gets back, he discovers that Baal is apparently using his own blood to work some magic. It looks like Baal is actually breaking the barrier to get to Minsu's coffin. Kim is confused by what he sees and wonders if Baal really took down the barrier, which Baal confirms. Baal asks him if he wants to check things out for himself. So, our boy opens the coffin and sees Minsu lying there, totally out cold. He's wondering why Minsu hasn't woken up yet, and that's when Baal uses his demonic eyes to check for any issues. But he doesn't find anything off with Minsu's body or spot any spells or curses. Lu suggests our boy should try giving him a potion. Kim pulls out a potion and pours it into Minsu's mouth. Before long, Minsu snaps back to reality, sitting up in the coffin, and Kim is completely confused. He asks Minsu how he feels. Minsu looks at him, and Kim asks if he remembers who he is. But Minsu seems totally lost and suddenly calls our boy Dad. That really throws Kim for a loop. After that, our boy brings Minsu to meet his mom and sister, who look super shocked to see him. Minsu is pretty scared, hiding behind Kim. Yujong is totally surprised that our boy just brought a kid home out of nowhere. His mom asks if he's her grandson and when this all happened. But our boy tells them it's not what they think and says it's a long story. Yujong gets all excited, pointing out that it's only been a few days since our boy brought Soo-jung home, and now this is happening way too fast. She can't believe she's already got a nephew. But then our boy tells her to chill out. His mom jumps in and asks what's actually happening. At first he hesitates a bit, but then explains that Minsu is the grandson of someone he owes a favor to. He mentions that Minsu lost his family in an accident and seems to be dealing with memory loss from the shock. That's why he thinks our boy is his dad. Then his mom asks Minsu for his name, and he tells her. When she hears this, Kim's mom says Minsu can call her grandma. Kim yells, wondering if she's even listening to what he just said. After that, our boy brings Minsu back inside the gate. Lu asks why he even went home if he was just going to bail again. But he explains that he just wanted to take Minsu home and at least give him some food. However, once he saw his mom's face, he could tell she had that look like she really wanted a grandkid. Then, he turns Minsu in his lap and asks if he's enjoying the meal. He wonders if Minsu's mental state has taken a dip too. Meanwhile, Baal is watching as the materials merge with the holy sword, getting sucked into the crystals like a vacuum. Elle is curious if Minsu's memory might come back if he sees a certain place or something connected to his grandfather. Brunhart makes him think of the little hammer Wang gave him. So he reaches into his pocket and tells Minsu to check it out. He pulls out the small hammer, and Minsu's eyes go wide. Kim asks if he knows what it is, and Minsu holding it thinks it looks super cool. He hops off Kim's lap and takes a closer look. Our boy notices that Minsu seems to really like it. Out of nowhere, the hammer starts glowing in Minsu's hands, and before they know it, it gets huge. Our boy is surprised to see this. As if it is his first time watching a hammer grow bigger, Minsu starts swinging the hammer around like it's nothing. Lu isn't surprised at all since Minsu's got a knack for handling all kinds of weapons. Then Minsu heads over to the coffin where he is found out cold. Our boy shouts out to him, asking what he's planning to do. But Minsu just raises the hammer and brings it down on the coffin with all his might. The impact is so intense that our boy has to shield himself from the blast. Kim can't believe what he's seeing. Lu jumps in explaining that this is what it means to carry Paimon's bloodline. But Minsu doesn't stop. He keeps swinging the hammer, smashing the stones around him like it's nothing. It looks like Minsu is actually trying to make a sculpture with that hammer. Kim wonders if sculpting is usually done with a hammer and chisel, but Lu says that Paimon operates on a whole different level compared to a regular blacksmith. Kim sees that Lu loves dishing out compliments, but it's mostly because Paimon is one of the few demons who hasn't backstabbed him. After taking a final swing with the hammer, it looks like the sculpture is finally finished. As the sun comes up, Minsu crashes for a nap. Not really a shocker since he just spent 9 hours hammering away with a tool that's bigger than he is. Lu is pretty impressed, saying the kid definitely lives up to being Paimon's descendant. He mentions that the way potions actually work on Minsu and that he can even get into the tower shows he's not your average kid. Minsu is really something special. Even that old guy said he is already a way better blacksmith than he was at Minsu's age. Even after Minsu lost his memory, he managed to sculpt his grandpa with amazing detail. Lu asks Kim if he's really just going to leave the statue there for looks, or if he thinks it's meant for a show. Then Lu drops a bombshell. It's actually a vessel. Minsu is taken aback by this. Lu goes on to explain they're planning to use it to bring the old man back to life. Our boy is curious if this thing can really hold an ego. He recalls that only a piece of Wang's ego had been absorbed. Elle thinks back to how Brunhart managed to hold on to his memories even after being wiped out. So, as long as he's not totally gone, there must be a way. With that thought, our boy reaches out to the sculpture of Wang and says, "Link." Suddenly a bright light starts shining from the sculpture, and just like that, the link is a success. It'll work just like the weapons and gear that Wang made. It'll have an ego, but without any self-awareness. The problem is, our boy doesn't know how to give it that ego, or even how to piece together the shards of one. He's starting to wonder if it's even possible. That's when Baal jumps in and says it definitely can be done. They let Minsu catch some Z's in a room. Inside the gate now, Baal is actually impressed with this vessel, and figures it makes sense coming from Paimon's descendant. Lu gets annoyed that Baal has been eavesdropping the whole time. Our boy asks if there's a way to bring back an ego and how that would even work. Baal explains he can't promise it'll actually happen. Kim's presence is something totally new, so Baal isn't sure since nobody like him has ever existed before. Lu mentions that Baal wouldn't have brought it up if there wasn't a solid chance of success. Kim asks what the method is. Baal explains that they first need to fix the old man's ego. They've got all the materials they need already. They've got the ego shard and some ego fragments. By putting those two together, they can help restore the broken ego. But the boy wonders how Baal even knows about ego shards and all that. Baal says that Mr. Sujung filled him in on it. Kim jokes that she can't keep a secret for the life of her. Baal continues, saying that while they can get the ego back to its original state, that doesn't mean everything will be perfectly restored. A sense of self isn't just something you can whip back together that easily. Baal suddenly has a new idea. He pulls out the Holy Sword 9 along with a clear crystal. Then he starts talking about how the Holy Sword is packed with life energy. Kim thinks it's cool but is totally lost. Baal realizes he's getting a bit too carried away and says sorry. Lu chimes in, saying this is why he can't deal with researchers sometimes. But Lu gets how it all works. He tells Kim he'll break it down simply and just wants him to follow his lead. He tells him to grab the Holy Sword and the clear crystal. After this, Lu explains that 9 has turned into a full-on demonic sword, and it will actually be easier for our hero to control it now. Since he's linked to the sword's master, Lu tells him to combine the ego fragment and shard and then infuse those into 9. Our hero goes ahead and calls out to synthesize Wang's shard along with the ego fragment. The Holy Sword starts mixing together the main ego, Wang's shard, and the sub-ego fragment. With that, the shard, the fragment, and what's left of 9's life force come together. Then Lu tells him to take the crystal to 9. Our hero tries to infuse the crystal with the Holy Sword, and it looks like it's actually working. Lu notices the materials merging with the Holy Sword, getting pulled into the crystals like a vacuum sucking in stuff. But then 9, having soaked up its remaining life force, starts breaking down really fast. Our hero gets confused, thinking he might be messing something up. But Baal just grins ominously at what's happening in front of him. A bright flash of light bursts out from the gate, showing that they've hit the jackpot. The Holy Sword soars through the air and lands on the ground. It turns out that the synthesis actually worked, and Wang's shard has turned into an ego. Kim's totally surprised that it really happened. Baal points to the sculpture and tells Kim to wrap this up. Kim starts thinking that if the endowment goes well too, it won't just be about creating an ego. It'll be more like bringing back someone's sense of self, which is basically the same as resurrecting them. So, our boy is by the sculpture when he gets this cool synthesized ego that seems to be in sync with it. After a bit, cracks start spreading all over the sculpture. Then out of nowhere, this huge lightning bolt hits it. Our boy feels like his life, which had pretty much zero hope, started to change when he met his egos. First there was Lu, then Elle, Brunhart, Rain, Hermes, and finally Oberon. He ended up curing his mom's illness, becoming the Demon King's apprentice, and even taking charge of a gate. The egos were a huge part of all these big changes in his life. A new ego has shown up, and it's unlike anything else he's seen before. This one's actually a human ego combo, which is totally new territory. Our boy has no idea what's going to happen next because of this shift. As Wong gets his bearings back, the system lets him know that the Guardian is ready to go. At the Iron Guild in New York, the Iron Guild master asks someone if they're going to see a bunch of unique gates popping up in South Korea soon. He mentions that the guild could use that as a reason to expand into that country again and take down the Demon King. He thinks if it all plays out like he says, it could be a pretty sweet situation. Then he asks the guy what his name is. The guy smirks and says he's the leader of the Caravan Guild. His name is Ras, and he tells the Iron Guild master to just call him by that. So, 23 years ago, these towers and gates just popped up out of nowhere. From those gates, tons of monsters started flooding out. Our boy is currently taking care of one of these gates. He explains that some people suddenly got superpowers, and they're called players. They level up like they're in a video game and train to get strong enough to take on the monsters. Kim is one of these players but feels like a total fake compared to the real deal. As our hero takes down the monsters with a last blow, cannibalism kicks in and turns them into something called an ego. Thanks to that, Lou gets a crazy boost in his stats. Elle is keeping up too, leveling up with some pretty impressive stats. As our boy steps out of the gate, the folks at the association can't believe he cleared it so quickly. He starts to wonder if this is how a real mercenary rolls. One of the members gives him a shout-out and offers to help him with the crystals, but our boy says he's planning to use them somewhere else. He's also loving all the attention he's getting. Sung-hoon tells him to get used to it and mentions that Yoo-jung called earlier. Then he asks for his other backpack too. When he asks why Yoo-jung called, Sung-hoon isn't sure. Suddenly the phone starts ringing again and Yoo-jung is yelling through it, asking where Rain is. Our boy tells her to chill out. She wants to know why he keeps taking Rain away. He explains he took him to the vet for shots, but Yoo-jung insists he already got one last week, acting like he thinks she's clueless. He's out of excuses and realizes he messed up by letting her know Rain is their dog. So he quickly tells Yoo-jung he's busy and will catch up later. Sung-hoon asks where they're headed, and Kim tells him to just drop him off in front of his place. Sung-hoon thinks the houses are empty since he brought them over. He starts worrying about people finding out about his gate experiments, or if Kim's planning to move in with the Demon King. Kim cuts him off and tells him that if he keeps talking like that, he will be in serious trouble with the Demon King. Then he explains that it's just because someone moved in next door. When our boy gets to the house, it turns out it's actually Wang's place. Wang steps out and jokingly asks if he should call our boy his master. After coming back to life by sinking an ego with his vessel, Kim points out that Wang looks exactly the same on the outside as he did when he was alive. But Kim's not so sure he's really the same person anymore. As our boy watches the whole Guardian process wraps up, he's taken aback. The system prompts him to pick an area for his Guardian to keep an eye on, and a big map appears in front of him. Elle explains that it looks like a map of the neighborhoods close to his home. The system then breaks down how protection works for small areas versus larger ones. He decides to set a 500-meter radius around his house for his Guardian to protect. As Wang starts to come to, he asks what's going on. He wonders if he really came back to life, and Kim rushes over to see how he's doing. Wang says that even though he wished for this, he never thought it would actually happen. Then he asks about Minsu and what happened to him. But our boy reassures him that Minsu is safe and sound in his bed at home. Hearing that makes Wang feel a lot better, and he's super grateful to our boy. Back at home, Wang feels like he owes Kim big time for bringing him back to life, and for looking after Minsu. He's not sure how to repay him. Kim just smiles and says that he's already given him so much and thinks of it as a late payment for Oberon. Wang asks about Minsu again since he hasn't seen him since he got here. Kim explains that Minsu is still in bed because he sleeps in late. He was up all night working on his sculptures. Most of his memories have come back, but he still can't remember anything about his deceased son. Out of the blue, our boy remembers Wang Chael and tells him that his son was actually brainwashed and that Wang knew about it. He adds that falling for such a trick shows he always had some hidden ambition in him. Lu points out that the old man has a good point, because there is no way someone who is a descendant of Paimon can be controlled that easily. Wang agrees with Lu, and Kim is shocked that he can actually hear Lu's voice. That's because Wang has become one of his egos now. Brunhart gets all hyped up, asking if Wang can hear him too. He shouts out to his dad, saying he's always wanted to have a chat with him. Wang is blown away that he can talk to his own creations, and thanks Brunhart for this wild experience. He tells Brunhart to hang tight for a second because there are still some important things to go over. He admits that he can't whip up any special weapons anymore, which catches Kim off guard. Wang then drops a bombshell, revealing that the Caravan Guild was actually after something else in his shop. Turns out it's Paimon's legacy, which he's been guarding all this time. Lu hops in, mentioning that the Guardian ability was something the old guy had from the beginning. Kim's totally confused and asks what Paimon's legacy even means. Wang explains that it's pretty much everything he owns, including himself. Kim is perplexed, and Lu's just as stunned. He wonders if Wang is really saying that such a big deal has ended up with the Caravan Guild. Wong points out that there's really no immediate danger since only his son and grandson can tap into most of the legacies. That means he can't do much more for our boy, but he just brushes it off and says he has already paid his dues. Then out of the blue, Wang remembers something and says he still has something to offer. He claims it's one of the biggest treasures out there, something even Kim would want for himself. After our boy gets home, he runs into Sujung, who says they are heading out now. Sujung is curious about the sudden exit. Elle looks pleased that she is leaving. Sujung had planned to stay a bit longer, but with Andres going off the rails, they can't just hang out. Kim totally gets it and thinks it's a bummer. After spending days together, they have gotten closer, so he feels down about her leaving so soon. When Sujung catches this vibe, her mood shifts, and she asks if he's really sad about it. After that, the scene cuts to the treasure spot that Wong told him about. Our boy looks around and sees that the storage area is pretty old and run down. Lu isn't picking up on anything weird. He wonders what Wong stashed in there. He reaches the lock and inserts the key before swinging the storage room door open. As it opens, he is blown away by the sight of luxury limited edition supercars, along with piles of crystals and gold pieces. He gets excited as he sees them as special loot. The scene moves to the 34th floor of the tower where our boy is cutting down monsters with his sword. Every last one is gone and Lu is casually munching on them. Kim stands there with a satisfied smile enjoying the slaughter. The storage room was packed with fancy imported cars and stacks of unique materials. Lu was curious about the materials, asking if they were just for better rides. But our boy told him that Lu didn't really get what men wanted. Lu says he's a man too and can't figure out what's so thrilling about a bunch of cars. Kim tries to fill him in, saying he doesn't get the whole limited edition vibe. Then Lu remembers that the storage just has a padlock for security in case someone tries to break in. He thinks about moving everything inside the gate later, but Lu tells him to just stay focused on the hunt for now. In no time, Kim is surrounded by giant eye monsters. Lu casually mentions that Andres has skills like fire magic swordsmanship, summoning, and messing with people's minds. To stand a chance, Kim needs to build resistance to mental attacks, and the best way to do that is by absorbing these monsters' blood. Without wasting a second, he lunges at them and takes them down in an instant. Lu happily munches on the remains while our boy feels his resistance getting stronger. It doesn't really feel like combat to him if this is all he has to do. He wants to level up quickly since there's Andras and that one-year deadline from Lee Sunho hanging over him. Meanwhile, Rain is just chowing down on the monsters and scarfing down those tasty crystals. Kim had no idea Rain could actually get stronger by eating crystals. He tells Rain to try hurting the monsters instead of gobbling them up this time. Rain takes off in a flash to find some more monsters. Our boy isn't in a rush because he knows he's different from other players, and that's how he'll get stronger. Suddenly, Rain starts summoning a bunch of monsters, and our boy thinks it is a bit overkill. But he's ready to go and determined to take down all those monsters in no time. He charges in, smashing through them one by one like it's no big deal. Before long, our hero takes down all the monsters around. A bunch of crystals starts falling from the sky. Brunhart sees that Lu has leveled up a lot. Elle feels left out and calls out to his master. Kim asks if something is on Elle's mind. Just as Elle admits to feeling useless, a giant monster suddenly drops down ready to gobble our boy up. He wonders if this could be the Guardian. Kim quickly turns to Elle and says they'll chat later. Kim charges at the massive monster without hesitation. As it opens its mouth to swallow him whole, he dives straight in and slices through from the inside, emerging on the other side in one swift motion. Without wasting a moment, he completely devours it. But something feels off. He tries to turn the evil eye monster into an ego, but it doesn't work. All he manages to absorb is a single shard. After Kim is done taking down the monster, he tells Lu to step it up next time since the transformation didn't work out. Then he turns to Elle, asking what she was trying to say earlier, but Elle looks a bit lost and isn't sure how to respond. Out of nowhere, a notification pops up saying Lu just hit level 100. It looks like he is leveling up fast, and the system says he is ready to evolve. Our boy is feeling confused, and Lu's got this weird burning sensation. Out of nowhere, another notification pops up about what Lu needs for his first evolution. Kim checks it out and sees that they pretty much have everything covered. The first requirement talks about Lu's body parts, which they found a while back on the 30th floor. Our boy asks Elle if they'll find more of her body parts on the 40th floor, but Elle can't say for sure. The next thing to consider is the souls that turned into egos, which our boy has been collecting bit by bit as he cleared the gates and before facing off against the Iron Guild branch. The souls that turned into egos include Minsuk, who is the leader of the Smurf Guild, Rhodos, who is known as the Loony, Minsu's dad, and Cruset, who is the gatekeeper he took down recently. Kim decides to choose all of them except for Wang Chael, since he might need to bring him back to life later. Lu and Brunhart start bickering like siblings over this. The last parts are about the demon's shard and the monster's blood. Kim figures the demon's shard is probably from Ferrith, the guardian of the 4th floor. When he sees the monster blood, he starts to think maybe there's too much of it. So far, he has nailed 5 successful ego transformations, but Kim still has doubts about the whole process. He knows he needs to be careful with how he uses his egos for transformations. He asks Lu if he wants to evolve, and Lu is all in. Kim calls out to evolve Lu, and suddenly a bright flash of light lights up everything. Once the evolution wraps up, Lu floats in front of him looking way stronger and more evolved. A notification pops up about Lu's stats, and they are seriously impressive as he has hit level 100. Kim looks at Lu's upgraded form and comments on how the status window just got much longer. Kim checks in with Lu about how he's feeling, but Lu's still figuring things out with his new powers. He might need some time to wrap his head around it all. Then out of the blue, Kim remembers something. He calls out to Elle and asks if she had something to say earlier. She brushes it off, saying it wasn't important. When our boy rolls into the city in his flashy car, Sung-hoon can't help but be impressed and is super glad to be working as his secretary. He asks why Kim doesn't drive himself. Kim admits he hasn't driven in years and honestly enjoys hanging out with Sung-hoon more than anyone else. Sung-hoon reminds him that he is straight and just putting it out there. Kim snaps back saying he is too. Lu and Brunhart chime in and tell him he can be real with them. Sung-hoon asks if Ranker Yubin, who asked for his number, has contacted him yet. Kim says they have chatted a bit, but he is not sure how to respond to her texts. His messages feel bland, lacking any riz at all. Sung-hoon asks if Kim has ever been on a date. Lu chimes in and says he can usually see through people's true colors, but Kim is just looking for a way to mute the annoying ones. After a bit, they pull up to their destination. As Kim steps out of the car, he's blown away at how much Morningstar has changed. Once he's inside the lounge, someone rolls in with coffee for him. Turns out it's the co-guildmaster. Kim asks where Guildmaster Donghae is, and finds out he's out for some business meetings since they've got a ton of work lately. Kim was curious about what they wanted to discuss. The co-guildmaster tried to be polite as he asked if he could borrow some of Kim's skeletons for a while. He explained that he had a bunch of new members who were freaked out by monsters, so he thought skeletons would be good for their training. Kim started to wonder if that was really the whole story, but he went along with it. Their guild was pretty short on members since Kim hadn't fully paid them back for their help with the Iron Guild situation. Kim also wants them to get stronger, and the co-leader's totally on board with that. They fist bump, agreeing to have each other's backs. Brunhart can't help but laugh about how he went from being just a storage room to actually using training equipment now. Fast forward 10 days later on the 39th floor of the tower, and some players are freaking out while monsters attack. But our boy is slicing them up and boosting his stats. The other players can't believe how Kim takes down a monster in one hit. They start wondering if he's a ranker. Then a notification pops up, showing that Elle has leveled up and hit an insane level 99 with some awesome stats. Kim starts to think about evolving Elle before heading to the 40th floor, but he doesn't have the parts he needs for her upgrade. Lu points out that Kim isn't wearing that ugly mask anymore to hide his identity, but Kim tells him he's changed his mind. Since the Iron Shield and Lee Sun-ho already know who he is and are keeping tabs on him, he figures there's no point in hiding anymore. As Kim reaches the entrance of the test on the 40th floor, he feels nervous, and his hands are shaky. He turns to Elle and says he is confident he will bounce back once they get through this part. Elle appreciates his words. When he finally opens the door, Elle warns him that it will not be as simple as he thinks. Now he stands on the 40th floor ready for the 5th test. The scene switches to Sukwu, who's busy in his office when someone calls out to him, saying he has to see something right away. The person brings up his buddy from the Yoksum incident and mentions that people online are buzzing about how Kim took down all the monsters by himself. Sukwu feels excited when he realizes it's Kim and that he's finally decided to tackle climbing the tower. Meanwhile, the president of the association finds out that Kim is ready to reveal himself. Taesik isn't surprised. He knows Kim has been holding back for way too long. The president points out that Kim isn't the type to show off his power just for attention. He thinks Kim probably wants to show his team the kind of leader they're following. As Kim steps into the 5th testing site, he gets ready by calling on all his egos. First, he calls Oberon, then Lu and Elle. Finally, he conjures up the rain. The system tells him he is qualifying and that a special test is about to kick off. But when Kim looks around, he sees nothing but a huge, empty white space. Brunhart jumps in, mentioning that he forgot to call him out too. Our boy brushes him off with an excuse, but Brunhart insists he could be helpful. This test is all about Elle. Having the undead around might be a bad idea. Kim calls out to Elle. He asks if she sensed anything unusual since they arrived. She stays completely silent. When he tries again, he spots a bunch of shadows on the ground. Looking up, he notices a ton of swords falling toward him. Even though they look like they're coming in fast, our boy is ready to handle these seemingly basic attacks. As the swords rain down, he realizes they completely missed him. Turns out they weren't aimed at him at all. It's just like what happened when he faced off against Lu's body, which makes him think Elle's actual body might be close by. Lu picks up on the strange vibe and tells Kim to gear up for a fight. Out of nowhere, this huge burst of bright light comes crashing down from the sky. Once the dust settles, our hero can't believe his eyes. He's surrounded by a bunch of angels. He wonders if they're actually what he thinks they are, and Lu confirms they're angels. But these look like the result of a mating between zombies and angels. Kim thought angels were real, but this isn't what he pictured at all. He's confused about why they look like this. Suddenly, all the angels charge at him ready to attack. Lu casually remarks that it's been a while since he sliced through angels, while Elle stays quiet through all the chaos. Meanwhile, Wang is at home examining the Holy Sword of Nine. He realizes it is a corrupted sword. He considers mastering it, but knows he can only do so much now that his life force is depleted. Suddenly, the Holy Sword starts shaking. Wang wonders why it seems terrified. At the same time, the scene shifts to Sujung, who is clearing a gate. After defeating her opponents, she tells Baal to read their memories. When she sees him lounging around, she asks what is wrong. Baal looks at her and says the tower is shaking. The scene then shifts to Lee Sunho, who is in the midst of a training session. He also senses something unusual and remarks that it has finally awakened. Kim's been wondering if angels are tough, but Lu tells him they can't really show how strong they are because of their rough looks. Still, they'll probably be a pain to deal with. Our boy calls out to Elle, but she's feeling the same way. He notices she's been super quiet since they got to this place, which is weird since she used to speak up. There was that one time she was about to say something, but then changed her mind. Out of nowhere, a bunch of angels rush to attack our boy. He quickly jumps into action, ready for a tough fight. When he swings his sword, he's surprised that the angels can actually block his hits. Then he calls out to Rain, who jumps in and starts attacking from behind. Rain totally takes charge, taking down the angels like a pro. Once they are defeated, they turn into swords. The remaining angels charge at them. Kim finds it tough to deal with the flying opponents. Lu calls out to Kim, telling him it's time to try out his new powers. Kim feels unsure and asks if Lu is really certain about this. Lu says that even though he has evolved, he has not yet tapped into a fraction of his full strength. Kim is curious about which skill he should kick things off with, but decides to clear out some nearby angels first and asks Rain to hurry back. Meanwhile, Brunhart gets ready for action. In no time, he recovers from all the damage he took. Kim turns to Lu and asks what he wanted to say. Lu suggests using the summoning skill but says it is not a big deal. Then, the system announces that it can bring forth the absorbed egos. Soon Lu begins summoning them. Out of nowhere, a monster appears and starts tearing through the angels with all its hands. Kim quickly realizes it's actually Cruset. On top of that, 2 more egos get summoned. These souls waste no time and start devouring the angels like it's nothing. Kim recognizes them as Rhodos and Choi Min-suk. He can't just stand there watching, so he jumps into action, slicing through the angels like it's just another day for him. Before long, the battlefield gets totally packed with swords from all the fallen angels. Kim starts to realize that these angels have turned into swords, which makes him wonder if they might be holy swords. But then he finds out that holy swords are actually the angels themselves. Kim turns to Elle and tells her he wants to chat. He asks if she knows more about holy swords than Lu does, since she's in charge of them. Elle explains that these swords are actually the angels from Princedom. They were low-ranking angels who got left behind because they didn't really have a purpose anymore. Once upon a time, they were the protectors of the angelic realm known as Princedom. Kim is feeling pretty confused about the whole Princedom situation. He asks Elle if this place is the Princedom she mentioned, but she says it is just a cemetery. She thanks him for letting the angels rest and starts to remember her duties and the angels more clearly. But Kim is still totally lost. A bright light bursts from Elle out of nowhere and leaves Kim confused. He calls out to her and wonders where she went. Lu and Brunhart call for their master too. Kim looks back and realizes too late that Elle has not called him master since they arrived. He feels anxious and asks if she is Elle, but she tells him his trial is about to begin. As the holy swords of Lee Sunho tremble, he understands why. Their ruler has awakened. He believes change is coming but thinks he alone can serve the god. Kim asks Elle what she means by trial and why she cannot return so they can talk. Lu warns him to dodge as Elle launches an attack. Kim barely evades her strike and flies away just in time. Elle says all angels have a duty and she is no exception. She adds that her duty is to purge and prepares for another attack. Brunhart wonders why Elle is doing all of this, but Kim continues to evade her assaults. Now resolved not to hold back, Kim leaps towards her. Elle counters with a powerful strike, which he attempts to block with Lu's assistance. Although he is sent flying, he somehow manages to land on his feet. Lu exclaims that he always knew a day like this would come. He is furious, recalling the betrayal he suffered from his subordinates in the past. Elle is not holding back for even a second and strikes again. Kim tries to stay quick on his feet, but Lu yells to tear that bitch's limbs off. Kim tells him to calm down since his hot-headedness is distracting. Suddenly another attack strikes from above. This time Kim counters it by deflecting the accumulated damage. Our boy is finding it difficult to close the distance due to her long-range attacks from mid-air. To counter this challenge, he summons Cruset. As soon as Cruset appears, he rushes in to devour L. L activates her ability Saint Hole, which functions like a black hole and quickly begins to pull Cruset in. In an instant, he is gone. Lu reveals that his strength is completely opposite to L's, causing his power to fall short. The small fry angels they faced earlier were manageable, but he can't handle this level of sacred power. Brunhart then suggests using Death, which embodies a fundamentally different kind of power. Our boy shouts at L to snap out of it, asking if she doesn't recognize him. Just as he calls out to her, a powerful attack suddenly strikes him. Lu tells him to get his head in the game, asking if shouting will really make her snap out of it. He points out that if it were that easy, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Kim asks what he is supposed to do, and Lu gives him a brutal answer to kill her. He asks if Kim already knows deep down that this is the only way. But Kim hesitates. Lu shatters his doubts and reminds him that his opponent is the ruler of holy swords. He tells him to stop acting weak and reveals a harsh truth. If Kim dies, then all of them who are linked to him die too. With this, our boy moves forward and unleashes his powerful ability, Death. L is ready to counter his attack. At the same time, Kim activates his acceleration and elemental darkness skills. He is poised to strike L and ready to devour her, but just as he is about to land his attack, she locks eyes with him and calls out to him as her master. This moment of connection makes our boy falter, and in that brief hesitation, L takes the chance. She plunges the holy sword into his chest. On the other side, Wang suddenly feels an intense surge of pain in his chest. He kneels down to the ground and realizes that the link has been severed in this way. Trembling, he collapses. Back to our boy, L pulls out the holy sword brutally from his chest. So he goes on to fall onto the ground, completely out of strength. Brunhart and Lu call out to their master. Elle looks at Kim coldly, but suddenly her expression changes. It is as if she has been struck by a realization, and she hesitantly mutters, "Master." A wave of sadness washes over Elle's face as she rushes to check on her master. She calls out to him, panics in her voice, but Lu is furious. He demands to know what gives her the right to be there. Out of nowhere, a bright spot of light breaks free from our boy and moves toward Elle. Elle calls out with worry about their connection. Meanwhile, our boy is completely out of it. He feels dizzy and wonders if he is in the afterlife. His mind races as he thinks about everyone else, and whether they all perished with him just like Lu said. He blames himself for it all and regrets not visiting his family one last time. Despite the worry creeping in, he trusts Taesik to look after them. He's worried about Sujung since her apprentice is dead. He still owes her 3 elixirs, but might never get the chance to repay her now. He also wanted to be a good ally to Sukwu. Sunpill and Doghae are still there. Iron Shield remains, and he has not gotten his revenge for that. Lee Sunho could turn out to be an enemy, and Andras, the Marquis of Discord, is still a threat. On top of all that, the demon L was sealing away is still present. It's just overwhelming how many things pose a threat to his family. He thought he wouldn't want anything more once his mom's illness was cured, but he couldn't believe how many things he still needed to handle. As he's trying to figure out if he completely vanished from the world, he suddenly opens his eyes to find himself sitting on a throne. The whole scene feels totally weird. He scans the area and sees a ton of monsters and demons all around him. Standing at the edge, he can't help but wonder what the heck is going on. The sky is packed with dragons and creatures he's never even seen before. He looks around and sees a ton of huge soldiers and angels facing off against each other. What shocks him the most is that he's actually sitting on a throne. Everything feels way too real for it to just be a dream or some flashback from his life. He starts to wonder if he's even dead. Out of nowhere, Lu suddenly tells him to come back. He opens his eyes and finds himself lying on Elle's lap. Elle looks really happy that he is awake. He gets up and starts thinking about where he is and wonders if he is in heaven. Elle tells him he is not because he is on a test floor. Our boy feels a wave of relief since he figures he could never make it to heaven, and hell seems more likely for him. He is puzzled about how he is still alive, and realizes it must be Kalian's ability that Elle had absorbed. The power lets him survive a single hit just this once. Our boy is really grateful to Elle for helping him survive, but he can't help but notice that she's totally unfazed. Out of the blue, she suggests they go for a walk, so they head into the forest. As they walk, she asks why he didn't take her down since she is a traitor who tried to fight him. He tells her it is clear she didn't do it willingly. Elle tries to explain, but he calls her out for knowing this would happen. He says it would have been nice if she had warned him. Elle wanted to stop him from taking the 40th floor test, but in the end, she couldn't go against her master since he has to climb the tower no matter what. He tells her not to worry about it since everything turned out fine in the end, so it's all good. He asks about the other egos, but they're in a different space right now, so they're not around. Kim asks if her memories have returned, and Elle says kind of, but they're still a bit fuzzy. Created to follow the one's will, she felt pretty confused about serving a new master. With a clear mind and her memories fading, she decided to go all in and serve him. The one thing she remembers is that the holy swords are basically angels who chose to become tools, giving up their minds and bodies for that purpose. She lets him know that she's actually the very first holy sword, the Lord of the Holy Swords, and that all the others were made under her authority and will. She glances over at her master and apologizes as she says it is almost time. Kim is left wondering time for what. She thanks him for everything, giving her a second chance at life, for always being there, and for appreciating her. She wished they could chat longer, but she was scared this might be their last moment together. Nervously, Kim asks if she is joking. Elle tells him he's more amazing than he realizes. Even Lu and she, who have been around for ages, can't even begin to understand just who he really is. Kim asks Elle to hold on and wonders why she's saying all this. Elle pushes him to climb the tower and take down anyone who gets in his way, whether they are angels, demons, humans, or rulers. Our boy yells out to Elle, but she starts to fade away. Before completely disappearing, she tells him to become the master of the tower and that he's got what it takes. After all of that, Kim snaps back to reality and screams loudly. Brunhart and Lu check on him because they are worried about their master. He feels bad for making them anxious. But when he looks at the holy sword Elle, which looks lifeless and completely rusted, he still calls out to her. The scene moves over to the tower where Yubin's minions are saying their goodbyes as she gets ready to head back. They ask if she's going home since that way leads to the portal zone, but Yubin says she's actually waiting for someone. Her minions tease her and ask if it is a guy, but she brushes it off and says it is nothing like that. The truth is she is waiting for our boy because they had a plan to meet up that day. He said the test would not take long, but she is not sure he will finish it today. So she decides to stay a bit longer. As her minions leave, they see someone else heading toward the portal zone. It turns out to be Lee Sunho. Now back to our boy, who is in front of the lifeless holy sword Elle. The system informs him that he has passed the test, so he will be given Elle's token as a reward. Suddenly our boy realizes that the link between him and Elle has broken. He clenches his teeth hard in anger and starts screaming. He begins punching the ground with all his strength. Brunhart and Lu call out to him asking what he is doing. He keeps punching the ground again and again until the bones in his fingers crack. Lu tells him to stop. He does not stop and blood starts dripping from his hands. Brunhart tells his master not to cry. Lu tells him to get a hold of himself and says who cares about that traitorous bitch. He tells Lu to shut up but then exhales and shakes his head. Sorry, I shouldn't take this out on you. He tells Lu to keep quiet for a moment as the exit portal on the 40th floor opens up. When our boy steps out, Lu warns him to be careful since there's a barrier. He starts to wonder why there's nobody around the base. Just then, someone else appears and says he came just in case, but it looks like it was not needed after all. It is Lee Sunho, who can tell from the state our boy is in that things did not go well for the Lord of the Holy Swords. Kim gets extremely angry when he sees him and calls out for Lu ready to fight. But Lee Sunho is not here to battle because he made a promise and only wants to check on things. He turns around and says the only thing he has seen is Kim's pathetic condition. He tells our boy that he cannot even handle a single sword, which makes Kim even angrier. Lu tells him to chill out and not do anything dumb. But our boy doesn't listen and goes ahead to hit Lee Sunho from behind. Lee stops him with just a quick move, then flicks him away like he's nothing. He reminds him that their deal was for him not to lay a finger on Lee for a year. But Lee didn't think it was necessary to make that rule go both ways, since Kim isn't even a slight threat to him. He adds that it's just painful to watch someone call themselves her master and be this pathetic. He wraps up by saying that everything happening in the tower has its reasons. He walks away saying he will leave him with that. Kim just clenches his teeth and screams in frustration. Meanwhile, Yubin stands in the rain, not planning to wait until it gets dark. She knows finishing a test in a single day is tough, so she decides to head back home. A bunch of people start gathering around someone, and it grabs her attention. It's just Kim, stumbling around and looking a bit out of it. The crowd is mumbling, trying to figure out if they should call for help. Yubin spots him and rushes over to see what's going on. She asks him what happened, and he recognizes her as he nearly collapses against her for support. As our boy starts to wake up, he feels like his head's pretty heavy and wonders what went down after he left the tower. He remembers meeting someone, and when he finally opens his eyes, he calls out for Yubin. But it's actually Sung-hoon who jumps in and says he's sorry for letting him down. Kim sits up and realizes it's Sung-hoon, and Brunhart is also stoked that his master is back up. He starts to question where he is, and Sung-hoon explains he's at his place. Sung-hoon gets straight to the point and says he found him in Yubin's arms, took over, and brought him here after checking on him. He reassures him that his clothes and gloves are safely stored. Kim is thankful, but can't help but wonder if he was really in her arms. Kim asks if he was following him, and Sung-hoon says they couldn't just sit around after their VIP left the association like that. He mentions that Yubin looked after their friend for a bit before heading home, and Kim should definitely give her a call later. Then Sung-hoon asks if he wants to grab some tea or maybe get something to eat. Kim thinks about it and wonders if there's any booze around. A little while later, they've got some snacks and drinks. Kim brings up why Sung-hoon isn't asking him anything about what went down. Sung-hoon figures that Kim will share if he wants to. Whatever happened, he probably needs some time to digest it, and Sung-hoon does not want to butt in. Kim gets it and appreciates that. He notices the size of the place and asks if Sung-hoon is alone. Sung-hoon says he's still single, but Kim means he lives alone. Sung-hoon reveals that his mom is in the hospital. He says it's just one of those boring, not-so-memorable stories. He grew up with a single mom who's been unhealthy for a while. After dealing with a ton of challenges, he made it as a player. Even though he's doing well financially now, his mom's condition has gotten pretty bad. Kim mentions it's a bit like his own experience. Our boy can't help but think about how Sung-hoon felt when he took him to Harjun's maze and then came back with an elixir. He steps out onto the balcony for some fresh air. When his mom was really sick, he felt like the unluckiest person in the world, completely drowning in misery and about to lose it. That feeling has not really changed. He still thinks about Seok-woo, Sunpil, and Dong-hae, who all lost their friends in the fight against the Iron Guild. Kim knows they must have felt just as hurt as he did, shed silent tears. In a way, he realizes he is still the same self-centered jerk he was back then, without any real growth since. Brunhart checks in on his master, and Kim says he's doing all right after clearing his head. He thinks about L's advice on climbing the tower and realizes he'll never get used to losing the people he cares about. The only way to handle it is to get strong enough to prevent it from happening again. Then he turns to Lu, ready to ask him something, but Lu just stays quiet. Kim asks why Lu isn't saying anything, and Lu explains that someone told him to keep his mouth shut. Kim apologizes, saying he didn't mean to make him upset. But Lu shoots back, asking why there are rules if saying sorry can just fix everything. Kim asks why Lu spoke just fine back there with Lee Sun-ho, and Lu says it was an emergency. Finally, Lu asks what Kim wanted to know in the first place. Kim's been thinking, and he finally came up with an idea. He asks if there's any way to bring L back. Lu can't help but tease him, saying it took him long enough to ask. With Lu being the Lord of the Demonic Swords and L the Lord of the Holy Swords, Kim can't shake off the feeling that it's not just a coincidence he ended up being the master of both. The symmetry between them is pretty striking. Just like how Lu's body from the 30th floor was key to his evolution, he figures the token from the 40th floor is meant to help L evolve too. He recalls Lee Sun-ho's words that the tower acts with purpose. If that's the case, it doesn't really add up that L would die in a test that was supposed to help her evolve. Wang takes a look at L and thinks it's doable. Kim gets excited, and Wang, who has seen many holy swords through 9, says, fixing the outside should not be too difficult. He says he can only repair the exterior, but bringing back her personality is impossible even for him. But Kim's cool with that, saying it's something he needs to take care of. He then checks in on Wang's well-being. Wang gets that Kim's thinking about that whole incident. He admits it was quite the ride, but not something he'd want to go through again. He asks if it's okay for him to work inside Kim's gate because the mana density is super high in there. Kim opens the portal to his gate for him. Kim tells Hart to grab everything Wang needs and asks the skeleton to fetch the materials. Wang jumps right into it, and our boy is super grateful. Before long, he's working alongside the skeleton. Then Kim turns to Lu, asking what he should do next. Lu drops the bomb and Elle dies because she lost her origin. She gave up her life to save Kim, which means he's got to restore that origin. The Holy Sword's origin is based on life, which is the complete opposite of his own, which is death. If he wants to bring Elle back, he's going to have to tap into the power of life and find a way to balance both life and death. It's going to be a tough challenge. Mastering both life and death is more of a theory than a reality. From here on out, he's got some serious work ahead of him. Lu tells him to get ready to put in the effort. So, Lu tells him that before anything else, they need to check out his vessel. For that, Kim has to focus and meditate. He needs to tune out all the noise around him and pay close attention to what is happening inside. Lu advises him to concentrate on his heartbeat and blood flow and the way his muscles contract and relax and the mana flowing from his heart to his head and limbs, and especially the connection he has with his egos and the link. He just needs to keep diving deep into himself. After a while, Kim starts feeling extremely dizzy and cannot hold it in anymore, so he suddenly drops to his knees and throws up. Brunhart checks if he is all right while Lu asks what he is seeing. But Kim can only say that he is staring into a massive void. Lu knew this would happen and wanted Kim to experience it, but our boy managed to check out his vessel in less than 3 weeks, which surprised Lu. Kim is hanging out in the basement corner and asks Lu if that's his vessel. Lu says he figured it would take at least 2 months, but Kim is moving way faster than expected. That enormous void felt like something humans couldn't even wrap their heads around, and just thinking about it made him feel lightheaded. He asks if everyone's vessel is like that. Lu tells him he needs to realize how special he is. But Kim already gets that he's pretty special. Lu tells him he knows nothing. He does not understand why he cannot level up, why so many strong players are drawn to him, or how he ended up with a gate that nobody else could access. Lu has even more to say, but he cannot reveal anything because Kim will be penalized if he does. He'll share everything when the time is right. Lu then tells him to get back to training once he's done resting. Even though bringing Elle back is possible, it's not good for her to stay like this for too long. After that, Lu goes back to meditating and reminds him that he has to find the power of life inside himself. Since Elle gave up her life force to save him, there has to be some left in him. That is what he really needs to track down the power of life. Lu explains that he is not asking him to take in everything at once, but just a small piece to see what is lingering in the void. He focuses again, and when he opens his eyes, he finds himself back in the void, but this time, dark flames surround him. He starts to wonder if this is what death feels like when Lu appears. Lu says that tracking him down was fun, and now that he has found one, the others should be easier to spot. He encourages him to go and find the rest. As Kim looks around, he sees another ego in the distance waving at him, and it is Brunhart. He did not realize egos could take on these forms, and it is amazing to see. Then he notices a wolf-like ego which turns out to be Rain. After that, he spots two more distinct egos, which are actually Hermes and Oberon. Kim starts to wonder where Wang is. When he looks back, he sees that Wang's ego is actually busy working on the Holy Sword. He wonders if he looks like a blacksmith, and if his egos are mirroring what he's doing right now. He guesses Wang is fixing Elle inside the gate and wonders if he could actually touch him. Lu stops him and says it is a connection to real life, and no one really knows what might happen. Kim says he should have mentioned that sooner. But Kim can't seem to sense any life around him in this huge space. Lu reassures him that he can do it. He just has to tap into the power of life. He already built up that power indirectly when he helped restore the old man's ego using 9. Lu tells him to remember that moment. Until now, the whole idea of the vessel was unclear to him, but he is finally starting to understand how it works. It is divided into two parts: the domain of death where Lu is, and the domain of other assembled egos. Just as he begins to grasp everything, Kim sees it. Lu is excited that he found it, and at this point he is not even surprised anymore. There's this spot that makes a triangle between the domain of death and the realm of the egos. When he reaches that spot, he starts questioning if this is what life actually is. To him, it just looks like a tiny marble. He turns around and asks Lu what he should do next. Lu asks if Kim is ready, but Kim's totally confused about what he means. Lu tells him he needs to connect with life, but even he can't guess what's going to happen next. He encourages Kim to confront himself. Kim realizes it's something he's got to do, so he decides to stop thinking too much about it. He reaches out and gives that point a light tap. Out of nowhere, a huge flash of light erupts from that spot and spreads all over the place. It fills the void, but for Kim, it brings an overwhelming wave of pain. Both Lu and Brunhart start to freak out. Lu urges Kim to snap out of it and get it together, telling him to focus. If things keep going like this, Lu warns him he might seriously end up in trouble. The pain is so bad that Kim starts coughing up blood, his whole body shaking like crazy. It feels like his insides are twisting apart, and he wonders if this is the price for messing with life. Lu yells at him to get a grip and focus, or he might actually die. Kim grits his teeth, pushes himself up, and summons his sword. Lu asks what the hell he's doing, but Kim doesn't answer. Instead, he suddenly stabs himself in the leg. Lu's eyes go wide as he realizes Kim did it just to snap himself out of it. Lu tells him to pay attention because he's about to shake things up with his vessel's structure. When Kim asks what is happening, Lu explains that life is clashing with his death, and it is not just like oil and water. It is much worse, making his pain impossible to avoid. That's why he needs to build a wall between them. Kim is confused about how to do that. Lu says he must organize everything as death first, which revolves around egos, and then life. If he does not follow this order, his body will not withstand it. Another wave of pain hits him out of nowhere, and he yells while panicking about how he is supposed to handle this. Then he just collapses and shakes on the ground. He wonders if he is about to black out again, but Lu tells him to hang tight. As he drifts into unconsciousness, he feels like life and death are pulling apart. When the sun comes up, Kim comes to. He asks if he passed out again and is curious about what went down. Lu tells him to check it out himself and look into his vessel. As our boy checks his vessel, he sees that life and death are finally split apart. Rain and Oberon are pushing against death while Brunhart and Hermes are holding down life. Wang is chilling in the center, keeping everything balanced. The system tells him his synchronization just got better and that he's now aware of life. Now he can pick 80% of an ego's abilities and even use life itself. He lets out a breath, feeling relieved that he finally got the hang of it. Lu says the egos acted on their own, and that the elixir he couldn't fully absorb last time stopped his vessel from breaking. His vessel even got bigger, so Lu thinks it's actually a blessing in disguise. Kim wonders if the elixir's energy also patched up all his wounds. He asks what he should do next, and Lu tells him to start practicing control. Lu thinks Kim will pick it up fast since he's dealt with death before. As Lu is explaining that it shouldn't be this easy, Kim is already tapping into some life power. Lu tells him to at least have the courtesy to let him finish talking. Next up is refining his skills and getting a better grip on things. He needs to manage it as well as he does with death. Life and death might be different, but things aren't going as expected. Lu tells him to start training since the old guy will take a while to fix the sword, so he's got plenty of time. Wang pointed out that the holy sword is in rough shape, so he can't really use a complete sword as a reference. Lu jumps in and says that's exactly what this training is for. He then calls over Brunhart, who opens a portal and starts tossing out a bunch of rusty holy swords. Kim asks if those are the ones from the 40th floor. Lu explains that he had the skeletons collected while Kim was out cold on the 40th floor. Then, Lu tells him to kick off the training and bring all the corpses of the holy swords back to life with the power of life. While at home, Sujin asks Taesik if he's really okay and doesn't need any help. Taesik insists he's all good. He says he's just trying to return the favor for all the kindness she's shown him. He tells her to kick back and not worry about anything. He might not seem it, but he claims he's a great cook and promises to whip up a tasty lunch for her. Then he asks about Kim, wondering if he's still holed up in the basement since he has not seen him in ages. Sujin says she has been thinking the same thing, especially since it has been over a month, and hopes he is eating well. Taesik is sure Kim can handle himself and probably knows how to take care of things. Taesik is really pushing himself to stay on top of his game because he knows there might not be another shot to impress Sujin like this. He reflects on everything he did to convince Kim to let him have this day. He learned cooking from Jung-woon, who is a fellow player in the association, and now it is his time to shine. He handles the chopping and slicing like a pro, and the dish seems to be coming together well. But when he takes a sip to taste it, he panics. He worries that he messed something up and scrambles to find a way to fix it. Out of nowhere, the whole house starts shaking, and both of them are wondering what that noise from the basement could be. Taesik tells Sujin to hang tight while he checks it out. As he heads down to the basement and opens the door, a thick cloud of dust hits him. He calls out to Kim, asking what the heck he's doing in his own place. But as soon as he steps in, he is met by 3 angels warning him not to get any closer. Taesik is stunned to see 3 swords aimed right at his throat. The angels want to know if they can take him out, but really, they are asking for permission from their dad Kim. Bringing back holy swords isn't as simple as it sounds. As our boy struggles, the holy swords keep breaking in his hands. Lu asks if he really thought this would be a walk in the park. Controlling life and death might have some similarities, but he's definitely leaning toward one side. There's no way he's going to nail this easily. But Kim tells him to shut it if he's not going to lend a hand. After discarding yet another holy sword, he picks up the next one and tries to restore its power. Not sure how long he's been at it, but he's definitely gone through over 30 shattered swords by now. He starts to recognize the core in each one, feeling like he's finally getting the hang of it. Lu is pumped that he's figured it out. Kim explains that the core is kind of like a human brain or heart, and his job is to get the blood flowing to that part. He thinks he might have about 70 to 80 holy swords left and wonders if he can pull this off. He's determined to succeed no matter what. When he's down to just 3 swords, he pauses to think for a second. Lu asks what his plan is now and if he's thinking about taking a breather, suggesting that maybe his mindset is the issue. But Kim decides to give it one last shot because he feels a weird tingle. He goes for it again, trying to bring life back to the sword. It feels like it's actually working this time. Lu tells him to chill out because he's trying to cram in too much. But Kim is convinced it's all happening naturally. Suddenly, the life energy starts pouring into the sword way too fast. At this rate, it's gonna flop again. Lu thinks it's a lost cause, but at least Kim's figuring it out. He suggests letting this one go and trying again later. Out of nowhere, Kim grabs the other 2 swords too. He wonders if one sword just can't handle all this power, so he figures he'll spread it out among the 3. Right now, Taesik is listening to Kim excitedly explain how he ended up creating 3 angels instead of just resurrecting the holy sword. Kim is clearly happy with the unexpected outcome, and apologizes for threatening Taesik earlier. Taesik waves it off and says it was never much of a threat anyway. Out of nowhere, one of the angels speaks up and calls Kim their father while insisting that Taesik is too dangerous to be left alive. They even ask for permission to take him out. Before things get out of hand, Kim shuts them down immediately, and they have no choice but to obey. Taesik is impressed that Kim manages to pull off something bizarre almost every single day. Kim tells him to keep it a secret from the president. Lu agrees, saying it's better to keep his powers under wraps. But Taesik chimes in, saying he won't because they're not even close enough to share that kind of stuff. He does say he has something to tell our boy, though. Kim opens the portal to his gate and asks the 3 angels to step inside since their kneeling makes him feel a little on edge. The angels want to speak and call him their father, but Lu steps in and tells them not to call Kim that. Instead, they ask if he can give them names. Lu starts thinking about what names to choose. He decides on Hamiel for the first one, Kamail for the second, and Anael for the third. Then he asks if they are happy with his choices. The angels get teary-eyed and thank him like they truly appreciate their new names. Kim feels a little shy but is glad they like them. Lu finds it interesting that a human gets to name angels. Kim then turns to Taesik, curious about what he wants to discuss. But Taesik just wants to fill him in on the Caravan Guild. He figures Kim is probably wondering how it is all going. He says progress has been slow since they leave almost no trace move around freely and are not just staying in Korea. It's actually pretty impressive how they managed to work together on a global scale. The Demon King is taking charge of it all. Kim thinks the whole thing is really interesting and asks if Taesik has heard he's started climbing the tower. Taesik admits he keeps getting caught up in all these rulers, the Caravan Guild, and a lot of things he did not know about, so he cannot just relax. He can't help but wonder why he even took that office job in the first place. It was all for Kim, who couldn't level up, but now that's not an issue anymore. Taesik reassures him that it's got nothing to do with Kim, and mentions that the gates have been getting busier lately, plus some unique ones have popped up. Thinking about those unique gates, Kim realizes he can actually connect with one. He quickly asks Taesik if there are any guilds not planning to go in because he wants to tackle it solo. Taesik gives him the green light. Then he says he's heading out, and Kim tells him to enjoy some time with his mom. After that, Kim starts thinking about the unique gates. Brunhart can absorb the gates, and that could completely change the vibes inside, maybe even the types of monsters staying there. He noticed the gate looked pretty dark and gloomy, so he thought about giving it a little makeover. But then as he steps in, he sees angels going wild fighting against a horde of skeletons and a bunch of other stuff. As he takes in all the chaos and mess around him, he's completely stunned and doesn't know what to say. In the end, once everything settles, both the angels and Hart bow their heads in front of Kim, who is still scratching his head trying to figure out what just happened. He calls out to Hamiel, then to Hart, and tells them to explain. Hamiel says he was just trying to clean up the area from the filth he noticed, while Hart says he was just trying to take out the hypocrites trespassing on his turf. Kim keeps scratching his head, but Lu steps in to explain that it is normal for the undead with death powers to be hostile toward angels, which means it is really Kim's fault for not seeing it coming. Kim is convinced that Lu totally kept this info from him on purpose. He then tells everyone to stand up and starts laying down the law. Rule number 1 is no fighting because both the undead and angels are under his wing now. The angels start to speak up, asking why he would take in this wicked undead. But our boy tells them to cut it out. He just wants them to be friends since they're all on the same team. He explains that these undead have been around longer than the angels, so they're like their seniors. The angels can't help but shed a few tears after hearing this. Kim notices and asks why they're all crying. They see it as a huge disgrace but decide to follow their father's orders anyway. Hart can't resist mocking them, asking if they're really crying. Kim tells him not to joke around, but he is curious why Hart is smirking, even though he only has a skull for a face. Out of nowhere, Wang jumps in with his voice full of himself, asking if they can hear him. He is curious and wonders if this is what they call telepathy. He mentions hearing some noise near the gate and asks if something is going on. But Kim brushes it off, saying it is nothing major, just some rowdy kids who needed a talking to. Then, Wang tells him to swing by for a second because the sword is ready. As Kim checks out the sword, it looks absolutely awesome, way cooler than before. Wang mentions that he barely figured out how to use it after piecing together scraps of the holy sword he got from Kim. Kim is super grateful and asks how he can repay Wang, but Wang brushes it off, saying he actually owes Kim his life. Then he asks if Kim is ready to dive in right away. Our boy thinks it's a good idea to get going while he's still feeling confident. But Lu chimes in, saying it's not smart to mess around with life in a place full of dark mana. He suggests playing it safe and heading back to the basement instead of searching for a familiar spot. Then he asks Wang to come along, who's also pumped to see the life power in the sword. Lu even suggests bringing the angels with them, just in case things get tricky while using life. When everyone gathers in the basement, Kim tells the angels to stay on standby and jump into action if anything goes down with him. He wants them to listen to Lu's orders if something happens. He might not be the nicest guy, but he can be trusted. The angels are hesitant, saying they feel some bad vibes from him and aren't cool with taking orders from someone like that. Kim pleads with them to do it for him just this once, and after a bit of back and forth they agree. As Kim thinks through the whole clash between good and evil, Wang can't help but laugh at the situation. He shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal, and insists he's not laughing just because they're calling him father. Kim turned red with embarrassment, and Brunhart thought it was pretty cool, asking if he could call him father too, making it 2 dads now. Kim shouted out that no one was allowed to call him father ever again. The angels were confused, wondering how they should address their dad since he created them, thinking it was a bit harsh not to recognize it. Kim rubbed his head in frustration about the whole thing. Lu explained that these angels were brand new with no memories, and Kim literally made them. Our boy then told them to just call him their master like everyone else does, and the angels were cool with that. With that sorted, he turned his attention back to his holy sword to finish things up quickly. The scene switches to these crazy gates that have random ranks and weird structures that just don't make sense. A lot of folks steer clear of them because they seem risky, but Kim sees them as a feast for Brunhart, who's eager to soak this gate up too. Kim mentions that most people shy away from aerial battles, but it doesn't bother him anymore. Looks like he's got some incredible wings, flying with the power of elemental darkness. Lu chimes in, giving credit to the elemental convergence he got from evolving. However, Kim cuts off the conversation, saying that's enough chit-chat, as a master shouldn't be slacking off while his subordinates are out there fighting. He's eager to jump into the action alongside them. The gate is packed with flying beasts and all sorts of airborne monsters, but this time, our boy has no trouble dealing with them. One by one, he slashes through the flying minions as they come at him, cutting them down with ease. As he finishes them all off, crystals start raining down from above as a reward. But even with all the excitement, Kim can't shake the feeling that his left hand feels empty without L. Lu tells him he should get used to things being different since L isn't around anymore. Out of nowhere, someone yells at him saying she's brought the head of the gatekeeper. It turns out to be L, all decked out in her angelic glory. He's stoked to see her and immediately welcomes her back. L's comeback, thanks to Kim's attempt a couple of months back, turned out even better than he expected. As she comes back to life, she is left wondering how this is even possible. She did not just return as a sword, because while Kim was bringing her back, she actually gained the ability to take form. That is why she now has a physical body and some seriously cool stats. Kim's super happy to have her back. She can still transform into a sword, but now that she has a body, he is fully supportive of giving her as much freedom as possible. He asks how she's handling this whole incarnation deal, and if she's getting the hang of it. Elle admits she still can't keep it up for very long. Brunhart thinks Elle is cute, but Lu is still pretty annoyed about her betrayal. Kim steps in and figures that since Elle is still young, she has plenty of time to improve. Things should get better after her evolution. When he checks what is needed for her to evolve, he sees that one of the souls turned into an ego is Wang Chael, which makes him second-guess using it. He could piece together the shards of Charlemont and the Evil Eye King just like he did with Wang's ego, but he's still one shard short. He plans to take care of it while hunting, but the real headache is the Holy Sword. He cannot just sacrifice the angels for it because they would be crushed if they knew he even considered it. He doesn't have any choice but to track down the player with 100 swords. As they pass through the gate, all his minions gather around him, kneeling and reporting that they have completed their mission. He gives them props for their awesome work and asks about the crystals. Hart tells him the skeletons are gathering them up, and they'll drop everything in the gate if he opens it for them. Our boy then opens the portal for them and tells them to get to work on the collection since they're on a tight schedule. Then he spots the lifeless boss of the gate just lying there. After that, he decides to absorb the gate. While he was busy bringing L back to life, 3 unique gates popped up in Korea. He would have loved to examine them all, but since 2 seemed close to breaking, he had to hand them over to another guild. After the chaos from the last gate he linked, he learned his lesson. So this time, he used his mercenary perks to sneak in and absorb the gate without any drama. But just absorbing the gate wasn't enough. He still had to take out the monsters to boost the domination rate, just like with the undead. Luckily, his minions were more than capable of handling the job, so he just sat back sipping his coffee. Not much else for him to do at that point. With that, the absorption of the gate hits 100%. Finally, the job is complete. As the new gate merges with the old one, the whole vibe of the combined gate starts to brighten up a lot. Brunhart is stoked that it's bigger now. Lu and Elle are happy too. Now that the gate's all fixed up, all that's left is picking a voice administrator. Our boy is pondering who to choose and checks out the candidates. First up is Hamiel, the oldest of the 3 angels since Kim named him first. Next is Dullahan. Kim's not sure if he got smarter thanks to the gate's upgrades, but now he can actually talk. And finally, we have candidate number 3, who is none other than the King Griffin, the gatekeeper of the gate. The gatekeeper spots Kim and immediately jumps over to him, eager for some pets and attention. Kim realizes he's got a bit of a communication issue with Griffin. If he puts him in charge, the whole place might end up covered in bird poop. Now he's stuck with 2 options, Hamiel or Dullahan. Meanwhile, Hart is sitting next to him chuckling at the whole thing. He figures that no matter who steps up as the voice admin, they'll still be under his thumb. Dullahan's always been his right-hand guy, so that seems like a solid choice. Plus, having these angel characters beneath him wouldn't be too shabby either. Either way, Hart thinks he's coming out on top. As the day wraps up, Hart finds himself sitting on a cliff staring at the sunset and feeling pretty down. Hamiel comes over to try and cheer him up, saying not to be too bummed out since it's the Great Master's call. But that doesn't really lighten Hart's mood. Hamiel reminds him that at least he still has the vice administrator gig. So Hart, who is a lich, got demoted to vice administrator, while Wang, who actually has a thing for architecture and facility upkeep, took over as the gate administrator. Lu chimes in, wondering if it's fair to pick someone who wasn't even in the running. Kim responds that it never crossed his mind that Wang could be an option. Elle is pumped about the decision, and Brunhart is just cheering for his dad. At Iron Shield, the guildmaster is mulling over the news about multiple gates popping up in Korea. He can't wrap his head around the idea of making gates whenever they want. He looks at the guy in front of him and wonders if it's Ross. but Ross just brushes it off, saying what really matters is that they're on the same page. The Iron Shield Guildmaster nods along, apologizing for his manners. He figures it doesn't really matter who this guy is. What's important is that he can be of help. He is willing to make a deal with anyone, even the devil, to get his revenge. Ross tells him it's still a bit too soon to be shocked. Everything Iron Shield has experienced so far has just been the warm-up. Now he's saying that the real excitement is just around the corner. Inside the gate, it turns out they're setting up some temporary tents. Wong and Kim are going over the map of the gate. Kim was surprised to see Wong doing this, but it makes sense now that he's the administrator. The changes in the gate's environment are just like Kim thought they'd be, mixing the old stuff with the new. 3 mines popped up right by the gate's edge. Those mines are loaded with crystals and resources. Wong sees this as a huge win because it means he can craft valuable items without spending anything. This gate really doesn't use the space well at all. He spots the empty areas in the pyramids and asks Kim if he's planning to sell them later. Sure, they look like pyramids, but inside they're a total mess. Wong knows he has to sort them out soon, but Kim thinks Rogers will actually handle it. Wong believes they really need a solid base instead of just a makeshift tent. He figures the only other things they need are a prison and a hunting ground, which makes Kim wonder what those are for. Wong asks how Kim is going to deal with his enemies. He's not going to lecture him about laws in a world full of criminals, but just killing them isn't a real answer anyway. He suggests giving them a shot at reform while still punishing them. Not everyone can be managed like Rogers, who lost his powers, so they will need some kind of special facility. Kim starts thinking about building a prison inside the gate. Sounds like there's some buzz about a notorious prison called Gehenna that locks up some really bad red players. It's said to be the most brutal place around, tucked away in a sustainable gate somewhere. Kim gets that having a prison is necessary, but he questions the need for hunting grounds too. Wong explains that the gate brings in monsters on their own, but Kim isn't fully taking advantage of that. By offering hunting grounds to his friends for a fee, he can tackle 2 problems at once. Wong is basically suggesting they hit everything all at once instead of dealing with one issue at a time. As the gate gets stronger, the monsters become tougher too. Now there are different types of skeletons, and it turns out there are more Dullahans around. Kim starts to wonder which one is the Dullahan he knows since they all look alike. One of them steps up and introduces himself, saying he's the one. Kim thinks about naming him and decides to go with Hal. The moment he gets his name, he turns into a full-on night demon. Kim starts to question if he's really a demon after all. Dullahan, now called Hal, kneels in front of our boy and promises to stick by him no matter what. Kim starts to think about whether he's actually brought some demons into the mix along with the angels. Lou is pretty impressed too, noting that the world's doing something really odd here. He thinks they need to figure out what just went down and suggests Kim should give his demonic eyes a try. As our boy tries to activate his demonic eyes to get a better look at Hal's essence, he suddenly feels something off. Before he can process it, drops of blood start dripping onto the ground. Kim's nose is bleeding badly. His eyes widen in shock, but before he can react, dizziness takes over. His vision blurs and he starts falling backward, barely able to stay conscious. Seeing this, Elle suddenly appeared with worry written all over her face. She asked her master in a voice filled with concern if he was okay. All the little minions start crowding around to see what happened to their master. Elle says they need to get him to a safe spot. Hal hesitates, unsure if he should listen to an angel's order, but he figures he cannot really disagree this time. Lou is super annoyed by their chatter while Elle takes the kiddo somewhere safe. When Kim finally wakes up, he's confused about where he is. Elle tells him it's just a temporary tent. As he tries to get up, he realizes he can't move. Lou chimes in, saying it makes sense since he's been out cold for a whole week. Kim can't believe it. Lou's floating around, and even Lou has no clue why. Our boy is totally shocked that he blacked out for a whole week and asks what even went down. Lou breaks it down for him, saying it is pretty simple. There was a messed up balance between life and death. Lou spills that a piece of the origin of life from before was still hanging around, and it totally clashed with the death energy the moment he activated those demonic eyes. Kim's worried it might happen again. It feels like he's got a ticking time bomb inside him. But Lou reassures him that at least he's still managing to keep things balanced for now. As Kim gets up, he notices all his minions standing guard around him looking super serious. Lou jumps in to say they've been keeping watch since he fainted and haven't budged an inch. Brunhart chimes in, explaining he had the undead protecting him too. Elle adds that the angels have done their part as well. Kim is really grateful and then asks where this awesome bed came from. Turns out it's made of griffin feathers. He can't believe his eyes and starts wondering what on earth just happened. Lou starts breaking things down for him. First off, he's got this battle between life and death happening inside him. Then he was unconscious for a week, and during that time, those two forces got into a standoff. And lastly, all this chaos is just because his crew freaked out a bit too much. Kim tells them he appreciates their worry, but this is a bit overboard. He yells for everyone to chill out and says they can leave since it's a hassle for the cartoonist with everyone crammed in like this. Before long, all his followers scattered and cleared the area. Kim tells Lu to explain a bit more, but Lu says there's really nothing else to add. That was the whole deal. He mentions that a fragment from their last fight is stuck somewhere, and its position is worrying. Lu thinks Kim should use his demonic eyes to check it out himself. Kim hesitates because he is worried. He might pass out again, but Lu reassures him he is over that. Kim powers up his demonic eyes again, and after a look, he thinks nothing has changed. But Lu points out that he can't see his own face. Lu suggests that Elle should turn into her sword so Kim can check his reflection. Kim tells Elle to change back into the sword, and when he looks at himself, he is shocked to see one of his eyes has turned gray. Kim noticed that his demonic eye had changed color. Even though he probably should have paid more attention to it, he figured he'd just keep an eye on it since neither Lu nor Elle knew anything about it. Later, Kim dropped by to see Roger and asked if he wanted to talk. Roger lay on the ground desperate and begged for a shot. He just wanted Kim to give him a chance to get back at Iron Shield. Kim thought Hart had done a solid job directing all of Roger's pent-up anger at Iron Shield. Still, he was skeptical about what someone like Roger could really do. Roger kept on pleading, insisting he just needed to level up again. He claimed he used to be strong and would get back to that level quickly, maybe even stronger. But Kim had to break it to him and tell him he didn't think that was going to happen. Kim opens up about how even if he keeps hunting, what Power 9 took from him is not coming back and he cannot level up anymore. When he uses his demonic eyes, he realizes that Roger's vessel is completely wrecked, and it is pretty much a miracle he is still breathing. Roger jumps in, claiming he knows all about Iron Shield's shady dealings. He believes he has enough dirt to take him down. Kim shoves him away and says that would actually be useful, but questions how he could possibly trust him. Roger does not really have an answer for that. Still, Kim decides to give him a shot and says he is willing to consider it if Roger is ready to do whatever it takes. Just as Roger finally looks happy and says he'll do whatever Kim commands, Kim suddenly swings his blade and takes his head clean off. In that instant, cannibalism kicks in. Lu raises an eyebrow and asks why Kim didn't just use it from the start. But the key, Kim explains, was building up Roger's rage. Since he was acting as an ego, he had to obey orders first. Still, Kim does not think that is the real issue here. Before he can dwell on it, Hal suddenly steps forward and declares his loyalty as a knight, swearing to serve and protect his master no matter what. The angels do not hesitate to follow and say that wherever Kim goes, they belong. They ask if they can continue serving him even beyond this place. Kim asks if they're losing it, thinking he'd actually take all of them outside with him. They say they just want to keep him safe. But Kim wonders if they're trying to see who can be the most annoying. He starts brainstorming ways to convince them. He asks if they really don't think Lu and Elle can handle things. The minions all look puzzled by that question. Kim tells them he has Lu and Elle on his side, so do they not trust them? Hal gets anxious at that because he is scared of Lu, and the angels feel the same way about Elle. They apologize for being disrespectful, which actually impresses Lu and Elle. Kim steps out of his basement and notices it's snowing. Winter's officially here. Every time he heads down there, it feels like weeks fly by. Lu's been telling him he should get out and hang out more. Just as he's freezing, Yoo-jung walks in, surprised to see him back. She's amazed he finally came up from the basement. Rain is also getting a bit twitchy about it. Yoo-jung suggests he should really come up more often. She suddenly realizes that at the very least he is definitely human since he showed up on this special day. Kim points out that he is human and then asks what she means by a special day. She tells him it is Christmas. He checks his phone and finds a bunch of messages, especially from Yubin, wondering if he is free today. Yoo-jung asks if he doesn't have a girlfriend to hang out with since it's Christmas. Kim shoots back, wondering why she always brings that up and what about her situation. She says she's just a student and needs to focus on her studies, but he reminds her that she's done with exams and Christmas is really about family. She mentions she's going out, her mom has plans, and then she asks if he really has no one to chill with. He admits that someone has been texting him, which surprises her. He's confused since she's the one asking. Yoo-jung guesses he would have just sent a really short reply, and he wonders how she knows that. Kim tells her to mind her own business because he can handle himself. Yoo-jung asks if that's Soo-jung, but Kim just brushes her off. As he thinks about Christmas, he realizes he can't even remember the last time he celebrated a holiday. Eventually, Kim decides to meet up with Yubin and goes shopping for gifts for his family with her. Just as he's about to head out, his sister stops him and asks if he's really going out looking like that. He's a bit confused by her question, and she tells him to come with her for a minute. When Kim is finally on his way to meet Yubin, he wonders if he's late because Yoo-jung was messing with his hair so much. When Yubin arrives, she calls out to him and says, "It's been a while." He can't help but get flustered and blush when he sees her. The last time they met was when he fainted in front of the association, and he feels bad for all the trouble. She asks if he's shopping for gifts and suggests they hit the department store. Kim apologizes for making her tag along for his errands, but she's just happy he came out to hang out with her. Lou warns that the girl is no joke and suggests they should be careful. Brunhart is confused, thinking she seems nice, but Elle tells Lou to just keep it to himself. When they get to the store, Kim is surprised and didn't even know a place like this existed in a department store. Yubin explains it's a VIP spot, but they can get in because they're rankers. As they check out all the jewelry, Kim wonders how his mom can use this stuff since it's usually for players only, even after taking the elixir. Some items can be used by regular folks, like the Guardian's charm he gifted to his mom. Kim thinks these must be hard to find at auctions since they're pricey. He asks for a recommendation, not caring about the cost, and is glad she brought him here. With so many options, it's tough to choose. Yubin calls out, suggesting something she thinks he'd like. She mentions Horsen, and Kim remembers it's a fancy luxury brand. As he looks closer, everything seems familiar. Lou chimes in that all the items are made by the old man. Kim realizes he's got a pretty good side hustle going on, staying busy even after fixing Elle. Yubin asks if he spots anything he wants. Thankful for her help, Kim decides to treat her to dinner as a thank you. As they head to dinner, Yubin is pretty impressed with the place. She asks if he comes here often, but Kim says it's just a friend's recommendation. He cuts a slice, takes a bite, and thinks it's actually pretty good. He considers bringing his mom and sister here someday. When they wrap up their meal, Yubin asks what he likes to do for fun, but Kim admits he hasn't really thought about it. She brings up movies and he says he hasn't seen any in ages. Then she asks about music, but he doesn't know any recent hits. He feels a bit embarrassed, saying he really doesn't have answers for any of this. Yubin figures that Kim doesn't have any time for himself. This throws him off a bit, and suddenly she turns red. She says she's a little tipsy and shouldn't be jumping to conclusions. Lou comments that Yubin's right to point out how Kim's life seems pretty out of balance. He has no free time, and it's like he doesn't even have a life of his own. Lou wonders if there's anything he does just for himself. Kim thinks about it, and says that aside from seeking revenge, which is just about sorting things out and trying to get stronger because it is really just about keeping his family safe, he doesn't really have anything else. Lou asks when the last time he bought something just for himself was. Kim totally gets what he's saying. Back when he had to take care of his mom and sister by himself, he had a ton of personal wants, but he had to push those aside to keep everything afloat. After getting into the whole ego thing and finding strength and climbing out of poverty, he thought he had filled a lot of the gaps he was missing. But now he realizes that all the stuff he left behind is also something worth exploring. Elle says sorry for not getting what her master meant, and Lou rolls his eyes, saying this is why humans can be such a hassle. Yubin jumps in to apologize, saying not to take her words to heart since she kinda let slip things she heard from her dad after a couple of glasses of wine. But our boy thanks her for being so thoughtful. When he says that, Yubin gets all flustered. Then she suddenly suggests they check out a movie tomorrow if he's free. Just then, there's a loud crash outside the restaurant that catches their attention. Looking out, they see it's not just any gate because it's a totally unique gate that has just popped up right in the middle of the city. The crowd stands before the portal and discusses if their rescue is over and what is happening on Christmas. Yubin and Kim stood at the site, and Kim thinks that although gates sometimes appear in cities, it is rare for people to lose consciousness because of it. He recalls carrying people with Yubin and feels lucky the association arrived quickly and nearby players helped. An association member thanks Kim and announces a draw for those who want to clear the gate. He asks interested players to step forward. Kim asks if rankers are entered automatically even without joining the draw. Yubin says he's already registered and asks if he wants to go home. Kim replies his phone is dying and his family might worry. She notices a watch under his glove but thinks it's just old. He covers it and asks to call it a night. Yubin agrees and says she's heading back too. On their way, Yubin starts to ask something, but someone calls out to Kim. He turns to see Sung-hoon in a deer costume, wishing him a Merry Christmas. Brunhart finds it cute, while Lou is amused by him as always. Kim asks why he is dressed like that. Sung-hoon says he had no time to change due to an emergency, and now that things are under control, he will head home after reassuring them. Yubin and Kim laugh and see he is exhausted. Sung-hoon then whispers to Kim that going on a Christmas date is impressive. Kim denies it, but his ego smiles knowing what is going on inside. As they walk, Yubin asks if Sung-hoon leads rankers since they seem close, and she saw him when Kim lost consciousness. Kim says they often work together. Yubin then asks if he's heading home, and Kim says he'll pick up groceries and maybe buy a cake. Yubin suggests a place and decides to ask about the watch later. Sung-hoon runs up to Kim and breathlessly says the gate evaluation result is out. Kim asks if he rushed over to tell him only that or if it turns out to be S-rank gate. Sung-hoon says it's an unrankable gate, which made both of them shocked. At Kim's home, Yoo-jung and her mother smile with gratitude at the golden Christmas gifts. Yoo-jung, still in disbelief, asks if Kim really brought them for her. Kim is confused by her formal tone. Yoo-jung says she's too excited to speak properly. Her mother notes the gifts are expensive and feels awkward since Taesik also gave her something from that brand. Kim suggests she just thank him by inviting him to lunch. Anyways, Kim enters his room and leans on the door. He thinks about the gate with no rank, which means it is higher than S rank. He remembers that such gates often claimed many lives of players, making this one quite dangerous too. He recalls how the mana from this gate feels the same if he is not mistaken. Lu chuckles and Kim asks if he knows anything. Lu says he has theories but wants to confirm them with L. He tells Kim to enjoy the night. Kim asks skeptically, but L assures her that nothing will happen tonight, and Brunhart agrees. With a sigh, Kim thanks them for being considerate and decides to get some rest, hoping that not much can change in a single day. The next day, the news informs 5 special gates popped up in Korea with unknown rank. A chain of gates appears overnight starting from Gangnam and the entire world, creating a state of an emergency all over the globe. Kim freezes in surprise as he listens to the news. He shouts that he is leaving. Yoo-jung asks where he is going, but Kim runs out while getting dressed and calls Sung-hoon, who is already about to call him. Kim is surprised to see him waiting in front of the house. While on the way, Sung-hoon asks if Kim is heading to Gangnam. Kim says he needs to check something. When they reach there, a tank stands ready on the road, and the association gathers in front of the gate. Kim studies it and sees no visible signs. He asks Lu if he knows anything. Lu says his assumptions from yesterday may be correct. Kim asks what they are. Kim suddenly realizes something. He calls Sung-hoon and asks where else unidentified gates have appeared since he must check them all. Sung-hoon says the chairman is calling him to the association. Kim shakes him and insists they check the gate so he could resist, but to agree. As dusk settles, the people gathered in the dimly lit conference room begin to grumble about the arrival of the 11th mercenary at their meeting. Sung-hoon pulls over and asks Kim if he knows who always ends up suffering, but Kim admits he's not great at riddles. The egos chime in that it's all pretty complicated, but Sung-hoon claims it's him. He gets a bit emotional, saying it's too late to get to the association. Kim reassures him that President O will understand since it's all about the unique gates. Sung-hoon mentions he doesn't really get the struggles of a regular employee. Kim says sorry, but Sung-hoon shifts gears and jokes about needing to act like a mercenary. He tells Kim to put on a mask to hide his identity since mercenaries aren't exactly buddy-buddy, but Kim flat out refuses this time. Sung-hoon looks let down while holding the mask, and Kim insists he doesn't need it anymore. When they get into the conference room, Kim feels the intense vibes of the players. Brunhart claims he's the strongest, but Lu disagrees. Every mercenary, including Taesik and President O, locks eyes on Kim as he walks in. Feeling nervous, Kim gets questioned by Taesik. President O tells him to take a seat and Sukwu nudges him to sit next to him. Kim mumbles that he's late and explains that he has some work to finish. Out of nowhere, a kid asks him about his code name, but Kim brushes it off as a secret, thinking the kid's pretty bold. He summons Lu, who claims to have some powerful energy. The kid suggests Kim probably has a fake identity. Kim wonders how the association keeps such a strong guy like him under wraps. Then he notices another guy whispering about finally meeting him. Kim clicks that he's talking about Kim Do-young from the Do-young Guild, who's also a mercenary. Kim realizes they're still missing 3 mercenaries excluding Soo-jung. President O wants to kick off the meeting about the unique gates. He mentions that there are 5 gates in South Korea and a total of 20 have popped up worldwide, causing serious national trouble since all of them are above S rank. Kim Do-hyung thinks the guild should step up to handle the gates since mercenaries usually go solo. Lu raises an eyebrow at that, pointing out he's also part of the Do-hyung Guild. But Kim's quick to reply that maybe he just doesn't want to split the loot with the mercenaries. The guys are chatting about his double-dealing comment and Kim is fed up and tells him to knock it off. Sukwu jumps in, saying the mercenaries are here because the situation is serious. Kim Do-young shoots him a look while the younger guy asks if President O knows what's up. The president agrees with Kim but insists it's not just about getting through the gate. The mercenaries are working solo too. He questions whether the guild masters would let their team head into danger. The president emphasizes how critical this is. Getting rid of the strong players might be worse than doing nothing at all. So, they need a scouting squad to make sure everyone gets back in one piece. When the twin sisters ask if he wants them to fight, he clarifies it's just a plan and no pressure to join in. Kim's curious about the twins and the others mention they're the strongest among the group. The younger guy is on board with the idea as long as he's compensated. Kim Do-young is also down and Kim realizes that there are only 3 volunteers for 5 gates, so he thinks he can join too. But then Taesik gives him a look that says not to raise his hand. The twin sisters agree to the plan and Kim lowers his hand. He figures the masked person won't join either. President O says he'll send the details out to all the volunteers, asking if anyone has questions. Kim raises his hand and mentions he spent the whole day checking out the gates, even in Gangnam. The president acknowledges it, and Kim explains that the gates have a special ability like his that helps him sense things about the demons. The group is shocked, wondering if it's real. Kim notices their reactions and realizes they already know something about this. The president says he trusts Kim's ability, and Kim Do-hyung asks if the gates are connected to the demons. Kim confirms, stating the 20 new gates are actually demon territories. Everyone's surprised by how he puts it, speculating if these gates are really territories or just old ones. Kim remembers Lu telling him about the demon territories and the new gates, realizing these aren't abandoned territories but places ruled by beings that outclass mere gatekeepers. Real demon territory. In the conference room of the Player Association building, everyone watches the mercenaries leave the meeting hall. Kim lets out a sigh, knowing things will take a while, and Egos points out that the info they have is key, but progress has been slow. Kim thinks about how there are 5 mercenaries and 5 gates as one for each, and wonders if they can handle a devil's domain. Elle gives him a reassuring nod, but Lu starts dozing off while the chairman says one strong player should take action, rather than let many act without purpose. President OH notices that Taesik has just received a notification. Kim can't figure out what that's about and asks Taesik why he's stopping him from raising his hand. Taesik says he meant to chat after the meeting but lost track of it. He tells Kim to swing by the association the day after tomorrow at 9 a.m. and to bring his stuff since he'll be staying out that night. Kim's confused but agrees. Taesik adds that he needs to talk to the old man and tells Kim to head out. Kim takes a deep breath as he leaves the hall. Just then, Seokwoo calls him over and says he's been waiting. He suggests grabbing a drink and Kim wonders why now since Seokwoo's usually busy. Seokwoo replies that this task feels different and a bit unsettling. Kim jokes about how a guild head shouldn't be wandering around like this, and Seokwoo responds that no one would dare stop him. Lu chimes in and reminds Kim that they promised Sunghoon dinner, so Kim asks Seokwoo if he's cool with inviting someone else. They sit around a table piled with food, trying to keep things casual. Kim mentions it feels a bit weird and apologizes to Sunghoon for the last-minute dinner since he'll be tied up starting tomorrow. Sunghoon smiles and says he already knows Seokwoo, even though this is their first casual hangout, and Seokwoo agrees. Kim remembers they met during the Iron Guild incident. Sunghoon points out it's common for players to bump into each other. He raises his glass and proposes a toast to lighten the mood. They all clink glasses, downing drinks and making quick work of 4 bottles. Sunghoon starts to turn red and asks if rankers drink like this every day, but Seokwoo laughs and says not really. Curious, Sunghoon asks how they met and everyone else perks up to hear the story. Kim stays quiet for a bit but Seokwoo jumps in and says he trained Kim. Sunghoon asks how Kim's been doing. Seokwoo jokes that Kim is kind of gloomy and even does a little mimic of him frowning, but Kim disagrees. Lu backs him up and Sunghoon asks if Seokwoo is already famous. Kim hesitates but eventually admits he was terrible and recalls the time he stabbed the Green Goblin. In the forest, Kim takes down the goblin, and Seokwoo points out that things aren't really changing. They're both puzzled, so Kim checks his status. It feels off since he still can't level up after all his effort. He's a bit frustrated and Seokwoo mentions that his training period ends today, apologizing that he won't be able to train him anymore. Kim thanks him, understanding how busy he is, but Seokwoo looks down, which makes Kim realize that Seokwoo no longer thinks he has potential and feels he's not worth his time. Kim reminisces about hunting goblins for a month, barely getting by on purple crystals. Sometimes, Seokwoo would check in on him and leave, but it didn't sit right with Kim as he felt like Seokwoo's curiosity or sympathy was just annoying, and he wished he'd stop. One day, Kim walks into a bar where Taesik is cooking meat and complaining that the food inside the gates is just dull. Kim comments that Taesik seems swamped, but Taesik pours him a drink, offering his help if he needs it. Kim says he's already done enough, but Taesik insists and asks if everything's all right. Kim stays quiet but then decides to open up. Just then, Taesik interrupts and asks if Kim's holding something back. Kim realizes he'd rather wait until he can hold his own, but feels compelled to share now because he's made up his mind. With a smile, Kim says he's fine but admits he wants to quit being a player. Sunghoon is shocked, asking what happened next, and Egos is curious about how it all ends. With the full moon overhead, Kim says goodbye to Taesik and thanks him for the ride as he hops into the car. Watching it drive away, he thinks that once he makes a decision, then his regrets will fade fast. He climbs the steps, feeling like it's the best choice and tells himself to just treat it like a dream. Opening his apartment door, he realizes he'll need to find a new job tomorrow. He grabs the doorknob and steps inside as light hits his face. Something catches his eye. Yoo-jung is offering juice to Seokwoo and he thanks her. Seokwoo locks eyes with Kim, who's surprised to see him. He asks why Seokwoo is there. Yoo-jung walks over and wonders why Kim is hiding his celebrity friend. Kim corrects her, saying Seokwoo is a player, not a celebrity. He rubs his head, confused about the situation. Seokwoo silently signals to talk outside. Kim agrees and they head to the street. Kim walks ahead and mentions that the visit feels pretty sudden and isn't really a good time for him. Seokwoo apologizes and points out that it's tough to reach Kim by phone. Kim checks his phone and mutters that it's off again. He turns to Seokwoo and asks why he's even here, saying he's done with playing. Seokwoo looks shocked and pulls out a big stack of documents, asking Kim to check them out. Kim steps back and wonders what it is. Seokwoo explains it's all about level up timing, skill growth stuff, and even interviews with a Thai player. He tries to show more, but Kim stops him, wanting to know what it all means. Seokwoo smiles and admits he's not great with comforting words, so he gathers data to help Kim stick with it because he doesn't want him to quit. Kim looks surprised and can't wrap his head around why. Seokwoo says that if his intentions were good, Kim wouldn't take him seriously. He adds that it's a strategy since he needs someone solid on his team. Kim goes quiet and Seokwoo moves a bit closer, explaining that being a player is pretty common now, but it was a totally unknown path 18 years ago. He tries to lay it out and says when things are unpredictable, there's unlimited potential since that's labeled as a feature. Kim scans the restaurant and admits he got swayed by the nice talk. Feeling embarrassed, he says he wasted 5 years making Seokwoo feel like a clown. Seokwoo jokes that in the end, he was right since even a broken clock is right twice a day. Sung-hoon chimes in, saying it's still tough since they were strangers back then. Seokwoo laughs, raising his glass as he reminisces about how Kim's initial excitement to be a player wasn't anything special, and he often frowned. He notices that Kim's still wearing the same clothes and gets pumped about searching for crystals. Remembering Kim's untreated wounds, Seokwoo realizes he never uses potions. He gets it, even without words. If Kim can't level up while dealing with failures can be heavy, so it's nice to have someone who's got your back, no questions asked. Seokwoo grins, saying he's just a really kind guy. He looks at Kim for confirmation, and Kim jokingly admits he owes him. Kim says that next time he'll save his life and pay him back. They both laugh and start bickering playfully as more food comes. Fast forward 2 days later at Incheon International Airport, camera flashes are everywhere. Journalists are firing questions at Taesik about the gate, wondering if he's made any decisions since people are saying the world might end, and the association's take really matters. Taesik walks forward, staying quiet while the questions keep coming about who's attending and if new rankers are in the mix. Kim stands among the crowd, feeling lost and unsure of his surroundings. Taesik stops in front of reporters and mentions that the upcoming general meeting will cover the gate situation and that the top players and guilds are on it. They're aiming to fix the issue quickly and are asking everyone to stay chill. One reporter asks who's next to him and if he's a member. Taesik gives Kim a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying Kim is a newly introduced ranker with the codename Morning Star, close to being a top ranker. Kim looks a bit confused at this. The reporters are taken aback and start firing questions about his skills and guild. While Kim is lost in his thoughts, Brunhart chimes in and talks about how popular his master is. Kim mentions how Taesik said they'd spend the night out, but now they're off to the States. As he climbs the steps to the plane, he wonders why they're flying instead of just using a portal. Taesik replies that executing their plan right is what matters, since Kim decided he wouldn't hide his powers anymore. Kim agrees but says he wasn't expecting such a formal intro, so it makes sense that Taesik takes him to the hairdresser and gets him suited up. Elle and Bernhardt think the owner looks handsome, while Lou suspects it's the old man's idea. When Taesik boards the plane and asks what's wrong, Kim lowers his gaze and says he just prefers getting a heads up. Taesik looks confused when Kim takes off his shoes. Kim explains that Yoo-jung said they have to do that on the plane. There's a bit of awkward silence, and then Kim wonders if Yoo-jung is messing with him. At the American Association Hotel in LA, Kim is sprawled on his bed. He scrolls through reports on his phone. Yoo-jung is joking about the shoes, and Kim decides he'll give her an earful later for messing with him. Elle says it's normal to be confused, while Lou calls him dumb. Brunhart chimes in, saying he finds it funny because he's a bit dumb too, and Kim appreciates that. He lies back with his arms stretched out, closes his eyes, and senses a strong aura in the hotel because a bunch of top players are gathered around. Kim calls for Elle, and she appears with her yellow mana, bowing and saying she'll serve him. Kim clarifies he didn't summon her for a task. He just wants her to feel comfortable since she has her own body now. Bernhardt and Lou want their own bodies too, and Kim points out that Elle's wings are way too obvious and asks if she can hide them. Elle bows and makes her wings vanish, which surprises Kim. He then asks her to change into something less flashy. Elle agrees and starts transforming with her yellow mana. She's in night battle armor, which has a good defense but isn't great for mobility. Kim agrees but without much enthusiasm, saying he needs to get her some clothes. Lou remarks that she looks scary. At the gate, a bunch of guards are on watch. Suddenly, an insect demon pops up and attacks Seokwoo, but he dodges easily and reacts quickly. Seokwoo leaps into the air, leaving the ice in his wake and freezing the demon. As he watches the ice surrounding it, he figures that secret infiltration isn't really his thing. He moves on, noting a strange pit and sensing something off as he stares at a big hole. He hesitates about going in but decides he doesn't have enough power, and the energy feels pretty ominous. About to leave to report, the air around the pit starts moving. Turning back, he sees the air shifting like tentacles trying to trap him. Sukwu summons an ice blade surprisingly, channels blue mana and slices through the threads. He dodges the remaining ones by slashing at them, smirking and declaring that tricks like that won't work on him. But out of nowhere, a massive shadow looms over him, and tons of tentacles burst from the crevice and grab him. He grins and gives it another shot with his sword, thinking he can handle it, but Putina snatches it right out of his hands. Sukwu panics as webs cover his face, choking him. A cocoon starts forming as the web lifts him, and he realizes he's in real danger. Suspended in midair, he thinks about warning the association. Just then, he's dragged down into the abyss, and the pit goes silent, leaving behind just a forgotten device as proof he was ever there. In the American Association Hotel in Los Angeles, Sung-hoon leans against the wall, waiting in the hallway. He's part of the Korean Players Association and wants to pull off a surprise for Kim. As he fiddles with his invisibility necklace, he hopes Kim won't notice him right away since he's about to jump through a portal. The elevator screen lights up, showing someone coming up from the 13th floor. When the elevator dings and arrives at the 27th floor, Kim feels a familiar vibe and races forward. Sung-hoon spreads his arms, excited to greet him, but then freezes when he sees a girl in front of him. Kim confusingly asks what she's doing there and squints at her, wondering if she's his daughter. Kim looks annoyed at the silly question and just wants to get past it. The restaurant is buzzing with top players. Elle sips her juice while Sung-hoon tells her the girl is actually an ego, and Kim nods in agreement. Lou and Brunhart chime in, saying they wish they could have cool things like Elle, but no, that's just not happening. Sung-hoon adds he can tell she's not a regular human, but he can't pick up any player vibes from her. Kim is shocked that Sung-hoon can't sense any mana from Elle and starts to wonder if others feel the same way. He points out that despite the lack of demonic power, he can still feel the strength of everyone around him, and that all the players are elite on a global scale. Lou warns Kim not to activate the demon's eye since they'd recognize him right away, and Kim agrees. Sung-hoon mentions how rare it is to see so many strong players gathered. Even a recluse like Kim should get that. Kim bristles at being called a monk but admits he barely recognizes some faces. He mentions the Oil King from the Middle East, adding that he used to deal in oil before becoming a player. He can't help but feel a bit jealous, acknowledging that human greed knows no bounds. He shifts his gaze to a Japanese ranker named Susano, and suddenly, Susano picks up on a powerful energy. The egos start calling to him as Kim feels the same vibe, giving a side glance. A man in a white suit enters, catching the attention of both Susano and the Oil King. Kim asks Sung-hoon who the guy is, but Sung-hoon shakes his head, looking suspicious since he notices an unusual flow of magic that rivals Sujung's. The newcomer gives Kim a questioning look, surrounded by golden streams of energy. Sung-hoon starts to feel uneasy and yells in pain, surprising Kim. Lou points out that Sung-hoon can't handle this aura because he's pretty weak. Kim clenches his jaw, blue energy swirling around him as both of them put on fierce expressions and release their mana, clashing against the man's energy. Susano and the Oil King watch the tension unfold, and Sung-hoon feels a bit better knowing he's not alone. The man seems impressed, commenting that it's not bad at all. Kim shoots him a sharp look, asking what he's up to. Elle interrupts them, looking anxious. With a fiery rage, she demands to know how he dares to threaten her master and smashes the glass in her hand. The egos are worried because she looks intense and fire surrounds her. Kim tries to calm her down, but the man challenges her instead. The guy cuts in, firing off questions while they glare at him. He angrily asks why the Holy Virgin is hanging out with someone who emanates the spirit of an unclean demon. They all freeze, confusion written on their faces as they look at him. Elle turns her head when he asks if she's a sacred maiden, and she just replies that she has no clue what he's talking about. Kim gives him a stare, convinced that the guy has picked up on something but is completely lost on what it is. Someone in a priest's outfit walks over and tells Mikhail to chill out. Mikhail freezes, looks up at him, and then kneels down to greet the Pope. Everyone is watching, totally stunned. Sung-hoon gets up and Kim asks if he's really the Pope. Lou shrugs and figures he must be some religious leader since he's called the Pope, saying the title seems to fit him. Lou then tells Kim that the old guy looks strong enough to handle things by himself. Taesik shows up and asks what's going on. He waves at Kim when he calls him over. Taesik asks if he's already met Sung-hoon, and Kim glances at the secretary. When he asks why Taesik is with the Pope, Taesik hesitates a bit before saying he's here as Korea's rep just to meet with other representatives. He frowns, insisting that it's not a big deal, and then aggressively asks what's happening. Kim is surprised by Taesik's look while he points at Mikhail. He can feel some dark demonic energy from Taesik, which doesn't go unnoticed by the Oil King, Sasanu, and the other players. Mikhail points at Taesik, trying to talk to the Pope, but the Pope yells at him to shut it and scolds him for pointing at the foreign guests. He points at Kim, shouting that there's a demonic aura coming from him, and asks the Pope if he can sense it too. The Pope calls his name loudly, but Mikhail looks confused. The Pope tells him to think about his actions and keep quiet, stating he won't accept any excuses this time. Mikhail tries to argue at first, but then he just obeys. In the lounge, they all scatter in different directions. Kim sighs and admits he doesn't get what's going on. He looks at Elle, asking if he's right. His smile fades when he sees something's off. He calls her name, but she doesn't respond. Elle mumbles Mikkel's name, trying to recall anything related to it. Suddenly, a thought hits her and she collapses onto the table. Brunhart and Lou are confused because they don't get what's happening while Kim is shouting her name. A golden glow shows up on his finger while Taesik asks if Elle is okay. Kim checks his hand and says she probably is. He remembers carrying Elle and wonders what went down, while Lou notes she looks like him since she faints during weird stuff. Kim snaps that it's not the time for jokes, but Lou tells him to chill out, explaining she's digging up lost memories and that seeing Mikhail triggered something. Lou adds that Mikhail has an angelic aura about him. Kim looks at the egos, thinking about the angelic aura, and then sighs. He asks Taesik who Mikhail is. Taesik says he doesn't know much but has heard he's the strongest player from the Vatican. Kim doesn't say anything when Taesik mentions it's hard to believe someone from the Vatican could be such a jerk. Kim presses Taesik, asking why he's bailing already. Taesik says he has to go to tomorrow's meeting and tells him to get some sleep since they'll be attending it together. He warns Kim to avoid any trouble, and Kim replies that he's not a kid anymore. Taesik says goodbye and takes off. The next day, a guy is gritting his teeth and cursing Mikhail out. Everyone notices him and Mikhail asks how he got so strong. Kim smirks and says it's been a while since they last met, calling him the Iron Shield. At the International Players Association, also known as the General Assembly, Taesik gestures for him to hold on a second. He mentions he's heading to the conference room and Kim asks if he's meant to tag along. Leaning in with a grin, he jokes about signing a contract to join the association. Kim shoots that down, wondering why he's being dragged along if he's not doing anything. Taesik explains it's a tradition for representatives to bring someone with them. These days, the leaders are mostly top players, but that hasn't always been the case. He makes a point about how this rule keeps things balanced and competitive. Taesik tells everyone in the meeting that they're the best players in their countries, so Kim shouldn't mess things up. Kim reassures him he's got no plans to do that and asks if he's ever been a troublemaker. Lou makes a sarcastic remark, asking if Kim is really sure, to which Kim confidently replies he's innocent. He thinks back to his past scrapes with Rogers from the Iron Guild. Taesik waves and tells him they'll catch up later. Once the door shuts behind him, the room goes tense and someone flinches while gasping. Everybody's staring at Kim and he takes a moment to soak in the fact that some of the top players from other countries are here. He feels a bit lost when someone mentions he's kind of different. A guy with a beard steps up, asking if Kim has a special skill or is just stronger. The dude mentions he hasn't met anyone as unreadable in a while, but Kim doesn't recognize him. They shake hands and the guy introduces himself as Chen, aka Beautiful Beard, from China. Kim remembers this is the famous Chinese ranker. Brunhart chimes in, admiring the beard and suggesting Kim should grow one too. Susano also comes in for a handshake, saying he was at the bar yesterday. Oil King introduces himself as well and reaches out to shake hands since they didn't get the chance earlier. Kim glances at their hands, surprised by how friendly everyone is. Lou points out that it's because Kim did well yesterday. Kim smiles nervously and finally introduces himself. Kim turns around and asks someone where the Sacred Maiden is. Mikhail stands in front of him and Kim calls out his name aggressively. Egos whispers that they're not fond of him. Kim thinks Mikhail might be linked to her past. Lou tries to call Elle but gets no response, while Brunhart guesses she's still asleep. Mikhail apologizes for what happened yesterday, saying it wasn't really his fault, but the Pope's will. Kim's confused and Mikhail says he's not looking for a fight today. Kim walks past a surprised Mikhail but then turns back, saying he's not done yet. Kim chuckles and Lou says they finally met. Kim strolls up to Iron Shield and says it's been a while. Dark energy flows off him, catching everyone's attention. Chen asks what kind of power that is, and Susanoo mentions that Kim didn't show up yesterday. He's fascinated by the energy and wonders how Kim got so strong so quickly. Kim teases him about missing him and expresses regret over what happened to Rogers. His eyes turn red as he eyes Iron Shield's shoes, saying they look cooler. The guy scowls in anger and calls Kim a jerk. Someone shouts, asking if the Morning Star from South Korea is around. Kim points to himself and says it's him. He mentions that the chairman wants to see him. He assumes it's the chairman of the association and heads for the exit. Iron Shield blocks his way, telling him he's lucky today but they have a lot to discuss. Kim wonders why the chairman wants to meet. Suddenly, Kim feels a jolt and gets focused. He turns to see a guy in a black robe, who chuckles without looking at him. Kim asks Lou if he's thinking the same thing, and Lou says it's a demon using an artifact since it took a bit to notice it. Kim stares at the figure, confused about what a demon would want with Iron Shield. Entering the meeting room, Kim notices everyone is watching him. It feels like he's doing something wrong. Brunhart mentions these folks are intimidating, while Lou adds that people and demons with power are always scary. Kim tilts his head, thinking that there are both strong and weak players, but he needs to tread carefully around the association. He looks ahead and realizes he's one of the top rankers and is known as the Bloody Emperor, who also chairs the association. The Bloody Emperor asks Kim if he knows why he was called in. Kim figures he should watch his words to avoid misunderstanding. He boldly shouts that he doesn't know, then instantly realizes he messed up as silence falls in the room. Taesik's face palms in embarrassment. Lu asks Kim if he really follows orders all the time. The chairman mentions they called him because he has some details about the case and gives Taesik a look. Kim chimes in, saying he's been to all 5 sites in Korea where those special gates pop up. He's picked up on something, but it's just a hunch. He thinks the gates might open on purpose. Kim remembers Lu mentioning something suspicious about Andras, suggesting he can't be acting alone. Then someone shouts it's all nonsense. Zeus from the EU pipes up, insisting no one can control these gates. Kim wonders if Zeus might already have that power and questions how he can be so sure, especially since he doesn't even know Kim's abilities. The guy tries to argue, but the chairman cuts him off, agreeing with Kim. The chairman asks if Kim has any proof, and Kim responds that his reasoning comes from a unique ability he can't go into. He throws in that the culprit could be a demon, which gets everyone buzzing. Kim notices the reaction isn't what he expected, and Lu hints that the world leaders might be in the loop, thanks to Taesik. Kim thinks there's more going on and remembers the Blood Emperor needs to have Iron Shield around as his bodyguard since he represents the USA. He figures someone with that kind of clout probably knows that Iron Shield has a demon. He starts to realize the association is letting them keep quiet. Taesik then asks Kim if he's as emotional as he seems, implying Iron Shield might be the reason. Kim says he doesn't get it, so Taesik wonders if it's about the demon. Kim is taken aback by Taesik's knowledge, and he just smiles, saying that not all demons are evil. He mentions that the Demon King travels with a demon too, and Kim agrees. He's heard demons can really be unfortunate, but Lu gets annoyed. Taesik explains that demons come from hell, but some end up following a ruler after merging with the tower, while others are locked up or killed. He adds that some demons support humans, and world leaders are backing them up. Kim collapses, totally forgetting there's a punishment for accessing restricted info. The next day, he wakes up in the hospital and Elle asks if he's okay. Brunhart is all emotional and Lu calls them weak. Kim asks if Elle is awake and she says she is sorry for the trouble. Kim tells her she can explain later because he needs time to sort his thoughts. He's worried about punishment and Lu calls him a coward. Kim argues if the info could do this to him, it could be used against their enemies. He pictures someone in pain after hearing about a dungeon. Elle breaks down the rules for punishment. The listener has to want the info. They need the ability to get it, and the speaker shouldn't have any bad intentions. If any of those are off, then there's no punishment. Kim thinks it's complicated and asks for the time. He checks Taesik's messages about the meeting, wondering if it's already begun. Elle tells him to take it easy, but Kim feels fine and has things to do. He mentions he met Iron Shield in the States and can't just leave now. He finds it surprising since New York is a haul away, but the association has a portal. Lu asks if Kim really means what he thinks. Kim smiles, saying he's heading to the Iron Guild. He realizes Brunhart has gained new powers from absorbing gates and can now open multiple entries, just not more than 2 at once. He wonders if he can open one here to travel to the US anytime. Kim thinks this power is fantastic, and Sukwu is a great asset too. Lu asks about his plans, and Kim says he'll set up a gate to the Iron Guild dungeon. Lu thinks that's a solid idea and asks why he's in the restroom. Kim explains it's because there are no cameras and he has to sneak in without stealth skills. Lu questions why he's undressing and then a thought hits Kim. He answers that it's embarrassing not to match his servant. He uses elemental water, transforming himself into water. The system lets him blend in with elemental spirits. A stream rushes down the sink drain and nearly all the water disappears. Lu says he figured it out but didn't know Kim had gotten this strong. The egos are cheering him on and Lu warns Kim he's losing his humanity. Elemental water, fire, and darkness is a skill that lets our boy change their physical form into water, fire, and darkness. When this skill activates, a system message pops up and mentions it happens through merging with elemental spirits. Our boy explains that Lu allows him to tap into elemental abilities and strengthens their connection. He mentions that the body usually resists transformation, but merging 2 skills takes care of that. Then, water splashes around and a human silhouette forms from it. The egos cheer him on as Kim shifts back to human form and confidently claims that the Iron Guild building is up above, just going by instinct. Lu asks if he's thinking about putting in a backup gate here. Kim stands up and reaches out to open the gate. The system notifies him that there's just 1 gate slot left and asks for confirmation. Kim says he's ready, and the system gives the thumbs up for the installation. An old man steps through the portal asking if he's in the Iron Guild basement. At the same time, Kim apologizes for calling him unexpectedly. The old man brushes it off, saying it's cool to check the states too, but complains about the sewer smell. Kim chuckles awkwardly as the old man wonders if they just need to keep it hidden. Kim reassures him that he's controlled its magic, but anyone wandering into the sewer might discover it. The old man mentions that Paimon's legacy is gone, making it tough to create a protective item, but he's willing to take it on. If anything goes wrong, he'll call Minsu. Kim is grateful for the help, and the egos chime in that Dad can handle anything. As the old man heads to the portal, he tells Kim to stay calm since he'll keep the hobby under wraps. Lou notes that the skill is no longer active and Kim rushes out. Water quietly flows through the canal leading to the restroom. The door swings open and our boy steps out, saying he's done. Lou smirks, joking that the line fits someone leaving a closet. Out of nowhere, someone asks where he's been. The egos jump in and appears as swords, while Mikhail stands there. Kim grits his teeth and checks Mikhail out, who notices the sword and recognizes L. Kim grins, realizing he can't sense Mikhail, and wonders how long he's been tailing him. He's curious if Mikhail knows what he's been up to and how he plans to deal with it if he's caught on. Mikhail doesn't seem happy and asks if Kim is planning to take him down with that look, calling him a devil's puppet. He tells Kim to chill because he's not looking for a fight. Kim asks if Mikhail has been following him and for how long. Mikhail claims there's been a misunderstanding since he has his own business at the Iron Guild. He points at Kim with a smile, saying Kim also has business there. Kim frowns as an uneasy vibe rises and asks if Mikhail has seen everything. Elle tells Kim to take it easy, but Lou mentions it seems like Mikhail is done for. Mikhail insists he only sensed Kim's energy and didn't really know what he was up to. He suggests Kim's reaction shows his guilt. Brunhart realizes Mikhail figured out what's going on, but suggests they hear him out. Kim looks annoyed and the energy around him starts swirling. Mikhail says he's got business there because the Iron Guild is tied to the Vatican. Kim asks if it's about the Holy Sword and Mikhail nods, clearly aware of what Kim knows. He clenches his fist, mentioning a brat showing up with a demon calling himself an escort. Feeling an ominous energy, Lou calls it out while Kim wonders if Mikhail's reaction is just the typical Vatican disdain. He remembers Tasik mentioning that some demons help humans. Kim argues that Mikhail should know there are good demons too, and Lou points out that Kim just figured that out himself. Mikhail looks shocked, asking if Kim is mocking him, but Kim is just confused. Mikhail gets angry, blaming Kim for saying such things when he knows demons were behind the Vatican's downfall. Kim freezes, feeling the awkwardness in the air. Energy lashes out, and Mikhail points out that Kim seems different, even with his demon vibe, but he's not going to chat with someone linked to demons. Suddenly, a golden mana appears and Kim shields his eyes. In the next moment, Mikhail reveals his white wings. Kim is taken aback, realizing Mikhail has been hiding his powers, and that he's stronger than Sujung. Meanwhile, Tasik is trying to call Kim at the American Association Hotel in Los Angeles, but can't get through. He scrolls through the call log, wondering where Kim has run off to, feeling annoyed that things have gotten way too complicated.